right. Hello and welcome to day 3 of the 100-hour stream week. We will now be streaming for 15 hours every single day through Sunday. It's easy, really. Is 15 hours a day of work against the law? Maybe. I'm eating. Hold on. All right, lads. Who here is ready to be here for all 15 hours? Put in the 1 in the chat if you are ready to emotionally commit to be present for all 15 hours. If you lie, you'll be... No, if you lie, it doesn't matter. Who's ready to be here for all 15 hours? The clock has begun, chat. We are going to be streaming until that clock says 60 hours remaining. For those that haven't kept up, every hour we're going to flippity flip it on this card right here. We are 25 hours in to what is a 100-hour stream week. Thank you so much for joining us. If I sound a little quieter or a little less energetic, that's literally just because I'm trying to speak quieter. I'm trying to protect my voice if I'm going to be here for all 100 hours. I'm still very happy to be here, and I actually got an unbelievable night's sleep. I slept for 9 hours like an absolute rock, so I am feeling fantastic. Why did somebody just type !feet in the chat? So no feet? I didn't say that. I was just asking. My voice is bottling? No, it's not bottling. I just was made aware that maybe I yell and scream too much to be able to yell and scream for all 100 hours. So maybe we just don't yell and scream for all 100 hours. My streams are just too high energy, man. They're just too high energy. The I Love Feet streamer is asking why I'm typing !feet. Since when did I become the I Love... Okay, I said I like feet one time. I literally said it one... When did I become the I Like Feet streamer? That does not sound like the thing that I want to be. That's NMP LOL, for sure. Not me. That's one more time than most other streamers. I mean, that's valid, but typical American obsessed with feet. I mean, it's better than, you know, what do you got? Meters? What is that? J-Nick, I'm holding you to that. J-Nick said they'll be here all 15 hours on YouTube. Because YouTube, it's even harder. You can't just open the stream and fall asleep. YouTube, the stream changes. There's 2 streams. It literally changes. You have to have agility. You have to have late night agility. Well, you wanted to be a ball to be able to be touched by Messi's feet. The lore goes deep on this one. That's true. But I feel like that is a totally normal thing for a straight red meat loving American man to say. Not that any of that matters. But I feel like if I was a ball, I would want to be touched by Messi's foot. I hear it. I hear it now. I hear it now. Footballers' feet are so ugly, bro. Dude, all feet are ugly. You know what I've never thought when I saw a foot? Wow, that's nice. I should do more of that. Not once in my entire life. I have never seen a foot and been like, let's increase that in my life. Let's amplify that. You know what? I think we should wear more flip-flops in the grocery store. That's what I think. In New York. Let's wear more flip-flops in the grocery store. I saw some dude wearing flip-flops in the airport. I almost called in a bomb threat. My guy's going through security in flip-flops. Bro, it's the airport. Question about shortlists? Hold on, Mike. I'm on to something important here. I wear my Adidas slides through security because it's easier. If you're wearing socks, it's okay. There is just something. It's the same as like, oh, I'm going to spend a day walking around New York and you rock up in the sandals. You're like, dude, the street is, this is like the most city of all time. It's dirty. You will literally take off your sandals and there will be a dirt line on your feet from that. I know because I've seen it happen to people. Who is taking off their shoes at the airport in this era of TSA pre-check? Even if you're not taking off your shoes, there are just certain areas of the world. Like, I don't know why it is even necessarily. There are certain areas of the world where your shoes need to be closed-toed. They need to be. And if they're not, people will be staring. There are just certain areas of the world, and I'm from Florida. I'm all about, wearing as little clothes as possible to important life events. That's like Florida's national anthem. Sandals in the airport is absurd. I wake up to you most days for some reason because YouTube starts auto-playing you when I fall asleep with my TV on. I feel like I make a good alarm clock, so. I don't know, dude. There was actually, like, last time I was flying, there was some dude in sandals in the airport, and I was just gobsmacked. Not even like a respectable pair of sandals. I'm talking like Adidas slides. Like this dude had just played 60 minutes in a men's league. Just airing the dogs out. Dude, slides with socks is a good move. I probably spent like 15 to 20% of my entire high school in slides with socks. That's a good move. Slides are comfy. The socks prevent your feet from seeing the light of day. Also a plus. Now, what was this short list question, Mike? Do you know if a player is on more than one short list, they are set to keep updated? Do the costs involved increase more due to being on multiple lists? I just wouldn't put players on multiple short lists. I would not put players on multiple short lists. I would imagine that the way the game works, it would probably scout that player twice. I don't know for sure though. That would be my guess. I just think you shouldn't be putting multiple. I just think you shouldn't be putting a player on multiple short lists. I really just think that's where we're at. Yeah, just don't do that. Don't know about FM26's previous titles having a player on multiple lists to keep up to date does not increase the scouting cost. Really? How did they even research that? How did they even look that up? Am I going to TwitchCon Europe this year, by the way? I am not. I am not going to TwitchCon Europe this year. Honestly, kind of been the same thing the last 2 years. But honestly, I would probably still go. It's just the World Cup run-up. I enjoy it, but I don't like... It's cool to see you guys and everything, but the run-up to the World Cup, I've got to be here. I can't be traipsing all across Europe. I gotta be here getting ready for the World Cup stuff. I wish I could go. It would be fun if I could go, but no, I won't be there. Will today be the day Z reads chat request to ask for more foreign affiliates? Why do you want more foreign affiliates? I already asked for a domestic affiliate. Apparently, the board is considering that right now. The board's thinking about it right now. World Cup is more important than us. I don't know. I have a feeling TwitchCon is dying. It's just a feeling. I have no proof. I have no sources, but I have a feeling TwitchCon is dying. It used to be this whole big thing, and it feels like every year it's become less and less of a thing. And that's not just a me thing. It just feels like TwitchCon is dying. I don't think Twitch has any money, bro. Which is amazing because they take like half of the sub money. Here, I need to find a pair of scissors. I'll be right back. There was a string on this thing. I had to cut it away. I had no sharp object in this room to be able to cut it away. Yeah. Fox will have you on a leash by then. If I am ever on a leash, it is only voluntarily. Twitch does well on ads. They have money. I thought Twitch lost money like every year. Last of the 100-hour streams I'll be catching live. Hope it's a good one. Yes. The final day of the 100-hour streams, we're going to be watching Barcelona, Real Madrid live. That's going to be absolutely the same. Yeah, Twitch loses money, I'm pretty sure. Because the difference between Twitch and YouTube, all right, and this is my world, right? This is like the job side of what I do for a living, right? Is YouTube has the best ad selling algorithm in the world. Right. It has a perfect ad selling algorithm that's able to identify target audiences and sell ads that are placed wonderfully for people that advertise. Twitch does not. Twitch sells ads carte blanche. Like you just advertise on Twitch, right? And all the different controversies and all the different whatever, like people could be persuaded off of advertising or Twitch to drive the price down of advertising on Twitch, right? And because there's that lack of individualized ad placement, basically Twitch has not been able to figure out how to categorize streams very well, or has not been able to figure out how to monetize basically what they're doing outside of just taking the money that we make through the website. There's just not been like a viable path to monetization. I think the problem is Twitch stopped halfway. One of the smartest people I know in this realm is a guy named Carl Jacobs, who's a good friend, awesome guy. I've had a conversation, like, he is so smart about this sort of stuff. He's absolute just genius. And Twitch needed to basically gain market share. They needed to accept the losses in order to continue to gain streaming market share, but they kind of stopped halfway and tried to start making more money and tried to become like more profitable. Sorry if this is boring. We're not going to talk about it too long. But like they basically, instead of going all the way YouTube did when it came to like video websites where they just became the only game in town, right? Like Twitch stopped kind of halfway and started to just try to make money. YouTube was losing money for a long time, exactly. And then eventually, once YouTube had the entire market share, YouTube was able to flip a few switches, like limiting video length to 12 hours, and now they're making so much money they don't even know what to do with themselves. Yeah, he's the guy that does the stuff with Mr. Beast sometimes. Big soccer guy, Carl. We've streamed together a couple times. He doesn't stream anymore, though. I made a YouTube video with him. How much of that is Twitch deciding, and how much is that Amazon not wanting to fund it? Probably both. Probably both. Twitch creates a ton of money. Well, obviously, Twitch creates a ton of money, but we're talking like whether they make money or not is determined whether they're losing money, right? And Twitch, whether they're like net losing money. And Twitch is definitely net losing money. Because there isn't, like, it's way easier to monetize videos than it is to monetize streams. Because in streams, it's less predictable what's going to happen or who the content is appealing to. And Twitch and Amazon in general don't have the resources to be able to build an advertising network the way that YouTube has. The way that Google's got the best advertising network in the world. Everybody advertises through Google. Yeah. My theory, I hope it's wrong because I love Twitch. My theory is that whenever YouTube wants to, they can basically invest a couple $1 billion into developing an incredible stream UI and to promoting live streams if they wanted to, and just wipe Twitch off the face of the earth. But I love like the community aspect of Twitch. I love the vibe of Twitch. I really enjoyed like doing the meet and greets at TwitchCon and stuff like that. That stuff was really, really fun. But that is my belief is that that's totally possible. There was a calculation that Twitch lost $100,000 per stream by Asmongold. That's hilarious. Because of how much it costs to like encode everything, that's actually kind of crazy. Do-do-do. Issue with YouTube doing that is live streaming will continuously lose money until servers and technology improves, which is probably why YouTube hasn't done it. But I think if there's a way that to make it profitable, YouTube has the resources to be able to do it. I don't know. This is all like the streaming war stuff, which I don't really care. I'm always going to be streaming somewhere. Hopefully you guys will be there too, and we'll just always be able to have a good time. You know what I mean? Like, it's not something that really affects me dramatically either way. It's just, I like Twitch. I want Twitch to be able to succeed. They lost 100,000 because he streamed on his alt account, which isn't partnered. That is so funny. Are we doing a watch along for PSG Bayern? Yes. So what are we doing today, chat? Today is day 3. We're streaming until 1:40 in the morning my time because I got to this screen 40 minutes late. It happens. I'm sorry. I had some stuff I had to do this morning. We are going to finish looking up the best player for every World Cup team. That's how we're going to start the stream today. We were trying to finish that last night, but it ended up taking too long. It is a very fun project that we were working on. We've got a whole spreadsheet we figured out on Google Sheets and everything. Then we are going to play UD Melilla after probably, 30, 45 minutes. We're going to be playing UD Melilla. Hell yeah. Then we're going to be watching the Champions League. We're going to be watching Real Madrid, no. We're going to be watching PSG against Bayern Munich. Gotcha. Then we're going to be recording some isms because Zealandism's taking the week off. Then we are going to be playing a game called Shadows of Doubt, which some of you guys expressed a lot of excitement when I mentioned that earlier. But today is the day we're going to play Shadows of Doubt. It is a detective game that the head of the Zealand Live channel has wanted me to play for some time that allows Twitch chat to be the different members of the world in which you are living. And, you can commit crimes, be the victim of crimes, just be somebody I run into on the street while I'm walking around trying to solve various crimes that are occurring in this world. So Shadows of Doubt is going to be a lot of fun. And then if there is any time left, like let's say we beat a few things in Shadows of Doubt, we will play my personal long dark save until the end. Just to keep it rolling. That is the plan for today. Yeah. That is the plan for today. When does the user World Cup mode going to be playable on FM26? Bro, it should have been playable a month ago. It literally should have been playable a month ago. I don't know what they're doing. I don't know where it is. The World Cup field has been set since the end of March. It is May 6th. Over a month. I think they're scared to release it. I think they are genuinely scared to release it. I think Sports Interactive is probably afraid to release it because they got absolutely destroyed. But the thing is, rightfully so. I get destroyed sometimes too. Sometimes I'll release a YouTube video and I did something wrong. I said something wrong and I get destroyed for it. It's happened more than once. But you can't get gun shy. You just got to sit down and fix whatever went wrong and then do the next one. I think it's because of the geopolitical situation with Iran and licensing issues. Well, I don't think it's licensing issues. I think licensing-wise, they've had this figured out for a long time because they announced right when the game was coming out that they had all the licenses and that they had partnered with FIFA. It could... Here's the thing. The geopolitical situation with Iran is very real. But it is also very easy if, let's say, Iran ends up not going to the World Cup, which according to FIFA, they are still definitely going to the World Cup. But if Iran ends up not going to the World Cup, you just replace, you release a small patch for the game that just... And in that case, what is happening with Iran is obviously incredibly serious. And them not going to the World Cup is an incredibly serious decision that is still being made. I also think that it could be a convenient excuse for SI to not have released it yet. Because you absolutely can release it and then just patch it later and swap out one team. You know what I mean? But if they're partnering with FIFA, FIFA's not going to let them do that because FIFA's trying to force Iran to show up. Yeah, and I think a big issue for Sports Interactive is they have fallen in love with the art of silence. Fallen in love with it. I mean, there was this point, I don't know if you guys remember this, 2 years ago where they went, we're going to be a lot more open. We're going to tell you guys a lot of everything. And then all of a sudden people started to react poorly to the stuff that they were doing and they just didn't say anything. They've fallen in love with not saying anything. It's powerful but annoying. I don't think it's powerful. I don't think it's powerful. I think it's cowardly. I think that Sports Interactive has not really ever been in a position where they get this amount of hate. They've always gotten some hate. Everybody always gets some hate, right? If you exist in the world of putting things out for people to enjoy, you're always going to get some hate, right? But I think they weren't prepared for the amount of hate they got after they released the game. And any sort of death threat, any sort of like, everybody use your common sense about what I'm saying. I'm not saying it's okay to send death threats to people or to like aggressively demean people. But for people to sit there and be like, this game sucks, you know? There's bugs everywhere. It's not what they promised it was going to be. It doesn't live up to what Miles was selling in the interview. Like, that sort of hate, totally justified. People are allowed to have honest opinions as a reaction to the stuff that you do. Right? In fact, that's something that should be encouraged. But I don't think SI was prepared for that. I don't think they handled the criticism particularly well, at least in the way that their reaction to it was basically to, you know, they did a solid job at the beginning where they came out and they were like, look, we know this game's not up to standard. Like, we hear you. We're going to be releasing regular updates. We're going to try to get, we're going to try to get this stuff figured out. And they released regular updates and they communicated those regular updates. But then at kind of the end of those regular updates, they didn't do an announcement saying, hey, we're kind of done with these regular updates now. They kind of just had it fade out, right? They followed the plan that they'd laid out and they faded it out. And now we get to this point where we have the database update that just kind of emerges out of nowhere without much of an announcement. And then we get to this point where we know there's an international update because they blew a bunch of smoke about it when this game was coming out, but we don't know when. And there hasn't been any communication about, like, you know, there isn't any rollout plan. There isn't any like, oh, 2 weeks from now this is coming out. 1 week from now this is coming out. It doesn't feel like, you know, it feels like there's like people running around with their hair on fire behind the scenes trying to slap this thing together before the actual World Cup starts. You can be unhappy, but keep the hate for yourself. I don't know if I agree with that, Joan. I get the thought process, but I feel like if you don't like something, you have the right to express the fact that you don't like it and to express your dissatisfaction with the person that made it because you were hoping it would be something different. You don't have the right to demean them personally, to send them death threats, to, you know, make their lives hell. You don't have the right to do any of that. But I think if I play Football Manager and there's a bunch of bugs, I think I have the right to sit here and be like, there's a bunch of bugs. And I have the ability and the right to sit here and point out, like, there's a bunch of bugs in this game. They said it was going to be like this flawless game and they weren't going to release it until it was smooth and made sense and worked. Like, if you define the idea of hating as like really aggressively demeaning personal attacks and death threats and stuff, then yeah, don't hate. But if you read a book and you think it's bad, you can just be like, hey, the book wasn't good. If you watch one of my YouTube videos and you're like, that sucked, tell me it sucked. I want to know. It's the same as an opinion. Either my opinion is right and I will be able to convince you that my opinion is right, or my opinion is wrong and I want you to tell me because I don't want my opinion to be wrong. I don't want my YouTube video to be bad. If you think my YouTube video is bad, tell me. You can even be nice while hating at the same time. You can be like, hey, normally love the stuff that you do. Don't know what the hell happened with this YouTube video. Not enough forehead. Exactly. Need more forehead in the next YouTube video. But like, if my YouTube video is bad, I don't want to make bad YouTube videos. I want to make good YouTube videos. Please tell me. Not enough feet. All right. All right. Yeah, negative feedback without... People all the time conflate negative feedback with being mean. And obviously on the internet, there are always going to be, unfortunately, a bunch of people that cross the line into being mean, right? And that's always wrong. But negative feedback is not the same as being mean. Chat just said negative feedback. All right. Yeah, you know what happens if everybody always tells you something is great? If everybody around you is always telling you that what you're doing is great. I'm trying to think of a good example. What's a great example of somebody that's surrounded by yes men? Like artistically. Artistically. Not political. It's obvious to go to a number of political figures. I'm talking artistically. I was thinking Kanye too, dude. The first thought that popped in my head was Kanye. Where you're like so surrounded by yes men that everybody's just telling you it's great, even when it's not. Even when it's not. I think Ronaldo's probably too, but yeah, that's different. I think artistically speaking, George Lucas during the prequels, dude, the prequels were good. Can we stop this? I think it's even more clear that the prequels of Star Wars were good when compared to the last three that were made. Can we please stop that? George Lucas is also sold it a decade ago, you know? Hate is intense emotion of extreme dislike, hostility, or aversion, often driven by anger, fear, or deep prejudice. I think if it's driven by anger, then it's not bad. I think there was a lot of people legitimately angry after Football Manager came out, and basically a lot of the promises that it felt like they'd made hadn't been lived up to. I was born in a world where the prequels and the original three movies were both out and at the same level. I didn't live in a world before the prequels came out. I remember when I was a little kid and we went to the movie theater to see the third one, right? Of the prequels. And I was like, oh, okay, now Star Wars is done. But I never looked at them as separate. Like the prequels to me, they're really good movies that I really enjoyed and made up a significant part of my childhood. I mean, Jar Jar's bad. Jar Jar's awesome. I think this is just racism against Jar Jar Binks' entire species. The Guns, I think the reason people hate the prequels is they are racist against the gun culture. That is what's happening. That is what's happening. I will not stand for it. That is what happened. They are Binkist, exactly. Hot take Star Wars is mid. Well, now it is. Because they torpedoed it with the last three movies, man. This 100-hour stuff is rotting Zealand's mind. I've actually never seen Andor. I've never seen Andor and I've never seen Rogue One. I've heard Rogue One is like the best Star Wars movie. I definitely want to watch it at some point. I have not seen it yet. So I look forward to watching that. The Mandalorian and Grogu movie, will it suck? I don't know, bro. I actually haven't watched The Mandalorian yet. I know it's supposed to be a great show, but I'm like behind on my Star Wars stuff. I'm on a Star Wars hiatus mentally. I'm not even playing the video games, even though I loved Star Wars growing up, because 7, 8, 9 just kind of took me out of it. It just took me out of it. To be out of it. I'll get back into it at some point. I will go back down the rabbit hole at some point, but I've been taken out of it right now. I'm here sitting next to me. Nailed it. Do. About the seas. I'm over here sitting next to me. Take me higher. All right, chat. It is time for us to continue our quest to find the best player for every single national team going to this World Cup. And it is a very interesting list so far. It is an incredibly interesting list so far. Number one, of course, is Kylian Mbappe. Of course, it's Kylian Mbappe. Thibaut Courtois of Belgium, Mo Salah of Egypt, Rodri for Spain. Where's Brazil? All the way down at number 7 with Alisson. Alisson is the highest current ability player for Brazil going to the World Cup. Are you kidding me right now? Morocco, Uruguay with Fede Valverde, and then Sweden is still in the top 10. We've done 34 of the 48 nations so far. Armando Obispo of Curacao is down at the bottom, next to Alessandro Cercati of Australia, Wilson Isidore of Haiti, and Iran's Mehdi Taremi and Chris Wood of New Zealand. All behind Elias Shkiri. Vinny Jr. Vinny Jr. was third. Vinny Jr.'s at 175. Allison's at 177. And Rafinha's at 176. Let's go Haiti. Dude, Haiti actually had multiple players above Curacao. Haiti's next player was Jean-Rickner Bellegarde at 131. Where's England? Well, we've only done 34 of the 48, so we have not done England yet. But we're on the way. Because the last team that we did was... We did this group, was Senegal, I think? Yes, we haven't done Norway. The last team we did was Senegal, and Senegal had Iliman Ndiaye at a 155 current ability who slots into the 18th best player. He was the highest overall player for Senegal, next to Lee Kong-in of South Korea from PSG. He's also at a 155. Where are the three hosts at? Canada is at 16 with Alphonso Davies at 158. He only had a 6 current ability gap over Jonathan David up to this point. Only 6. David was at a 152, Davies at a 158. The United States has Christian Pulisic at a 160 as the best player right now from any host nation because Mexico is, dude, Mexico's top level is so bad. The best Mexican player is striker Julian Quinones at 145. He is between Cape Verde's Logan Costa and Bosnia and Herzegovina's Sead Kolasinac. They are in order, but only 34 of the 48 have been entered. We've got 14 left to go. In chat, I have a question for you. Who is the best Norwegian player? Personally, I'm going Sorloth. Could be anybody though. I'm going Sorloth. Sander Berg, maybe. Could be anybody. Could be anybody. Fjartoft, exactly. Solskjaer, probably still Solskjaer. True, very true. Yeah, could be absolutely anyone. Could be anybody for Norway. Could be anybody. Erling Haaland's only a 184? Dude, he only has an 8 gap. You seeing this? He only has an 8 gap over Martin Odegaard. 184 to 176, and then dude, Sorloth is actually third. It's 26 down to the third player. And then they've got Alexander Sorloth, Frederick Arsnes, I've never known how to say his name, Julian Ryerson, Antonio Nusa, Patrick Berg, Sander Berge, and Jurgen Strand Larsen, clear 140. Erling Haaland checks in at a 184. Not that many A's. Erling Haaland, the best player for Norway going to this World Cup. Obviously, they are a bit of a top-heavy team. But let's get that entered into our table. And another one for the Striker Brotherhood. There is a solid number of strikers on this table right now. 184 in group... Oh, heavens. What group are we in? Group I. All right. That does put him at number 2, though. That does put him at number 2. He clears Thibaut Courtois of Belgium and Mo Salah of Egypt, and then Rodri of Spain make up the top 5. Rodri clearing Pedri and Lamine Yamal, who are 177 and 175, respectively. And Kylian Mbappe checking in at 195. Should make a best 11 with this list. I think we are absolutely going to try to do that once we get the rest of the list in. The best player for Iraq. All right, real ball knowers stand up. Real ball knowers stand up. Who is the best player for Iraq at this World Cup? 184. Oh, God, you're right. Did I put it in wrong? No, I put it in right. Okay. Best player for Iraq. Who is Iraq's best player? Yeah, the biggest gap right now is Morocco. Ashraf Hakimi had a 26 current ability gap from anybody else on his team. We got a lot of good guesses. I think Zidane Iqbal carried it early. Who is the best Iraqi player? Who the hell is Kevin Jakob? He plays for Iraq. Kevin Jakob, who plays for AGF. Literally no one got that one, I think. An absolute crazy poll. Midfielder Kevin Jakob for the Iraqi national team is a 123 over Mirkas Doski, Ibrahim Bayesh. There's Zidane Iqbal, Rezan Bashar, Aman Hussein, Natik Saad, and Atwan Amjad. Or Amjad Atwan, I believe, and Saad Natik. His age is wrong. It's 25. Okay, so the way this database works is Football Manager does the here. This should be important. This should be disseminated everywhere. The way this database works is there is an update in January. They update all the current abilities at the end of the transfer window in January. They update what teams the guys are on, but their ages still revert back to what their age was in October. So their current ability is updated to like March, basically. But their ages are still in October because when you start a save in Football Manager, it starts in October. But their current abilities and teams are updated to what they are in real life in March. That make sense? So yes, Kevin Jakob is a year older than he is in this Football Manager database when it starts, because when you start a Football Manager database, it starts at the beginning of the season, even though his current ability in the team he's on is updated to March. It's just because of the way that the game works. So if you see an age here, that age is likely ticked back. All right, now let's look this guy up in FM. Chat, I think he might be the worst best player. I think he might be the worst best player. Well, he doesn't have a G in his name, so let's start there. Oh, great hair. Attacking midfielder Kevin Jakob from AGF is the best Iraqi player going to this World Cup. Yeah, this is just a really young picture of this guy. It's definitely the same guy, but this is just a really, it says it's him in 2021. Bro, this is his middle school yearbook picture. That's why we got jump scared. Oh my goodness, Curaçao's not in last, though. Curaçao is not in last. We have a new last place. Kevin Jakob from Iraq. Dude, I had no idea Iraq was so low. He's 123. Kevin Jakob slots into last behind Armando Obispo. Jakob with a Y. Whoops. You're so right. I am sorry, Kevin. You are the best Iraqi player in the world, and it is my bad that I didn't put you in correctly. We're just going to tab him as a midfielder. We're not going to classify attacking midfielders as a separate player. We're just going to classify midfielders altogether, from defensive to attacking. Yeah, he was born in Sweden, I think, and plays for the Iraqi national team. You have actually the city of birth of all of the players right here. Like Baghdad, Manchester. Zidane Iqbal was born in the UK. Al Hila, Hanover, Göteborg. Best player just has 5 caps. That's sad. Well, I think it's because he's only transitioned recently. He played youth for Sweden. He attracted interest in the IFA to play for the national team. On January 2023, FIFA agreed to let him transfer paperwork to the Iraqi FA, making him eligible for selection. He was called up on March 23 to face Russia, but his club refused to let him go due to the fact that the game was in Russia amidst the invasion of Ukraine. He made his debut against Colombia, but after 23 minutes he went off injured, which later turned out to be a cruciate ligament injury. He has since, I'm assuming, returned from that cruciate ligament injury to play for Iraq again because he has 5 appearances. So we will see if he was like on the field for Iraq's most recent matches, perhaps. Yeah, he was there. Kevin Jakob is a member of the team and played against Bolivia in the playoff final. He was substituted in the 84th minute. Or substituted on in the 84th minute. He was substituted on in the 84th minute. And he's the highest rated player on Football Manager that is eligible for Iraq. They do have a player called Meme. Yes, he has played for them for a while. Meme, technically. Yeah, dude couldn't play in his first call-up with Iraq because they were in Russia. Next call-up, he plays against Colombia and tears his ACL 23 minutes in. He had a rough start to his Iraqi career. But I'll tell you what, he is still, due to his club career, the highest-rated Iraqi player that is going to the World Cup, Kevin Jakob. What are we doing right now? We're looking up the best player on every World Cup team. And it has been a really fun, strange exercise that's helped us reconceptualize, like, the level that certain teams are at, you know? Like, I think everybody just assumes Curaçao's supposed to be the worst team at the World Cup, but what if it's Iraq, man? What if Iraq just doesn't have that high-level quality that Curaçao's bringing to the party? Or, for example, that Mexico, dude, the craziest one was literally the first one that we did, that Mexico's best player is a 145. Mexico's best player ranks 25th behind Paraguay, Bosnia-Herzegovina, Czechia, Ivory Coast, Senegal, South Korea, Japan, Canada, US, Turkey, Switzerland, Scotland, Ecuador, Sweden, Uruguay, Morocco, Brazil, Germany, Netherlands, Spain, Egypt, Belgium, Norway, France. Rough. All right, next team. The next team is, out of Group J, Argentina. Is it Messi? Or is it somebody else? Surely Haiti's worse than Curaçao? Haiti actually has multiple players over 130. This helps reconceptualize teams for people. It's very interesting. Haiti not only has Wilson Isidore, who checks in above Australia, Curaçao, and Iraq at a 132. Haiti's next best player is a 131, Jean Rickner Belgar. They have multiple Premier League players. Anyways, is it Messi? Could be Lautaro Martinez. Julian, perhaps. It's still Messi by 2, dude. It's still Messi by 2. He's at a 172. Then Julian Alvarez and Lautaro Martinez are tied at 170, and Enzo's at a 168. McAllister down at a 159, and I forgot about Emi Martinez, all the way down at a 157. Then Romero, Ezequiel Palacios, and Rodrigo de Paul at a 156. Nico Paz and Lisandro Martinez at a 152. Matias Sule, Nico Gonzalez, and Paulo Dybala all at 150. Lionel Messi is still the best Argentine player in Football Manager. At 38, he's still got the sauce, the reigning MLS champion and MLS MVP. He's won 2 trophies since coming over to the United States to go with his League Cup championship. He has 193 caps in this game, like at the start of the database, which is insane. He scored 20 goals in 19 MLS matches this year. That was his near. This is his MVP season. He did not win the MVP this year because he didn't play enough matches. Lionel Messi is still the best Argentine player in Football Manager. They had him won, what, 172? All right, so the best player, probably the best player in Group J. I don't know. Probably the best player in Group J. We're not sure. He slots in as the 11th best top player for his country at the World Cup, just behind Fede Valverde and just ahead of Alexander Isak of Sweden. Honestly, as somebody that lives in the U.S. and watches MLS, Lionel Messi still got the sauce, dude. He's still got the sauce. I have problems with my eyes. I thought Messi was shirtless. I'm not going to lie to you. That Inter Miami kit is fantastic. The Inter Miami kit, that pink, that flamingo pink that Inter Miami has is fantastic. I'm not like an Inter Miami truther, but it is a great kit. It's a slower pace. No, the big issue that European players have when they come over to the U.S. is that the physical pace is often very similar. The technical level is lower. MLS isn't competitive for a 38-year-old player. I mean, players go from MLS and do really well in the championship right now. The level of MLS is look, I'm not going to pretend MLS is some sort of top 10 league in the world, but it is top 20. Yeah, the United States development of athletes prioritizes athleticism. So the physical intensity and speed of the game is pretty darn high. I think that's why the transition to a league like the championship usually goes so well. But the technical level of the game is lower. MLS is very easy to hate, and it used to be way worse than it is. But like over the last 10 years, you've had guys like Thiago Almada, guys like John Duran have been developed in MLS. And the fact that Messi is still able to show up in a league like that at 38 and just be like the best player, not even close, he's still got it. I mean, obviously he's not at like the absolute peak of his powers, but he's still got the sauce. I'm not surprised that Football Manager is also ranking him as the best Argentine player too. He still has the sauce. UAE is the new MLS for over-the-hill players to cash in. And I would say Saudi to some extent, but I mean, some of those Saudi players are pretty darn good. Suarez can barely run and scores in the MLS. Dude, if you watch Inter Miami matches, the biggest issue Inter Miami has is that their front line can't move. Their front line cannot move. What MLS team do you support? I don't really have, I don't have a club. I didn't grow up with a club, and the teams that I support, like I actually let affect my mood and I throw my entire weight behind, are teams I've supported since the moment I could walk. Like teams that I've always always supported. Yeah. I mean, Suarez doesn't do anything but shoot, man. Like he can't move. He has to get injections in his knees. Yeah, but he can still shoot. Yeah, like he can still shoot. He just shoots. Is Julian still playing? Yeah, he's actually hurt for the first time in his career. He just had his second surgery. Yeah, Suarez wouldn't be on the dude. I don't. Here's the honest truth. I don't think Luis Suarez would be playing anymore if he wasn't playing with Messi. But he's playing with Messi, who's able to tee him up in the right way. The introduction of academies at every MLS club will continue to trend up in developing players. No, the U.S. development system for soccer is so bad. It's so bad. It's diabolically bad. So many people fall through the cracks. So many people fall through the cracks. So there's like, what, 31 MLS teams? Each one of those has an academy. 95% of the population of the United States is not within 2 hours, like, of those academies. It's about who you know. It's about who can afford to drive or who can afford to move to live with their kid near that academy. The reason that places like Brazil and France and England consistently produce amazing players is because every kid gets an opportunity to, like, be seen. And, like, let me give you an example. If a kid is really good, there's a place for them to go. Somebody is going to see them and they're going to move on to the next level. In the United States, if a kid is really good, I need you to process this. In the United States, if a kid is really good, the majority of the time, no one will ever notice them. And they will just stop playing. Then they just go to college and just get a normal job. The majority of the time. If a kid is really good, nobody will notice. Because there's no system in place for them to be noticed. Why is that the case? Because the soccer in the U.S. is modeled the same way, basically, as every other sport in the U.S. And every other sport in the U.S., whether it be basketball or baseball or American football, scouts high school athletics really aggressively. Really aggressively. Because college basketball is a huge money industry. College American football is a huge money industry. College baseball is a pretty big deal, but professional baseball teams can also sign players directly from high school, and professional baseball makes billions and billions and billions and billions of dollars. And so they scour every high school they can to find a kid that can throw 95 miles an hour so that they can freaking sign them. In the United States, college soccer is a way smaller deal than all of those sports. It doesn't really matter at all. MLS academies run one youth team. Like DC United will just have DC United U15s or whatever. And they try to vacuum up the talent in that immediate area to come into that one team. But there aren't other teams around. Because the way the MLS runs its business model, they aggressively try to stamp out all other clubs like USL clubs, NPSL clubs, like playing whack-a-mole. And the problem is you need those clubs. Like Manchester United, Manchester City, they need Morecambe. You need your Wrexhams. You need your Newport counties. I don't know why I'm staying in Wales. You need your, why can I not think of, you need Dagenham and Redbridge. You need Hartlepool. You need, right, like you need all these teams. Notts County. Because those teams exist and kids play at them when they're 9, 10 years old. I played club soccer. I played high school soccer and club soccer. Not the whole time, but the last 2 years of high school. And in that club soccer, there was no senior club. It was pay to play. My parents showed up with a check and put it on the table, and it was like, whatever, $1,000 to be able to play the season because there was no senior club that was funding the existence of even a little local team. It's not like we were traveling all over the country to play. We were just paying for jerseys and coaches and whatever. That was being funded by us, the kids. And the club literally ends at U18 because in the United States, going off to college is like a huge cultural thing. And so you play, club soccer until you finish high school, and then you go off to college. There's no pyramid. There's no scouts. Unless your club team happens to be really good and go to like some giant state championship and some guy happens to see you there in that one moment. There's no senior team that I'm aspiring to be in. The senior team at the whole club system is, the U18s. The answer is that there needs to be a lot more clubs in the US. My answer. There needs to be a pyramid because the pyramid allows a U.S. 5th division, the Florida division and the 5th division, to have a bunch of little semi-professional clubs that don't need millions of dollars to function, that don't have to be a part of MLS, that are, just representative of Lakeland or Carrollwood or Ybor or all these little towns around Tampa, Lutz. Because those are the clubs where all of these kids start when they're 8, 9 years old. And because those clubs exist in that way, there is a pathway that, there's somebody looking at them. And there's an understanding that if this kid's good, they go here, and they go here, and they go here. In the United States, there is no understanding like that. Is the U.S. Premier in the pyramid a step into fixing this problem? Yes. 100%. It's a step in the right direction, but it's not the actual success of the right. There's also a cultural issue. There's a cultural issue in the United States because the United States never looks outside of itself. Another reason that Brazil is so successful.
Because his career was in ruins.
It's terrible. B. I hit the wrong button. There's a cultural problem in the U.S. and that the U.S. never looks outside of itself. Brazil is so great at developing footballers because these guys will go to Ukraine, they will go to Thailand, they'll go to Vietnam, they'll pop up in the Indian Premier League. There's a Brazilian in every league in the world because they go, oh, I can go play professional football and make decent money over there. I'm going to go that way. In the United States, there's no understanding that if I'm not good enough to play for MLS right now when I'm 18, that you can go literally anywhere else. They don't go anywhere else. I'm very passionate about this subject. It's time for our first flip of the day, chat. Are you ready? We have now been streaming this week for 26 hours. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Flip me, baby, one more time. We've now streamed 26 hours this week. We're flying. Yeah, the United States just does not understand soccer culturally and understand that the rest of the world plays it because that was my big revelation. Like, you guys, if you're not from the US, you will not understand this because you always lived in a world where you understood that the whole world played this sport. When I was 10, I have a vivid memory of playing my Nintendo DS. I had the 2006 World Cup video game that somebody made the mistake of getting me, and that turned into my life's work. And the loading screen was a Saudi Arabian flag, which has like the Arabic letters on it, and there was a camel and like sand dunes and stuff. And the loading screen was basically, it was like, the Saudi Arabian national team. And my 10-year-old brain exploded. Because I didn't understand that, other people play this like other countries? Because the other sports we play, particularly 20 years ago when I was having this revelation, nobody else played. Our sporting world was cut off from everybody else. We did our thing. We played our sports, and there were funny other sports happening other places. Like, the idea of a sport being global didn't make a lot of sense. As global as it got is like when we go to the Olympics and play basketball. The U.S. doesn't care enough about soccer currently. The U.S. cares about soccer a lot more than you know. There's just two differences. One, the U.S. just doesn't really interact with the rest of the world culturally from within the U.S. nearly as much. And that effect, and there's just not an understanding. You would be stunned when I talk about World Cup qualifying to my American friends. They're like, wait, Japan has a team? And you're like, yeah, they're actually really good. I mean, that's a genuinely normal conversation with somebody that's super into sports and knows who Pulisic is and whatever, and knows he knows what the Premier League is and watches the Prim some. They'll be like, oh, China has a team? You'll be like, yeah. In fact, the Cook Islands have a team. So there's the two differences. One, a complete lack of understanding that the world plays the sport. And two, if you don't follow soccer, you don't follow it at all. In most other countries, there's plenty of people that don't follow soccer, but they have a kind of an understanding of what's happening. But there is 50% of the US population that has absolutely no idea. They don't know what the offside rule is. They don't know Brazil's the best team. They barely know who Pele is, if at all, just because he played for the New York Cosmos in the 70s and their dad used to talk about it. If you don't know the sport, which a large number of Americans do, but if you don't, it's not part of the zeitgeist, and they don't know it at all. And so if you run into one of those Americans, you're like, oh, America doesn't care about the sport at all. It's like, no, it's just because the sport's really new for us. It is by far the newest sport for us, that there is just a lot of children left behind, basically. So those are the two things that contribute to that. So interesting conversation. Historically, the best team. All right, I'm not, Most Americans don't know much about outside their municipality. Dude, my favorite American fact is when the Civil War started and all of these young dudes marched off to their different camps to go fight in this horrific war that ended up killing 3 to 4% of the US population. The average American had never been more than 10 miles away from their home in their life. In their life. Walking from Vermont to New Hampshire was mind-blowing to them. The United States has never fully come out of that. I grew up in the state of Florida. The majority of people in my high school class have never seen snow. They've never been north of North Carolina. Some of them have never left Florida. And when they have, maybe some of them that have left Florida, they just took a cruise. Approximately 50% of Americans have passports. That feels high. That feels very high. Why are our Yank friends so late to the football train? Why are we late to the football train? Because the United States. Okay. I'm gonna do this, and then we're gonna continue with what we were doing because I could probably talk about this for hours. No, it's not because of FIFA. The United States has a very immersion-centric culture. So I'm going to use a personal example. My mom's family came from Italy. in the late 1800s and early 1900s. They came over from Italy. They moved to Chicago and Houston, Texas, and were just Italian. They, upon moving to the United States, did not teach their kids Italian, changed their last name, and disassociated completely from where they'd come from. The only thing that survived this was one pasta recipe. This is a very similar story for a lot of people that have immigrated to the United States, especially in that period from the late 1800s to the early 1900s, when there was a boom in population in the U.S. and when a lot of the rest of the world was being exposed to soccer. There was a massive emphasis in the U.S. on becoming American. Like they're like the unifying, becoming American. Like it's just a really intense cultural pressure. Not, obviously that's become a little more aggressive recently, but it wasn't even necessarily that aggressive. It was this kind of subconscious cultural pressure that was applied where, you wanted to assimilate into the suburbia and be just the next white picket fence on, you wanted to be normal. And then that inherently cuts you off from, like, if you look at nations that are football obsessed, whether it be Haiti, whether it be Ivory Coast, whether it be Indonesia, whether it be like all these nations that get really obsessed with football. Brazil is also an example you can use in this. It came from the interaction with immigration, the interaction with colonialism. The U.S. just built a wall, like a cultural wall. And once you walk through that wall, it was like, here's your apron and here's a spatula. We have cookouts on Sundays. Assimilation was the only option. And so soccer just died at that wall because it was a foreign sport. Like you came into the U.S. and you became American, and that was it. And people really, really leaned into that. And that created the America that we live in now, that I live in now. It wasn't like a top-down thing. It was more of a bottom-up thing. But it's a cultural thing in the U.S. that's very hard to explain, but it's really funny because you'll have, and you'll have like, somebody's parents will be from Vietnam or whatever, right? And they came over to the U.S. after the war in the 70s. And then their kid grows up in Texas because that's where the largest Vietnamese population is in Texas. And they're just like a cowboy. They don't speak Vietnamese. They're walking around in a cowboy hat saying y'all. It's a very dominant, on top of you culture. Usually the only thing that survives it is the food. The language usually dies. The customs usually die. The food lives. Very interesting talk today. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I'm an American translator for a lot of people. So when it comes to soccer, right, it was a foreign sport that in a lot of countries was kind of brought in by that interaction, whether it was colonial or immigration based or usually both. The sport was introduced and then you really wanted to beat the other people at it and then you just got really obsessed with it. The United States had this kind of cultural wall and the United States broke out of colonialism before the sport was codified. And so it was always a foreign sport that just died at that wall. And FIFA didn't care for a long time. By 1994, FIFA cared. And so they put a World Cup in the U.S. And the U.S. loves sports. We have a really aggressive, over-the-top sporting culture that we have to be the best at everything. And so by the 94 World Cup, you fired up the bald eagles and the George Washington wigs and got ready to roll. But like, that plus Premier League plus video games has introduced the United States to soccer as some sort of like new age FIFA colonialism. No, we're going to play Melilla in a little bit. We're going to play UD Melilla in a little bit. For me, you're a European spy. No way an American is like you. Look, the thing to know about me is I'm not unusual in any way. Right? Like the perception I think about like Americans that are into soccer is that they're like first or second generation Americans. I can't find a family member that grew up outside the US and Canada until like the mid 1800s, late to mid 1800s. Like my parents had no idea what soccer was, you know, like I grew up in Florida. I just found the sport and fell in love with it. Like, but statistically speaking, I am very normal. There's nothing that is leaning towards me that's like, oh, this guy was predisposed to get really into soccer. Where do your ancestors come from? I mean, what does it really matter, to be honest? How do you find the sport? The FIFA video games. I used to play all the sports video games, and I used to get all the FIFA video games as well. And then the Premier League was on TV, and I learned what the World Cup was when I was 10, and it was the World Cup that hooked me. Because there's something in my brain, this is just a me thing personally, I love tournaments. Love tournaments. I used to make tournaments out of little things. Like I would create family tournaments at every family get together. I would create brackets and group stages and like double elimination. Like I just love the science of tournaments and deciding who the best team is. Like I just love that in my brain. And when I discovered what the World Cup was, I was like, oh, this is the biggest tournament in the world. Like this is just the biggest, coolest, most decisive tournament in the world. And so that just kind of hooked me in initially, and then you can just keep going down that rabbit hole. And once I found Football Manager, it was like a gateway drug was over, and I was on the hard stuff now. There's no greater concentration of soccer enjoying American citizens than in Florida. I don't know, maybe California or Texas. But yeah, I mean, Florida's a really diverse state. Florida doesn't get a lot of credit for being really diverse. We're all dumb together. You mean the small 7-game tournament? No, you're qualifying. The World Cup's the biggest tournament in the world. It takes 4 years. World Cup qualifying is going to start next year for the next one. Like you got to zoom out. The whole tournament is the biggest tournament in the world, and it's so cool. My boy Blue, thank you for the $9.99. Too many people outside of the U.S. assume the first or second generation Americans are the only soccer fans. There are literally tens of millions of American soccer fans. Exactly. Thank you for the $10 donate. I know Boy Blue's one of them. Boy Blue's a diehard Dallas fan. You have Euro qualifiers in Europe? Yeah, I know. Asia starts first. Asia, then Africa, then CONCACAF, then South America, and then Europe starts last. Not that I would know. But yeah, that's how I got into it personally. I mean, I played. The funny thing is, like, you ever heard of the soccer mom? Like, everybody plays soccer in the US. They all just kind of stop around middle school. And then the people that are really into it become the soccer guys, right? Because in the US, you always have, like, you have your football guys, you have your basketball guys, you have your baseball guys, you have your soccer guys. So you become a soccer guy, and then you play in high school. I didn't. I was a basketball guy. And then I converted to soccer because they needed a backup goalkeeper. Oh, hockey guys are great. Yeah. I love hockey guys. Good vibe. They're similar to lacrosse guys. America's large and hard to understand and confusing, but the idea that, like, the idea that we, like, can't watch it or can't understand it, I think is a shame, because I think we can bring a pretty unique perspective to it, because the United States, for all, like, is a very unique country. And I think that, you know, the way we cheer for the sport and the way we develop our players and the way our soccer culture develops is going to be uniquely flawed and American. Yeah, also very important to note that soccer is considered a more feminine, more European, more effeminate, girlier sport in the United States. $100%. That is not like up for debate. That's not like that was a factual thing for, still is. Depending on where you are in the country, it still is 100% a factual thing. It's a female sport. I think in certain areas you probably don't get that as much anymore, but it used to be wave a stronger thing. You guys play your sports with armor on? Dude, I won't even be, as somebody that played American football in Florida, I won't even begin to start that conversation. American football as a sport is in my blood. I will watch it until the day I die and love watching it, but my kids are never playing that. Ever. That sport is a horrible idea and does awful things to your body. The armor does not help. But, like, soccer is viewed in a lot of parts of the U.S. as a softer sport. And the funny thing is, and I'm not trying to be offensive here, I'm just telling you, like, the way it's perceived in American culture is toughness is obviously very big, very important in the U.S. Being tough, you know, spitting out blood, like, you know, going back into the game. It's very, very masculine, very tough, like, sporting culture. And the way that's expressed is like just raw physical toughness. What makes soccer kind of effeminate is because it's European. Like, it's tied together. Like, the idea of, like, if you go to rural Mississippi and you're like, what is European to you? They'll be like, oh, fancy dyed hair, skinny jeans. Sorry. Oh, they got them skinny jeans. They got them fancy dyed hair. They be playing all that silly girl sport. You know, they're eating all that little frou-frou-y food. You know, they can't handle a big steak like we can, you know. Like, that's the conversation you'll have. Now, they're not going to be mean to you. They'd be very nice and welcoming. Like, if you came from Sweden and went to rural Mississippi, they'd be like so blown away and happy that you're there. And like, they would, you know, open their home, share their food with you, you know, be very nice. But the perception in the United States is that Europe is soft. And that is then tied to soccer. None of this is actually true. I'm just explaining to you, like, the cultural motives. And so if soccer is then tied to Europe, it then becomes that, like, softer European sport. That has slowly gone away over the last 25 years. But from where we started to where we are now, it's made a lot of progress in terms of people viewing soccer as just another sport. But it was always looked at as, like, 25 years ago, it was the same as, like, men's volleyball, basically. Not mean, just very uninformed. Yeah. I mean, the thing about that rural guy that I'm impersonating in Mississippi is he's never left Mississippi. Everything he knows about anything is going to come from some TV shows and Fox News, bro. He's got nothing to work with. I'm not sure why American sports need to have such violence. I don't know if you've noticed, we're a violent people. We like violence for entertainment. It's like the Roman Empire holding gladiatorial combat, bro. Our fans are less violent. That is true. Say what you want, but the fans are less violent. The violence is in the arena. The violence is in the arena. Basketball is not as violent. It used to be more violent. If you watch it back in the 80s and 90s, it used to be way more physical, but it's not nearly as violent now. Baseball's not violent. I don't know, man. When you break an unspoken rule in baseball, they literally throw the ball and just hit you with it at 90 miles an hour. I mean, when I was a little kid, we would sit around and watch big hit NFL compilations. That was like something we enjoyed doing. I still, somewhere back in my like primal brain, as a hardwired American, will sit around with my friends and be like, dude, we should pull up one of those big hit compilations. Stop calling it soccer. I don't know, man. That's what we call it here. I say football a lot of the time because I realize I'm interacting with people from around the world, and I'll use your word for it. But when I'm talking to my friends, when I'm talking to my parents, when I'm talking to, yeah, I say soccer. It's just what we call it here. I didn't make that rule. It's not like we're trying to bait anybody. It's just we have a sport that we call football, and we have a sport that we call soccer. I think it's a little overblown. I think hating the word soccer is conflated with hating Americans. Which, fair. We deserve that sometimes. But, you know, the word itself isn't doing much harm. Does rugby confuse Americans? Yeah. We just invented a different sport off of that. Kind of the same way that Australia invented Aussie rules. You know, and over the 150 years, the sport evolved into something very different. And so rugby's just a sport, you know, with a rule set that we don't recognize. How can your American football be called as football? All right, I'll explain this once. I explain this every once in a while because I think it's important, like educationally. So, why is American football called football? Because the first American football game was played in 1869. This is before the rules of rugby and American, association football were codified. That happened in the 1870s. The first recognized American football game happened in 1869. And what this was a very similar sport to what was being played in England and anywhere else that was playing this sport at the time. If you watched that American football game in 1869, it would have been very recognizable relative to what was being played everywhere else. Since 1869, this sport of football, which involves taking a ball and putting it in a goal, has evolved, and its rules have changed dramatically. Obviously, there's a couple of flashpoints. Teddy Roosevelt in the early 1900s, where the forward pass became legal and all these sorts of things. And the ball has changed, and technology for the ball has changed. And from that point in 1869, where it was basically the same sport and it was called football, rightfully, it has evolved into what you see today, which is obviously very different. But what didn't change was the name. The name stayed. Nobody would look at the sport American football and go, we should call that football. But nobody ever saw it cause to change the name because that's just what everybody called it. And very slowly, like a frog in boiling water, the rules changed from literally 150 years ago to now. And now the game is what it is. But if you look around the world, you go to South Africa, you go to Ireland, you go to Australia, they all have their own football, right? Because they were part of the British colonial empire. They were part of the British sphere of influence. The basic rules of football were moved over there. And then because they were in a different part of the world, a different set of rules around the game of football developed. The United States, in my opinion, has obviously gone the farthest away from the foot in general. But the idea of what football was, there were a lot of different rule sets that sprung up about that. It all started at the same point. And then different countries went different directions with the rules. So Americans didn't like the way of football? Not necessarily. I mean, even the British couldn't decide which type of football they liked. They codified two different rule sets. It started as the same sport, and one has eventually become rugby, and one has become association football, which is what we call, football or soccer today. So they've developed in different directions. Yeah. Basically, the rules just evolved over time. It's just the way that, it's this in the same way that the rules of soccer are still evolving. I mean, 10 years ago, you had to have, whatever it was, two guys in the center circle to start the game, and goal kicks had to leave the box. You see how the game evolves just with these little rule changes. Now imagine that amplified over 150 years. I'm from a small town in Texas. Oh, thank you, Boy Blue, for the $20 donation on YouTube, my man. I'm considered extremely well-traveled because I have been to 22 other states. Rural America is so ridiculously isolated from everything, even fellow Americans. Yes. I think something that I've overlooked that plagues America constantly is that the isolationism of the United States is not limited to other countries. It's limited to other states. And so, like, people in Florida that I grew up with, for example, will have wild notions about what New York City is like because they've never been, right? And so when different states are beefing, it's the same way as the US beefing with another country where, like, the people in the United States that might be having these hot reactions to this have never been there. They've never met anybody from there. They don't know what it's like. They don't know what they don't know what they're talking about. Yeah, for example, if I walked out my front door and got in a car, drove straight to the highway and drove directly towards another state, it would take me 6.5 hours to get to another state. Why not just travel? That's a part of the reason. The other reason is it's expensive, and the US is pretty poor. In Florida. New York City is weird because New York City basically is like a dongle that drops down in between two other states. So New Jersey and Connecticut are pretty accessible by train within like an hour. Yeah, you could also say, why don't you travel? There's not a lot of public transit, particularly in the South and the West. The Northeast has some. Like if I want to hop on a train to Boston, if I want to hop on a train to DC, I can do that. You can't do that in Florida. So if you want to be like, oh, just travel, just get a train somewhere. One, you need a car to do anything in the United States. So if I could take a train to Atlanta, what the hell am I going to do? I can't drive anywhere. I'm just going to have to Uber everywhere. That's expensive, right? I can't take a train to Atlanta. That doesn't exist. There is no Florida to Atlanta, right? There's no Florida to Dallas or Jackson, Mississippi. It's not real. Doesn't happen. If it does, it takes 24 hours and it's really expensive and you're not going to do it. So you got to fly and rent a car, or you got to drive, right? Where like if you're in Germany, for example, and you're like, oh, I want to travel, you can take a train down to the Alps for the weekend. It'll run you less than $100. And you'd be like, oh, I just knocked off 2 other countries. Have I thought about moving to Europe? I get homesick, dude. This is another thing people overlook all the time. They overlook it when they're talking about countries that they don't understand or don't like. Is like, just because you don't understand it and you don't like it, and those reasons are usually, or sometimes at least, completely justified, doesn't mean I don't still love it. It's where I'm from. The way people talk, the way the culture works, the way people act, the way the food tastes, the way the sun is. Like, that's just home for me. And when I spend time in the UK, if I'm there for a couple weeks, I'm like, I'm ready. I'm ready to go home, And I love the traveling and everything, but places that I think I could live, Australia and New Zealand feel familiar enough to me. I think I could totally live in Australia and New Zealand. Do you really love it, or are you maybe just afraid of change? I don't think I'm afraid of change. But like, no. I don't know what there would be to what there would be to be afraid of. I'm not like afraid of Europe. It's actually the opposite. I'm probably safer. Scandinavia? No, dude. There's something in the Scandinavian culture that always catches me off. It's just this little... I'm going to use like a Skyrim example. I love Nim. Love Nim. Right? Nim and Yabe are some of my dearest friends. They are both Scandinavian. I'm talking more generally here. It's not directness. Now, there's direct subcultures in the US. It feels, when I am in Scandinavia, it feels like I'm a wood elf and they're all high elves. Does that make sense? I don't want to say pretentious because pretentious is like a loaded word. And if somebody called me pretentious, I would take it as an insult. Right? And I don't necessarily think that's just on the nose what it is, but like just. I'm going to try. I'll try a different one. I loved that analogy, but I'm going to try a different one. I don't think I could ever live in Scandinavia because it's not dirty enough. That actually makes, somebody on YouTube said that actually makes more sense. Yeah, I don't know. And I mean, like, literally no ill will. I've literally never had a beef with a Scandinavian person. It's just like something in the air makes me feel like a wood elf amongst high elves. Like, maybe I'm just too uncivilized to do it. Maybe I just can't. I need to be surfing alligators and wrestling pythons and I don't know. I've been to every Scandinavian country, including the Faroe Islands, if you count that too. So I got experience. I've been to Iceland, Faroe Islands, Norway, Denmark, Sweden, and Finland. I have spent weeks of my life in Sweden, spent a week of my life in the Faroes. I've been to Iceland 4 times, been to Norway twice, Denmark only once, actually. As a fellow American, I relate to this so hard. Okay, I'm glad I'm at least making sense to the Americans. Maybe, I don't know if there's a way for me to make this make sense. It's our taxes. No, it's not. I actually think that, like free college sounds awesome. But no, it's totally different than that. I'm talking purely cultural. I'm talking about like a purely, like, dude, smug in a kind way is definitely really, really close. Smug in a kind way is really a good way to say it. Like, I just feel like when I'm in Scandinavia, they know I'm not them, and I ain't ever gonna be them. So I don't think I could ever live in a place like that. I'd always feel like foreign. I had a friend in college that went and worked in Finland for 2 years. She asked if I was interested in it. I said, it was in our history degree field. I grew up in the Texas desert. Dear Lord, no. Yeah. Yeah, but look, the point, so all this came from somebody, literally, I don't know why somebody asked about Scandinavia, but the general point was, would you live in Europe? And my answer was no. And it's not anything against Europe. It's just I wouldn't be able to feel at home there. How do you feel the same as a Florida man in the US? Yeah, New York's really different. New York is really different. Thank you for asking that because yes, It took me years to get used to New York. Would I live in Canada? Yeah, I mean Canada's the US with different paint. Would I be able to live in South America? I've never been. I have a massive black mark on my travel resume. I've somehow never been to South America. I don't know how that's happened. I've literally just never been. I've been in New York for 4.5 years now. I've been in New York for 4.5 years now. Yeah, New York is just faster. New York is just faster. You went to Syracuse, but never went to Montreal. I've been to Montreal. That's not in South America. It's my favorite thing about New York. The subway. My favorite thing about New York is the subway. If I go out and have a few beers with the guys, I don't have to worry about how I'm gonna get home. Did I have too much? I can't drive. I got to Uber, and then I got to Uber back to get my car in the morning. The subway is fantastic. Aren't Americans pretentious? In California, yes. Depends on, I mean, there are definitely pretentious Americans, yeah. But Shevad, as part of that conversation, you said you're Danish and we're not pretentious. I explicitly said I don't want to use the word pretentious because it's not 100% right. And if somebody called me pretentious, I would be offended. So I want to be very clear. I'm not saying Scandinavians are pretentious. That is not what I was saying. I was attempting to explain it in very intricate, detailed ways. And hopefully, if you're able to rewind the YouTube stream again, a bit, you can see that. And I'm really sorry if it came off wrong. I was just talking about how I just wouldn't be able to live there because I just wouldn't ever feel like I was at home. Are 70% of Californians homeless? That's the funniest stat I've ever seen. Dude, California's population is 50 million. If 70% of 50 million people were homeless, that would be Armageddon. Look, Copite, all I'm going to say, because I've seen a couple of things that you've said, is I'm also American. Do you think those things about me? I don't think there's pretentious. I'm from Sheffield, UK. I'm northern, and I ain't posh, and people weren't jerks or pretentious. Maybe the odd one or two people. I wasn't talking about the UK at all. The UK is different. I don't know. If you consider renting as not owning a home, oh yeah, everybody rents in the US. It's dystopian, I guess, but I started my first FM save and won the World Cup final with the Netherlands against England. You playing FM 24? You can't do that in FM 26, bro. Oh, being in California. Ah, you're in California. You were saying it doesn't feel pretentious. Yeah. I'm just thinking of the Valley Girl stereotype, but FM24 and the Big 26. It might be the way to go, dude. It might be the way to go. It might be the way to go. Oh my God. Girls. Oh, that's such a great avocado toast. Oh, it had these little eggs and these little pepper flakes on it. Oh my God. That's like the California stereotype everywhere else in the country, dude. Is that right there. Even though California has a bunch of people that aren't like that, obviously. Let me take a selfie. That's what happens to people when it's 70 degrees and sunny every day. People need hardship. They need pain. Friggin' 20 Celsius and sunshine every day ruins the brain.
You, but there may be a bogeyman or bogeymen in your apartment.
There may be a boogeyman or boogeymen in my apartment. Well, they gotta wait a few hours to come get me. Need medical help. Pretty nice to be a sunbathing seal. That'd be nice. Is that more pretentious than some of the people who live in New York? I don't know if that's pretentious. They're just really rich. Like, you'll see somebody walking their dog in Central Park or something, and you're like, I can smell the money on you. I can smell it. It's like, you're walking your dog like you've divorced 3 incredibly rich husbands right now, lady. That's the... Yeah, you're just sitting there and you're like, I've got your entire backstory written in my head. I know exactly how we ended up here. How you ended up with this tiny dog and that $5,000 purse. I can see it. What was your farthest ever trip in high school for a conference district league game? 2 hours? All right, let's hit the next player. Chat, I really enjoyed that conversation. Give yourselves a hand. I think that's about as reasonable as that conversation could ever be anywhere on the internet. Thank you so much for your input. I hope if anybody was, got jaded by anything that was said, by all means, it was not intended. I think that was a really fun conversation, and it helps, accomplish one of my secondary goals, which is help to translate Americans for the rest of the world. And American soccer culture for the rest of the world. So I hope that helped you in some way understand the U.S. a little bit better. Which spells us. Okay. Next! Austria. Right? Austria is definitely pot 2. Austria national team world ranking. Well, that did not help at all. Okay. That's definitely pot 2. No way Algeria's above that. Yeah. All right. Who is Austria's best player, chat? Who is Austria's best player? Konrad Leimer? I don't think it's Alaba. It might be, though. Alaba is just like a sneaky, he would still have it guy. Sabitzer? Austria at its first World Cup since 1998. Its best player is Konrad Leimer. Nobody said Xaver Schläger, who is second, then Christoph Baumgartner, David Alaba at 148, Sabitzer at 146, Kevin Danso at 145, with Philipp Lienhardt, Nicholas Seiwald, and Romano Schmidt at 140, all clearing 140. Not a bad national team overall, but it is lacking certainly in star power with Konrad Leimer coming in at just 153. What group are we in? J. We're in Group J, and Austria slots in as the 23rd best nation, tied with Czechia's Patrick Schick. This is the best player for Austria, Bayern Munich's Konrad Leimer. We will see him later in this stream as a part of the watch along. Next up, we have Algeria. My buddy Al from Algeria. Mahrez? Rayan Ait Nouri, perhaps? Boudaoui is not a bad shout, but I don't think he's there yet because he's still coming up. It's a tie. The tie goes to the highest potential ability, which would be Ismail Benasser at 146. It's a three-way tie with Rami Bensebaini and Mohamed Amoura from Dortmund and Wolfsburg. It is a three-way tie broken by the potential ability of Ismail Benasser, which is at 157. Mahrez was one off. He's at 145. And then Amine Gouri's at 142. And there's Rayan Ait Nouri at 141. And then Houssem Aouar is at 140. Hisham Boudaoui is down at 131. Will likely be in the team. Okay, so the potential ability works, chat. The way it works in the game is the potential ability is not just there to be grown into. That was their potential ability at any point in their career, right? It's the highest rating of Riyad Mahrez is around like 165, and it's dropped down. Is this a Kesha remix? Yes. Do you have a problem with that? So Ismail Benasser, who got like basically no guesses. You know what's crazy is Algeria's team, if you want to reframe this, according to Football Manager, Algeria's team is convincingly better than Mexico's. You're welcome. Algeria slots in ahead of Mexico with 3 players at 146, tying Zayad Kolasinac from Bosnia and Herzegovina for the most talented player on their team. But of course, Algeria had 3 of them. Algeria had 3 players better than Mexico's best player and also tied Julian Quinones as 145 with Riyad Mahrez as well. Ismail Benasser is the best player for Algeria by that much of a margin coming into this World Cup. And that brings us to Jordan. And real ball knowers will know there is only one right answer to this. Al-Tamari, baby! Al-Tamari! Absolute stud. This guy actually, let me see if I can find this goal. Let me see, he just scored a goal that was so sick. Okay. I watched this goal live for some reason. This goal is absolutely disgusting, dude. This is Jordan's best player, by the way. Oh! Musa Altamari. Give me Musa Altamari. He's only 130. Dude, he only got it by 5. He only got it by 5 over Yazan Al Arab. And there was low-key, this is the worst national team at the World Cup according to Football Manager, and it is not close. Yazan Al Arab is a 125 in South Korea. And then West Brom's Tamer Bani is a 112. We have not seen a team get down below 110 so fast. We have not seen a team get below 110 so fast. This is the best player for Jordan at this World Cup. Stade Rennais' Musa Altamari. Oh, there's a striker. All right. He was 130. He slots in third to last. How does that guy have -6 potential? That's the Football Manager language. So Musa Altamari of Jordan beats Armando Obispo of Curacao and Kevin Yacob of Iraq. Hey, thank you for the 2 months, Soccer Bags. I appreciate it. Thank you for supporting this team. Come to Rio for the Virginia NC State game. It'll be fun and stressed out in another continent. Thank you for the 29 months. I mean, maybe. Gab Standard, thank you for the 3 months in the Prime. Jexner, thank you for the 49 months. I don't want to alarm you, but there may be a big... Oh, you were that guy. Donnie, thank you so much for the Prime, dude. Sekdal, I appreciate the 36 months. I think I rated your dad joke a little earlier. T. Little, thank you for the 29 months. We just had to fire you as a scout, I'm pretty sure. One of the Bottle, thank you for the 41 months. That joke was terrible. D+, in case you're still here. All right. We have 2 more groups to go, and we are kicking it off with Portugal. Who is the best Portuguese player at this World Cup? João Felix. Rui Patricio. João Moutinho. Pepe. Nuno Mendes. My guess is Nuno Mendes. That's my guess, but there's a lot of potential options. There's only one answer. Vitinha. Oh, I was third. Vitinha's a 177. Bruno Fernandes a 175. And then Nuno Mendes and Ruben Dias are tied at 168. With Bernardo Silva, João Neves, Diogo Costa, and Rafael Leao clearing 160. It's a good collection of talent and a very good top player. For Portugal, it is Vitinha. Checking in at 177 to kick off Group K with a bang and giving right now Portugal a top 10 best player, tied with Brazil for the best player on their team with Alisson. Where's Ronaldo? Right here, 155. Yeah, he's behind Trincao and Mateus Nunes. Vitinha. What we got, Vitinha. Boy, he's a saucy mamma jamma, isn't he? We're going to see him later today as well. We are going to see him later today as well. That's going to be awesome. What do I think about Bruno? He's a hell of a player. I think if they didn't have Bruno, Manchester United would be in a lot worse place than they've been. Fighting for relegation at that point. All right, pot 2 is Colombia. Who is the best Colombian? I think this is pretty clear. Right? I think it's pretty clear. This is Luis Diaz. I'd be really surprised if this is not Luis Diaz. John Duran. Anybody? John Duran. I'm interested to see where James Rodriguez is, to be honest with you. But the best player, by 15. By 15. Pretty serious drop-off going on here. Luis Suarez, not that one, the one that's at Sporting, takes second at 153, which is really high for him. Davinson Sanchez at 150. John Lucumi and Danny Munoz at 147. Cucho Hernandez, Wilmer Barrios, Richard Rios, Luis Sinisterra, and Johan Mojica.
Speaking of Portugal,
dude, where's
this year
James?
Marks 10 years
He's
since
at
Lord Edda gave us the
133,
Euro.
bro.
Hopefully we'll make a deep run in the World Cup, at least quarters or semis.
He's at 133. Speaking of Portugal, this year marks 10 years since Lord Eder gave us the Euros. Yeah. Hey, you guys have the talent to make that deep run. Thank you so much for the $5 donation, Frogginho. Hope you're having a good one. Said he can't run. Well, I know he can't run. All right, Luis Diaz is a 168. Does that feel maybe a little low for Luis Diaz, considering the level I feel like he's been playing at over the last year or so? That is not the Luis Diaz I'm looking for. These are not the droids you're looking for. That one. Luis Diaz. Boom. La Bamba. Another winger to the list. We've definitely been on a winger hot streak. All right, Colombia. The pot 2 team for this group. Group K. Luis Diaz slots in as the 14th best top player at this World Cup, tying with Moises Caicedo of Ecuador. South Americans liking to stick together there, but a pretty big drop-off for this national team overall. Oh, we're taking a trip to Taflipistan, chat! We've got another hour. Oh, yeah. 27 hours of the 100-hour stream week are down. 73 to go. We are barbecuing straight along, baby. Easy flip. The hours fly when you're having fun. They do indeed. Let's stand up for a little bit. Every 2 hours, I should probably stand up just for a little bit, do a little stretch, make sure my knees still work. Ugh. Wearing a big, comfy t-shirt today. I'm wearing really comfy pants today. I'm getting this down to a science, man. I'm feeling fantastic. I'm feeling absolutely amazing. Absolutely astounding. Luis Diaz for Colombia. Pot 3. This is great. Uzbekistan. Who is the best Uzbek player at this World Cup? I think there are only a few options. You have Abdulkadir Kusanov and Eldor Shomurodov. Husanov, probably. They got Husanov up at that 150, baby. They got him up at that 150. This is far from the worst team at this World Cup. Abdulkadir Husanov, Eldor Shomurodov, Abuzbek Faizullayev, I love. You guys will fall in love with this guy too, because I've watched Uzbekistan play in qualifying and in the Asian Cup. Abuzbek Faizullayev is so fun to watch. I love that man. Great winger. Then they have Hojakbar Alijanov, Ostan Alranov, Igor Sergayev, and Huznadin Alikalov, all at least 120 current ability. That's a pretty decent level. That's a pretty decent level. Abdulkadir Kusanov, the great famous Uzbek center back. Dang it, he just made us expand the entire column. Abdulkadir Husanov, the best player for the Pot 3 team in Group K, the Pot 3 team being Uzbekistan, meaning Uzbekistan has a better player than Mexico. It's a paradigm shift, you know? It's a paradigm shift. That Uzbekistan's best player is better than Bosnia and Herzegovina's, Algeria's, Mexico's, right? Iran's, Australia's. Yes, Mexico have that young player who's really good, but he's still not their highest current ability player. He's only 17. CONCACAF's not hot in this World Cup. Dude, bring back Costa Rica. The old Costa Rica, US, and Mexico all in the round of 16 at the same time. Bring back CONCACAF. Bring back prime CONCACAF. I'm talking Clint Dempsey. I'm talking Andres Guardado. I'm talking... How was his name? Brian Ruiz. Thank you. I got it without looking at chat. Bring back prime CONCACAF right now. That's what we need. Celso Borges. Of course, Keylor Navas. Like, that was a good team. All right, who's the Pot 4 team in this group? Pot 4 team in Group K is DR. The doctor is in. Dr. Congo. Who is the best DR Congo player? It's not Wan-Bissaka. There's no way it's Wan-Bissaka. It might be Yohan Wissa. Twan Sebe is a good shout. What about the striker who used to be named Wamanga Tuka, but then he unveiled that he had been using a different passport and his actual name was something else? Oh, wait. No. Who's the guy? The inside winger that plays for, like, Lille. What the hell was his name? He's an inside forward. Is that Bakambu? Yeah, Silas Mvumpa. Yeah, he was playing in the Bundesliga named Silas Wamanga-Tuka, and then he unveiled that he was actually 2 years older and that some agent had him adopt a new name and a new passport. So he changed his name back to his actual name, which was Silas Mvumpa. Jonathan Ikone. Isn't that guy from DR Congo? That was the Jonathan Ikone. It's Yohan Wissa. Wan-Bissaka's third. Chancel Mbemba's there. No, Ikone's not here. I don't know what I was thinking of. He just goes by Silas now. Still plays for Mainz. Cedric Bakambu. I mean, this DR Congolese team has got a lot of guys down to 120. They are far from the worst team at this tournament. Chancel Mbemba, Noah Sadiki, the 20-year-old at Sunderland, is a 139 and the second best player on the team. And then Ngal Ayel Mukau, the 20-year-old at Lille, is a 131. Teo Bongonda is a 131. Silas Mvumpa is a 130. And Cedric Bakambu is a 130. And then there's Twansebe Afimiko Pululu, who plays in Poland. Michel Ange Balikwisha, Charles Piquel, Samuel Ezende, and Jackson Muleka. All at least 125, but Yohan Wissa has taken it all the way. There. Nobody else is going to have that in their name. Yohan Wissa, the 28-year-old forward. He checks in at 32nd. You know, chat, just right next to Mexico. Between Mexico and Cape Verde, Yohan Wissa, the striker for DR Congo. Oh, gap is only 5. Yeah, I mean, this DR Congo team, there was a reason they came in as favorites into that Intercontinental playoff. They also knocked out Nigeria, Cameroon in the African playoff. And they nearly got whoever the hell was in their group. It was Ivory Coast. No, it wasn't Ivory Coast. Who the hell was it? There was a giant African team in their qualifying group, and they nearly got them. They ended up in second, then had to play Cameroon and Nigeria in the African playoff and Jamaica in the Intercontinental playoff and got through all of that. Was it Senegal? That might have been Senegal. Yeah, but no, DR Congo, based off the way they've played, have looked pretty good. All right, the final group at this World Cup, the best player for each team, and the first one up is England. Who is the best English player in the world? I'm going to go Kane, but I think Bellingham is close. Cole Palmer, book it. I'm going to go Kane, but I think it's close. Bro, Declan Rice is second. The latest data update on Football Manager has Declan Rice second to Harry Kane's 188 at 182, with Bukayo Saka third at 181, and Jude Bellingham fourth at 176, followed by Reece James and Cole Palmer at 173, and then Phil Foden, Mark Guay, John Stones, and Trent Alexander-Arnold as the only other players clearing 160. Anthony Gordon right there at 159. Harry Kane slots in as the second best player at this World Cup with a raucous 188 rating in Group Z, I would assume, Group L. That is a reevaluation of the top 10. Brazil and Portugal. Dude, Brazil barely stayed inside the top 10. They tied for 9th with Portugal's Vitinha. That is so games gone. That is such a games gone moment. That Brazil is barely top 10. We're almost done. We'll calculate it obviously all at the end, but Harry Kane slots in as the second best player at the World Cup. He's ahead of Norway's Erling Haaland and behind France's Kylian Mbappe. All right. Next up is the pot 2 team in this group, which is Croatia. Who is the best Croatian player in the world? Dude said Pulisic. Probably still Modric. Kovacic, definitely not Kovacic. My guess is going to be Gvardiol. I think it's Joško Gvardiol. It's Modric. At 39. Nedved was from Czechia. Come on. He's still balling, though. He is, like, I don't even know if you can disagree with this rating. Dude, Mateo Kovacic is still third. I guess he's been hurt all year, so we all forgot about him. Joško Gvardiol checks in at 159. They also have Mario Pasalic, Josip Stanisic, Ante Budimir, Andre Kramaric, Ivan Perisic, and Marcelo Brozovic at least 145. With Wonder Kids Petar Sucic and Luka Vučković clearing 140. Nikola Vlasic is also in there. Might as well mention him. Damn, we're so old. Yes, this is a very, I mean, look at this. 34, 34, 36, 32, 30, 31, 39. But you do have Gvardiol, you do have Stanisic, you do have Vlasic, and Sucic, and Vučković, and some guys that are maybe in the conversation. FC Dallas player Peter Musa. But yeah, not a lot of the top players for Croatia are young. But it doesn't matter as long as they age like Luka Modric, who is still a 166 in Football Manager. And that is going to earn him a respectable top 20 ranking as the best player from his nation, once again officially knocking the United States out of the top 20. Dang it! We're still in the top half. I'll take top half. I'll take top half. This must be the country for old men. Very valid. Very valid. Incredibly valid. All right, we have two countries left. One of them is pot 3 team Ghana. Were they pot 3? I feel like Panama might have snuck that. So it's whoever we hit first. Panama was pot 3, bro. It's Panama. Panama is the pot 3 team. So who is Panama's best player? Ghana's the pot 4 team in this group. Panama is the pot 3 team in this group. You forget how bad Ghana was for a little while there. Their world ranking absolutely tanked. This is the most updated. It should be Cecilia Waterman. That dude's an absolute dog. Not actually Cecilia Waterman, though. There's no way it's actually Cecilia Waterman. The Canal. You know, you want to know something great about the Panamanian national team? That something great is their nickname is Los Canaleros, which translates to the Canal Boys. That's the national team nickname. Los Canaleros. The Canal Boys. If you type it into Google Translate, sometimes it also calls them the Gutter Boys, which is even funnier. The Gutter Boys. All right. Panama's best player? I honestly don't have a really good guess. Amir Murillo of Besiktas, checking in at a 133 rating. Backed up by Ismael Diaz at 126, who plays in Mexico, as well as Adalberto Carrasquilla, who plays in Mexico, and Luis Mejia, Jose Fajardo, Andres Andrade, Rolando Blackburn. That guy was an MLS guy for a long time. Jose Luis Rodriguez and Alberto Quintero. Where is Waterman? There he is. 34-year-old Cecilia Waterman. Still there. That's the guy that beat the U.S. in the Nations League with a last-second goal. Cecilio freaking Waterman. Amir Murillo. Few people in the chat got that one. I give them full credit. I did not know Amir Murillo. I've kind of blacked out after Paraguay's pimped us out of the last 2 major tournaments we've played in. But Paraguay is definitely at a high watermark as a nation. Panama. Panama. See, I've even blacked out the name of the country. Amir Mario. It's J, right? L. Never mind. All right, they slot in as the 42nd worst top player, Amir Mario of Panama, the right back. Dude, is there a left back on this entire list? I don't think there is. There are not a lot of fullbacks, I'll tell you that much. There's Ashraf Hakimi, Zayed Kalazin. Oh, Davies. Obviously. Kolasinac and Davies are both left backs that are best players for their country. Oh, we didn't change his. He played left back in their match against Italy, so we're giving him left back. And then we have right back, Amir Murillo. Dude, Iraq is in danger of finishing last, and the only team that can change that is Ghana, who probably won't. The best player for Ghana. What about Williams? Kudus. I was thinking Kudus, but it might be Iñaki Williams. We're playing Melilla right after this. The best Ghanaian player at the World Cup is Antoine Semenyo, ahead of Mohamed Kudus and Iñaki Williams, and it's pretty close. Antoine Semenyo at 158 for Ghana, Kudus at 153, Iñaki Williams at 151. That is a very good attack for Ghana, with Thomas Partey at 142, Abdul Mumin at 134, Ibrahim Osman of Brighton at 133 already, Kamaldeen Suleimana at 133, Alidou Saidu at 132, Ernest Nuama at 132, Abdul Fatawu at 131, and a lot of guys at 130. Emmanuel Giassi, Derek Kohn, Caleb Yarinki, and Tariq Lamptey, all checking in at 130. But it's Antoine Semenyo at 158, which for a pot 4 team is, I think, the second best for any team coming out of pot 4. And it's only behind Turkey, who came through the playoff. Antoine Semenyo. Dude, Antoine Semenyo just went top half. You want me to switch him to winger? I always thought of Semenyo as a striker, but he's definitely playing winger at City now, so fine. Fine. He's tied with Alphonso Davies at 22nd. And the United States sticks at number 21 in the standings. All right, your final rankings, chat. For the best players for each nation at this World Cup, the best player at the World Cup is Kylian Mbappe of France at 195. Then England's Harry Kane, the striker, is number 2. Norway's Erling Haaland at striker is number 3. And then we have a tie for 4th between Belgium's Thibaut Courtois, one of a number of goalkeepers to make this list as the best player from their countries, and Egypt's Mo Salah, still holding on to a very good rating to get him into the top 5. Egypt has a better player than Spain, than Brazil, than Germany, who are all coming up later. Move the cam. I think I just moved this over right here. There you go. Spain is coming in at number 6 with Rodri. They have a collection of great players with Pedri and Lamine Yamal right behind him, but Rodri's still holding it down as the 6th best top player at this World Cup. Virgil van Dijk checks in at a 179 to be the Netherlands' best player and fit in at 7th. Joshua Kimmich is at 8th for Germany with a 178 rating, and the top 10 is rounded out by a tie between colonizer and colony. Portugal and Brazil. Big fall off, though, for Brazil overall to not have a higher player on this list than goalkeeper Alisson at 177, tied with Vitinha, the center midfielder from PSG. Outside the top 10, we have Morocco with Achraf Hakimi with a 176. Now, Morocco is the owner of the single biggest drop-off between the top player and a second player. Amazingly, that was not Egypt because of Omar Marmoush. Morocco had a 26-point drop-off in current ability from Achraf Hakimi to their next best player. Federico Valverde checking in for Uruguay at number 12. He had a pretty significant drop-off as well. I believe he had the second biggest drop-off to the rest of the Uruguayan team, but he keeps Uruguay elevated here. Argentina still led by Lionel Messi. He clears by 2 points and stays in the top 15 for best players of the World Cup. But the reigning World Cup champions come in with the 13th ranked top player in the tournament. There are 12 nations with a better player than Argentina. Sweden at number 14, despite the fact that they're in pot 4 and came through the playoff, they actually take the top spot for any pot 4 team with Alexander Isak, assuming he's going to actually be able to play at some point. And then a tie to be in the top 15 between Ecuador and Colombia. Moises Caicedo and Luis Diaz of Colombia are the two teams tied there. Kind of respectable, kind of exactly where you expected them to be. Luka Modric is in the top 20 for Croatia, spearheading an old, aging core of players that are looking for one last glorious ride after consecutive trips to at least the semifinals. Who's the second best center back? Behind Verge. What's the second best center back to be the best player on their country? It would be Ivory Coast's Evan Ndicka. Regardless, Scotland is in the top 20. Coming in at number 18 is Scott McTominay, the best player for the Scottish national team back at the World Cup for the first time in 28 years. Switzerland and Turkey tie for 19th to round out the top 20 with goalkeeper Gregor Kobel for Switzerland and Hakan Çalhanoğlu for the Turkish national team, still being their best player over Arda Güler, who seems very underrated in Football Manager. The United States is the first team outside the top 20 and stays in the first half of the World Cup with Captain America Christian Pulisic as the best player at a 160. He clears Canada's Alphonso Davies, who checks in at a 158 to make Canada the second best host nation in terms of star power quality. He's joined by Man City wing Antoine Semenyo from Ghana, who comes in at a 158. And the final nation to finish in the top half in terms of top quality players is Japan, coming in with a 156 rated Kaoru Mitoma from Brighton as their very best player. Right after Japan, we have a tie for the two teams to kick off the bottom half. Lee Kong-in of South Korea and PSG at 155, and then Senegal's Iliman Ndiaye of Everton in the Premier League. So the African champions coming in, they do not have a team in the top half. Ivory Coast down at number 27 with Evan Ndicka at center back. That's quite fitting, considering Ivory Coast defense has been absolutely unbelievable. They were African champions 2 years ago, and they were unbelievably good defensively in qualifying. Evan Ndicka, obviously, a big reason for that. Now trying to finish inside the top 30. We have Czechia in Patrick Schick coming in at a 153, the striker, the best player for his national team, at the exact same level as Konrad Leimer of Austria, who ties Patrick Schick playing for Bayern Munich. We'll see him later today, actually, because we're doing a little watch along. And then to round out the top 30, we have a tie between Paraguay's Omar Alderete, a center back, and Uzbekistan's Abdulkadir Husanov, a center back. Meaning Uzbekistan and Paraguay have tied to be in the top 30 of the 48 World Cup teams in terms of star power. Yeah, the database is from the winter update. The database is not from last season. I never realized how bad Z is pronouncing names. Dude, I am doing my absolute best to say these correctly. But I feel like in the vast majority, I am definitely getting closer. All right. Then we move on outside the top 30. This is when you're getting into some nations that are surprisingly here and some nations that are not surprisingly here. We have a tie for 32nd between Bosnia and Herzegovina's Sead Kolasinac, who is playing left back at this fine tournament, one of the rarer positions to be the best player, and Algeria's Ismail Benasser, who is in a three-way tie. Very balanced team for Algeria. Right, he was in a three-way tie broken by his potential ability that puts him in a tie for 32nd. Ismail Benasser is the best Algerian player. The lowest of the three host nations is Mexico, with Julian Quiñones, the striker playing in Saudi Arabia, at number 34 on the list at just 145, a single point ahead of DR Congo's Yohan Wissa, the striker playing in the Premier League. Just behind them, a pretty surprisingly good showing from Cape Verde, not even in the last 10 on this list, with Logan Costa, the center back who comes in at a 143 rating on Football Manager into this World Cup. Then, to stay outside the bottom 8, we have a three-way tie between South Africa, Qatar, and Saudi Arabia. South Africa's goalkeeper, Ronwen Williams, who at one point finished 9th in the global voting for the Ballon d'Or of goalkeepers, the Yashin Trophy. 2 years ago, Ronwen Williams was 9th in the overall voting for best goalkeeper in the world. He is a tremendous keeper down in the South African League and is the best player on South Africa's national team. Qatar has Akram Afif, who scored a hat trick in the final of the Asian Cup, the leader of the Asian champions Qatar at 140. And then everybody remembers Salim Al-Dosari, the best Saudi player. He was the guy that led the turnaround against Argentina with a spectacular goal to give Saudi Arabia the all-time upset. The final 9 teams. The final 9 teams at the bottom, the teams that really lack a star player to carry them, it would seem, according to Football Manager. Tunisia's Elias Shkiri, the center midfielder, checking in at 138, leads a team that's incredibly good defensively, struggles a little bit with pop. We'll see what impact he's able to have on this team if he's able to be the standout player. New Zealand's Chris Wood. Some people saying he's underrated at just a 136. He is the best player for New Zealand, considering they are the representative from the oft-forgotten about Oceania. That is a pretty good showing to have a player that is certainly not at the bottom of this list. And then Iran is just behind New Zealand, a little disappointing for them, with Mehdi Taremi, who's coming in at a 135 rating. Then at number 43, we have Panama. And right back playing in the Turkish league, Amir Murillo with a 133 rating that keeps Panama away from the bottom where they definitely had the chance to be. And then in 44th, Haiti, led by Wilson Isidore, the striker who scored a goal in a draw against Iceland during their March friendlies. This is a Haitian national team coming in with multiple players rated at least 130 or above, with Jean-Rickner Bellegarde just missing out on being the best Haitian player, with Wilson Isidore joining the national team. Where's Abbas Jahangiri? Danny Avande is probably better than Pulisic, if we're being completely honest, but he's not there. This brings us to the bottom 4 teams in terms of how good their best player is going into this World Cup. And to kick us off, Australia, a team out of pot 2 whose best player is Alessandro Cercati in the game. He tied with Matt Ryan, the goalkeeper, at 131 and broke the tie with potential ability. So he is Australia's best player coming into this World Cup and is going to try and lock things down as a Serie A center back. Jordan striker Musa Al-Tamari, at 46 is Jordan forward Musa Al-Tamari, who comes in at just a 130 despite playing in France's top league for Stade Rennais. He's a scorer of great goals. We watched one of them while we were putting this list together, but he is only 2 off the bottom. And there are only 2 nations that do not have a single player to reach the 130 out of 200 current ability mark in Football Manager. And those 2 players are Armando Obispo. Oh, sorry. There are only 2 nations that do not have a single player that has reached 130 out of 200 on Football Manager out of the entire World Cup. And those 2 nations are, unsurprisingly, Curacao, with Armando Obispo for the smallest nation to ever make the World Cup, the center back, at a 126 current ability rating. But he is not the lowest best player at this World Cup. That is, in fact, Iraq. In their first World Cup in 40 years, their best player comes in at just 123, and it's midfielder Kevin Yaqub. Kevin Yaqub of Iraq, the team most devoid of star player talent at this World Cup. Zidane Iqbal was on the list. He is not better than Kevin Yaqub. The best 11 now? All right, we can do that. And then it's time to play some Melilla. Your best 11 would be at striker Harry Kane. One of your wings would be Kylian Mbappe. Your goalkeeper would be Thibaut Courtois. Your other winger would be Mo Salah. We need 3 midfielders. We would take Spain's Rodri. Big Verge. We definitely need a center back there. Joshua Kimmich would go into the midfield. Vitinha. That's a crazy midfield with Rodri, Kimmich, and Vitinha. Yes, sir. You want to do a 4-4-2? Well, then you get rid of a midfielder and add another striker. You'd literally be dropping Vitinha, but you'd be dropping Vitinha for Holland. That would be the adjustment for a 4-4-2. We're going to keep it in a 4-3-3 because that's usually how they do best 11s these days. All right, defensively, we need a few more players. We need our right back, which would be Ashraf Hakimi. Left back, Alphonso Davies. Need another center back. So we have the center back, Virgil van Dijk. And then we don't have another center back until Ivory Coast's Evan Ndicka. There's your best 11. Kane, Mbappe, Salah, Rodri, Kimmich, Vitinha, Hakimi, Van Dijk, Ndicka, Davies, and Courtois. The lowest overall is the second center back, who's the best player for his nation, is Evan Ndicka at a 154 for Ivory Coast. And then you can, if you want to swap out, if you want to do a 4-4-2, you swap out Vitinha for Erling Haaland. That probably makes your team better, obviously, because it gives you the chance to have, you know, two of the three best players in it. The first player to miss is Erling Haaland. If we do a traditional 4-3-3, the first player to miss out is Erling Haaland. If we do a 4-4-2, the first players to miss out are Alisson and Vitinha. Either way, Brazil's player is not on this list. Either way, Brazil's player misses this list, which is insane. Yeah, so let's say let's build this right as a 4-4-2. And then we would just get rid of Vitinha. Move this down. And then you have this room for Erling Haaland. Haaland, Kane dropping in. Wingers are Mbappe and Mo Salah. You just play like basically a 4-2-2 with Rodri and Kimmich. Dude, with Rodri and Kimmich dropping as midfielders. All right, worst 11. Fine, we're only going to do this one in a 4-3-3. Your worst 11 of best players at the World Cup would start with midfielder Kevin Jakob. Center back would be Armando Obispo. Your wing would be Musa Al-Tamari of Jordan. Your other center back would be Alessandro Cercati of Australia. Your striker would be Wilson Isidore of Haiti. Your right back is Amir Murillo of Panama. Striker Mehdi, the first player to not be on the worst list is Mehdi Taremi and Chris Wood. And then we take Elias Shkiri of Tunisia. And then we take, it's literally a tie. Hold on. We got to use the potential ability to find the worst player. So his potential ability is 140. So I have to imagine it's going to be Akram Afif instead of Salim El-Dasari. Yep. It's Akram. It is Akram Afif as the other winger. Honestly, baller. This team is for the streets, dude. Goalkeeper is Ronwen Williams of South Africa. Why'd I put him there? That's goalkeeper. Logan Costa misses. Johan Wissa misses. Julian Quinones misses. But there are players better than Mexico's best player that are on this team. Ismail Benasser, Kevin Jakob, and Elias Shkiri. And then left back is Sead Kolasinac. So strikers, Wilson Isidore. Wingers are Musa Al-Tamari and Akram Afif, who are two one-of-one, like, flair ballers. Those guys are for the streets. Al-Tamari and Afif. The midfield is pure haram, Benasser, Shkiri, Kevin Jakob. And then we have Amir Murillo at right back, who plays in Turkey. Alessandro Cercati, who plays in Serie A. Armando Obispo, I forgot where he plays. And Sead Kolasinac is the left back, with Ronwen Williams of South Africa as the goalkeeper. It looks like a mid-table Serie A team. Honestly, yeah. Obispo's at PSV, thank you. Plays in the Eredivisie. I mean, this guy plays for Mamelodi Sundowns. All right. The highest rating on this team is a 146 for Benasser and Kolasinac. Not far off the lowest rating being a 154 on the top team. I've seen worse teams, yeah. I would love to see Altamari and Akram Afif in the same team. Those guys are both such ballers, dude. He said Kimmich only plays right back for Germany. Yeah, but I mean, first of all, Joshua Kimmich plays basically every position on the field, but he's more of a center mid for Bayern. And in Football Manager, his top listed position is central midfield. So that's why I put him in there. And if you're building a best 11, you can totally pop Joshua Kimmich into that spot. What did Infantino say? Ticket prices in the US are justified. Read this first sentence, dude. I gotta go pee. Read that first sentence. Wait, let me go grab something. Alrighty. Is anybody arguing for the ticket prices? I love the phrase, the global governing body was obliged to take advantage of US laws to allow tickets to be resold. They were obliged to take it. If the audio is messed up, refresh the stream. I think it seems fine for everybody else. We were obliged to take advantage, man. It's not a beer, it's a LaCroix. Sparkling water helps the throat, you know. No, we're going to play Melilla. We're going to play Melilla in just a second. LaCroix bougie. Dude, you can get a box of 16 LaCroix for $7. You want to know why I drink LaCroix? Because it helped me kick my soda addiction, and I can get a box of LaCroix for $7. And if somebody wants to sell me sparkly water that tastes like lime in a can for $7, I'll buy it. That's something that I will work towards in my life. That's a good deal to me. Or as I prefer to call it, LaCroix. La Crocs. Why not just juice? That's more expensive. Ad? I wish, dude. I go through 2 boxes of LaCroix a week. Please sponsor me. It's the easiest sponsor ever. Doesn't he play for Palace? I mean, this, I get 2 boxes a week for $14. And I'm like, all right. All the minerals aren't good for your kidneys, though. It's air and lime. I mean, I don't want kidney stones, but there's nothing about minerals in it. Carbonation's air. I drink a lot of normal water, too. I drink a ton of water. I'm a big water guy. All right. Hey, lock in, chat. We got to record the intro to the YouTube video we just recorded, okay? Pay attention. Lock in. All right? Lock in. We're going to use Football Manager to figure out the best player for every single team at the World Cup. And some of the answers might surprise you. And there's 2 extra fun things about this. 1, we are going to put together a best 11 of just the best player from each team at this World Cup. And we're also going to put together a worst 11. But that's less exciting compared to the second cool thing. The second cool thing is that because I am streaming 100 hours this week, we're recording this in front of a live studio audience. And they will be reacting to and guessing, along with you, who is the best player from each of these countries, according to Football Manager's latest data update, which was after the January transfer window. If you're wondering why I'm streaming 100 hours, it's because we raised 20,000 pounds for charity during Jingle Jam. Yes, it took me this long. Dang it! Dang it! I was about to one-take the entire thing, and I messed up the last part. In case you're wondering why we're doing a 100-hour stream, why I'm subjecting myself to 15 hours a day, it's because we raised 20,000 pounds for charity back in December. It did take me this long to schedule it, but hey, better late than never. Who are you to judge? I'm streaming 15 hours a day here. Nice! Nice! Give yourselves a hand on YouTube and Twitch. You guys looked great in there. You guys looked great. You looked absolutely fantastic. Bada bing, bada boom. That's going to be a great YouTube video. I'm very excited. I had a really good time doing that. Good work, everybody. You guys look fantastic. You looked amazing. It's time for UD Melilla now, baby. It's time for UD Melilla now. Let's have a little fun with some UD Melilla, baby. Hopefully, hey, we're done with the transfers, so hopefully we can just play a few matches and have a good time, and then we're doing the watch-along for the Champions League, obviously. For those that missed the rundown of what we're doing today, we were recording that in the morning, then we're playing a little Melilla, then we're doing the UCL watch-along, then we're recording some of the isms, because Zealandism apparently took the week off, so we're going to be reacting to the matches and everything. We're going to be breaking down the matches, the match, singular, in detail, and previewing the next World Cup team, which I believe is Australia. And then we are going to be playing a game called Shadows of Doubt, which is a game that my live channel editor, Gadget, who is the head of the live channel, an integral part of Team Zealand, he has been trying to get me to play for a while. It is an investigative game where Twitch chat gets to become the different members of the society. So, I could be investigating one of you guys for a murder. Hotman Pat, thank you for the 26 months. And Speed Run Into It, thank you for the 5 gifted subs, dude. Speed Run Into It with the 5 gifted subs. Thank you for making 5 people's days. Thank you for supporting the channel with kindness. My guy, Jay Braun, thank you so much for the Prime as well. Yeah, baby. We're boogieing. Come back, wants to take your love back. Just don't arrest me for jaywalking, bro. No promises. We're 4 matches into the season. It is September 3rd. Life is good. Yeah, let me get the staff redeem up real quick. We have a solid number of staff redemptions that need to be put into place. Do we still have no wingers? No, we have wingers, bro. We have 1 winger. No, we have Javier, we got Roman, Urbanic. We got wingers. It's Melilla time. You're damn right it's Melilla time. Oh, God. All righty, chat. We got a couple of things that we definitely need to do. First order of business with UD Melilla today is going to be setting the individual training for our players, making any adjustments to that maybe we want to make over the course of the rest of this season. Now that, all the guys are in, all the guys are out, all the loans are done, we're setting individual training for all the guys that are left, all the guys that are here. And we'll start with Ruben Souza, who's developing as a ball-playing goalkeeper. I think he's fine. Paul Duran's obviously got his positions all down already. He's good. Angel Cañete, we've stuck him back on the left wing position because we realized that he didn't really have room to add the right wing back positions, and we don't need him to. So he's fine there. Hello, friend. How we doing? Hey, George. We're doing well. Having a good time. All right, Francesco Sessa. He's got it all figured out. He knows what he's doing. Ander Ortega. Yeah, we're training him to play defensive midfield, despite the fact that his attributes suggest he would be a great defensive midfielder. He doesn't really have that going for him. He's got great ball control. I think we want to focus on some physical abilities here. I think we're going to go for agility and balance. We're going to try and give him that sharp angle movement that's so helpful for those guys that are in the middle. Guys that are in the middle of the play here. All right, Sergio Otero. We're working on ball control. We've seen very limited growth in the areas that we have tried to intently focus on here. But I'm going to switch from ball control to strength. We're going to try and get him more beefed up. Because he is still a bit of a string bean, and now he's 20 years old, and it's probably time for him to figure that out. Raul Sarai. Need a little better ball control. We're going to emphasize first touch and dribbling for Sarai. It's still a little low for him. Sutsikas, I hope he burns in the fiery pits of hell. Iri Urbanic just came back from a loan, so we're going to have to make sure that we put him, training in the right position. Outside of that, I don't think we have anything we want to emphasize with him. I don't think we have anything we want to emphasize with him at all. Oh, it's flip time! We've now streamed for 28 hours this week. Oh my goodness gracious, we have now streamed a little Philippe Coutinho, if you know what I'm saying. A little Philippe. We've now streamed for 28 hours already this week. 28 hours absolutely in the book, and we continue to fly. He has no peripheral vision. Nope, he does not. He does not have any peripheral vision. We're going to try and work on strength, actually. I'm going to see if I can focus on making Yuri Urbanic a little stronger. All right, Sivairo Havakote. The most important thing he's doing is learning central midfield. Do we want to continue to... He's also developing his weaker foot. We got a lot of things developing for Sivairo Havakote. We're going to try and teach him the spine, center mid to striker. It gives him some fluidity in the way that we assess our systems. He doesn't really have any of the tool set or any of the toolkit to be able to play on the outside. Joao Aguiar's already got his stuff set up. Kelvin Mbambo is just learning wide forward. He's already got his game is what it is. But if we could emphasize something, what would we want to emphasize? We'd want to emphasize ball control. So the more his ball control goes up, the better he's going to be. All right, quickness is the key for Jaime Gutierrez. We are going to switch his training more to be an overlapping center back specifically. We've been working him on the outside previously, but now we're going to fully focus him in. All right, Javier. Javier is an alleged wonder kid. Now, he's got to develop something. His ball control, his crossing, or his shooting. Something's got to go up, right? He's got to develop something. Maybe final third, we get the composure and decisions up. That's if we want him to be more of a playmaking winger. But I think he projects better as a like a hard charging guy towards the goal. We're going to work his shooting. We're going to turn Javier into more of a bag man. Danny Ivande. Been working him as wide center back. This is the first time I've ever really seen him have downward arrows at all. We're going to make sure that he does not lose his first step. We're going to focus on quickness. Mark Cucurella. Always with the old guys, focus quickness. Maintain your speed as much as you can. Facundo Aguirre. He's added a little pace to his game that he needs to work on his defensive positioning. He's a guy he gets caught out of position too often. We do not want to lock in on Sam Bassar. I don't think he has a very good base of attributes. He just needs to keep getting better. Yazir Mahdi is learning how to play center back. He's also going to be improving his defensive positioning. Majid Hashemi is back. As such, we need to be working on that. And then we'll throw it into quickness. Alejandro Pargueñas, working center forward. Needs to just add more athleticism. Very solid all-around player. Quickness would make him way better. Bangani Van Rooyen's working defensive positioning. Kind of getting better at it. Not really. Ruben Gerardo. Obviously, Ruben Gerardo's taken that huge hip injury. It's incredibly difficult for him. Gianmarco Villalba. Maybe endurance. Trying to up his work rate a little bit. Actually knocked that off the table. Had to flip it back to where it was. All right, Villalba's on general rehab. And Miguel Rubio doing nothing. All right, nice. Training, B team. Guys that are still here. Which is not a lot of guys, but it's guys that are still here nonetheless. So he's training playmaking winger. He's adding that, different stuff to his game. Vision's going up. We definitely want to focus on his stamina. He's not somebody that is running particularly well. We're going to emphasize the endurance to make sure that Fernando can actually play. Diego. Ifeanyi Samuel. Well, he's not a good tackler. He's already a hell of an athlete. Endurance is solid. Defensive positioning is solid. Just let him develop overall. Leandro Silva's definitely got to add to the quickness. I mean, it's a problem. Boubacar Diatre. Where do we want to develop Diatre? Take my wine. We'll work crossing. That'll work his technique and his ability to whip the ball into the box. I don't know if he projects to be able to do anything else, but his crossing at 8 is like too low for him, All right, Diego. Probably not going to have anything, but, he's developing pretty well. I'm not going to focus him, though. Azir Silva. Dude's technique's just trash. His technique has always been trash. He needs at least to be able to receive the ball better, to be able to do literally anything. Agility and balance going up for Marcos Perez, the midfielder that we really like that's coming through our academy. Ali Hapsalo, center back. Got to add speed. He's got to add raw speed to his game. He has so much potential. Oh, but it's composure. Defensive positioning doesn't work composure. Attacking movement doesn't work composure. Shooting doesn't work composure. Final third. We need final third training. He needs his composure to go up, man. He needs his composure to go up. Jose Yanez, we've accepted a loan. We think he's going to be gone. Just in case he's not, we'll at least set his position. Daniel is working shooting. Goodness gracious. Daniel, you can't shoot the ball. Bruce Zulu. Pure wing. Let's keep putting it into pace. Let's just keep turning this guy into an absolute demon. Ivan Albuera, he's fine. Guillermo. It's an attacking movement. I mean, what? Why? The guy has literally nothing going for him. He has no idea what's going on. Agility and balance on Ian Barca. You stay. He is adding quickness. He is adding quickness to his game. But he can keep adding quickness to his game. He's going to continue to be awesome. Rodrigo Lira. Why do we not have him set as a goalkeeper?
Dad joke.
Reactions. He does not have good reactions. Enrique Zubiaga's training defensive midfield. He's literally already learned it. This guy's crazy. He needs to lock in defensive positioning. That will also help him with his decisions and help him be a guy that can get on the field for us more. Yeah. Soccer, thank you for the 16 months, dude. What focus is the Spanish midfielder on? Which one? Guys that are so bad that they're probably not going to make our team, we don't really need to do anything. Okay. You're going to be learning the left fullback position so that you can actually play in our system, Speedway Bar. Are we cool with that? And we'll be hammering endurance if you have any room to grow after that. Alexi Gallardo. This guy's struggling with an injury right now, but he's shown us some really promising development. He does, however, he doesn't need ball control. He needs defensive positioning to go up to be a guy that we would ever trust putting on the field. And then Sile Peterson. Right there. Stopping center back. Sile Peterson. He's got the strength. He's got the size. He's missing the composure. So I think we go to final third and help his decisions and composure. Sile Peterson's composure is what is currently holding him back the most from being a first-team player. And finally, chat, it is time for the U19s. The real gems. Taufik Tadili. This is where our decisions will make the biggest difference. Apparently, I woke up in a new Bugatti. Nice. Haven't heard Ace Hood in so long. All right, Tadili's the 16-year-old Moroccan that was initially touted as the best player coming through our youth intake. Wasn't really there. Mackenzie! Thank you for gifted 10 subs, Mackenzie. I appreciate you. Crush, Goku, Philip, Pirate, Tawny, Dylan McGinn, Marty, Smarty, had him here, Bonky, and Nugsy. Enjoy the bacon. Enjoy the emotes. Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah. Enjoy your lack of ads. Be sure to say thank you or else I'll ban you. And Mackenzie, thank you for supporting the stream with kindness and throwing down a fat 10 gifted. Big time. I'm watching on campus right now. I once got sent a picture of somebody that was watching the stream in class, and there was somebody sitting in front of them in the class, watching the same stream. And I was like, continue.
We back, Sebi.
As you were, children, as you were. Hey, Jobs, thank you so much for the 10 months, brother. Appreciate the prime. Hop train boy, hell yeah. Saber Don, thank you. Dude, we're going to spend so much of Jeff Bezos' money. Saberdon, welcome to the Hammers. Enjoy the bacon, enjoy the emotes. Make sure to get into the subsection of the Discord where the cool kids are. But I appreciate you. Enjoy your lack of ads. Welcome to an Elite Online Gaming. And Joel, thanks for the 6 months. That's $5 more of Jeff Bezos' money. Easy. Let it hang. And Mackenzie, thank you for gifting another sub to Omar. That's 11 gifted subs for Mackenzie. Okay. That's 11 gifted subs for Mackenzie. Francesco Jose Bello. We just want to see some overall development from these guys. Jonas, Florin Dobre, Jose. Hip, hip. Jose. He's got 4 work rate, dude. He has 4 work rate. Some of these guys that come through the youth intake, man, they just don't have it. They don't have it. Ivan Marcos.
There were clucking sounds coming from our henhouse today, but the last chicken died in there 2 summers ago. I think it's a poultrygeist.
I think it's a poultrygeist. Brima Nga from Gambia is off to a very good start in terms of his development. He's added a lot to his athleticism right away. You know, maybe he has the tools, man. Maybe he has the tools. Jose Maria Lopez. Sergio. Sergio actually has decent reflexes. We need to train Sergio in the art of goalkeeper technique just to boost composure, or we could do strength. Just try and get him larger. Yo, bro, you need to beef up. Here's a few clavicular streams, man. Here's a few Canute streams. Time to beef up. Vicent, the fullback prospect, not showing us any goods right there. Dude, you need to work on that defensive positioning right now. If you want to actually be somewhere near the first team. Ooh, look at Ellie and Nino. Look at Ellie and Nino. We're going to turn this guy into a dual-sided winger and see if he can get anywhere near the first team. But he's still got to learn the left side. Enrique Medrano. Oh, he has the size for sure. Wide center back all day. He's got to work that defensive positioning. That tackling isn't going to change much. But if he can be a defensive positioning monster, there is still a chance for him. You got to just throw it all into quickness, man, and maybe... Pedro Gonzalez Gutierrez recently had a terrible change in his mentality, and he looks like a guy that actually isn't going to be a good first-team player for us anymore. But he does need to improve his shooting. All right, all of that is set. Our training is set, and it's time to play Girona in La Liga. We've got Sosa, Ivande, Otero, Gutierrez, who's been playing really well. We got Cañete, who has to play on the right, and Sar playing on the left. Surai and Sessa in the middle. But our attacking midfield level is a little weak. It's a little weak. All right, we're going to go back to our original tactic. Where we're going to be able to rest some of these guys. So Aguiar is going to come in and play there. We're going to bring in Javier to play on the left side. He's going to have a personal player instruction to play exclusively as a winger, or maybe a wide forward would be better. Wetter. Get rid of the B team here. Okay, so we have our original tactic. Everybody's good. Now we're going to do the staff redemptions after this match, chat. And I promise you we are going to do them. We're going to do the staff redemptions after this match. 100%. We're going to do the staff redemptions after this match. I don't want to do... I want to play a match. It's been a very long time. Okay. We could do... We have so many options. And who's not in the team right now? Pargueñas. We could just put Orban... No, I'm going to try this. We're going to try the double wide forwards, deep lying forward, and Jose Aguiar, and see if we can put together like a really impressive attack that way. We're going to try this. Still have 5 to 10 days on Villalba's sprained ankle in the opening match of the season. Parguiñas still working his way back from whatever the hell happened to him at the beginning of the year. Gerardo's unregistered until January, which friggin' sucks. Champions League registration actually has not hit yet. I think that hits after this match. Yeah, Sar can't play right back at all. Cañete can play it a little bit. Let's go, boys! At Girona, nice and early, nice and easy. Hashimi's playing. Look, things happened. Things happened. I'm not proud of him. Things happened. Majida Shimi is playing. We're not quite sure how, but he is playing. Let's see a nice, well-worked play here. Javier. Sambasar. Javier. Javier feeling particularly frisky. Here goes Javier. Here goes Javier. First appearance for him. Look at that dribble move. Look at this 1-2. Look at this play. Oh. Javier and Sambasar, bro. That's our deep bench absolutely cooking them. That's Javier and Sambasar. Sambasar is not considered a full part of the first team squad yet. He's considered a breakthrough player like Jaime Gutierrez. Simple, Jaime. Simple. Javier. Ooh, we got a little 1-on-2. Sambasar. Sambasar's got him. Sambasar. Hand. Oh, the game sounds muted. Oops, sorry. That's just the holdover from my watch along. I muted the sound from this computer. I had it in my ears. Thank you for saying something. Cañete. Angel Cañete. Salvatore Roman. Sarai. Sessa. Aguiar's picked up a knock. We hate to see that, but look at this saucy ball out to Javier. Look at that ball. Sar. Roman! He wants to be Gerardo so bad, dude. Good ball by Sar. Good ball by Sar. Let's get Aguiar. Majida Shimi. In for Jose Aguiar, who's picked up a knock. The Prince of Persia. Smash Shimi. Who after a year out in the cold has ended up back in the team. They have the Chinese superstar, like legit bona fide world-class wonder kid, Zhang Shua. Javier. Majida Shimi. Iran superstar forward to Sessa. Sessa back to Sar, to Javier, to Surai, to Gutierrez. I mean, please don't shoot that. Like, I cannot think of a worse option than Gutierrez from 30 yards. But if he ever does score it, I'm going to go crazy. All right, Javier. Sambasar, Francesco, Sessa. Red. 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 Put the pressure on him. Use the extra man to press them off the ball and play with high energy. Let's go, boys. That's a red. Every reason to think we can get a result here. We got the extra player. I'm going to get a little creative with this. I am going to drop Gutierrez. I'm going to bring in Mahdi. We're going to have Otero left. Mahdi's going to step into the middle here. And then in possession, he's also going to be there. That's going to free up Sarai and Sessa, who's going to be an attacking midfielder. So that looks good. And then we are also going to be looking at Sessa, who's definitely dragging. And we're going to bring in Paul Duran. Yes, we're going to bring in we're going to bring in Andor Ortega, who's had some really good ability to put the ball in the back of the net. I think Sessa took a little knock from that injury. We have, like, no right back options, though, which is a little annoying. We have Spiwe Bar, who can technically play right back, and we have Saul Beltran. But I'm not going to give up on Cañete yet. He's such a good player, he is going to figure it out. Salvatore Roman struggling at right wing as well. Let's bring in Yuri Urbanic. Actually, no, I'm going to leave Roman in there for a little longer. He has 19 jumping reach, and that size could be useful as we start to play a bit more of a direct game. Make the run! Make the freaking run, man. Gotta watch Zhang Shua. That dude's really good. Oh, look at the overlap. Sar, get a little wider. Get a little wider. Get a little wider. Look at Sar underneath. Good. Samba Sar. Javier. Back to Samba Sar. We can pass this around. This is good. Sarai. Cañete. There it is! And Majid Hashemi with the absolute brick. And Bombo. Bringing Bombo in. Even though he's tired, he can give us 30 minutes, make a difference, you know? Certainly has the vision and the creativity to be able to do something. We're not getting anything from Cañete at the right back position. Samba Sar's been great. Cañete isn't delivering anything. And now we've conceded another set piece somehow. I have one more sub. Bit of an insane sub here, but I'm going to go with Saul Beltran. It's him or Spiwe Bar, but Bar doesn't know how to play this position either. I'm going to bring in the 4th best right back at my club. He's not even the starter for the B team. Just I feel like Cañete's been so bad. We just need somebody who has the physical ability to run up and down the wing and just cross the ball in. If he ends up doing something great, then my spidey sense for just putting in Saul Beltran for his first team debut is going off. Kelvin Mbambo. Saul Beltran! Was not a bad cross. He has 11 crossing. He's fine at being able to put the ball in a solid area. Come on, guys. Energy, energy now, energy. Energy now. Energy now. Energy now. Oh, good pass. Javier. Oh, good move. Look at this move by Javier. Oh. Turn off the dribbling. Midfield playmaker on Sarai so he can connect the play a little bit better. Time, ref! Time! Oh, let's go. Ortega's there. Everybody's getting into the box. Sambasar, Javier, Ortega! No, he was on. 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 He was onside. He was onside. He was onside. He was on. Ender Ortega finds the goal again. Great little cheeky pass by Javier, catches the defenders coming towards him, and a good finish by Ender Ortega. Come on, one more. One more! One more! Uno más, por favor, vamos! Oh my God. Not for them. For us. One more for us. We want one more. What the hell are we doing? Oh my God, let's go. Let's go. Highlight. That's our ball. We spooked him. Win this, Danny. Yes, Danny. Saul Beltran. Oh, what a ball. Not really, but okay. Oh, Mbambo, what the hell?
There's going to be a brown envelope found on the floor of the VAR room after this.
What was that bait? What was that absolute rage bait, dog? What was that highlight? Majida Shemi acting like he's never seen a goal before. Whatever. Acting like he's never seen a goal before. And he had bruised ankle. You made me bring in Majid Hashemi because you had a bruised ankle? Soft. Soft. That's what you are. That's what you've always been, isn't it? Joao Aguiar. Can't trust anybody that has one of those little squiggly lines in their name, can you? All right, good news though, chat. We get to celebrate because some of you guys have been appointed to the staff of UD Melilla. We have a collection of redemptions for people that have become part of the UD Melilla staff, and we start with the other assistant coach. We have 2 assistant coaches, and one is already time intensive. The other is taken by a guy named Chris Davies, but I don't know who Chris Davies is because Chris Davies now becomes Jexner. Welcome to the staff, Jexner. You're our other assistant coach. You're one of the defensive masterminds of this team, an outstanding defensive coach from Wales. Dude, mentally, you're unbelievable. All right. Mentally, you are genuinely unbelievable. Next up on our staff redemptions, we have somebody who's going to be on this staff for a long time because we've got a very tenured collection of physiotherapists. You are going to be the highest paid physiotherapist that we have on this team. Welcome to the staff, Dr. This checks out, Frick. And because you are an elite physiotherapist, Dr. Frick, you will be one of the physios at this team that is here until the end of the game. Welcome. We are never going to be firing somebody that has elite physiotherapy from our staff. That is for sure. That is for sure. Next up, we have somebody that has nominated themselves to be the new goalkeeping coach of UD Melilla. A tremendous goalkeeping coach who is an elite goalkeeper coaching person. This is PeckFan1. Welcome to the staff, PeckFan1. We have a couple of Wonder Kid goalkeepers, so your job is actually quite important. And if they don't develop, I will be blaming you. No pressure at all, of course. But if they don't develop, I will be blaming you. All right. This person has said GM or scout. Fortunately, our general manager, Levi Klee, is open. And so the next general manager of this club will be random guy somewhere. Welcome to the staff, random guy somewhere. I need you to be a little bit more specific because you're our unbelievably good general manager, likely for the rest of this save. You're going to be finding some incredible players. Thanks, boss man. There he is. Random guy somewhere. You are the general manager of UD Melilla. Yeah, we have if you're thinking about redeeming, wait until we get through the list because we have about 10 more. So, Karuya is next on the list and said Levi Klee to be Cristiano McDonaldinho. Unfortunately, obviously, the general manager has already been taken. Random guy somewhere is the general manager. Karuya, if you are here, you're welcome to change it. Jexner, you've just been appointed the secondary assistant manager of UD Melilla. Karuya, I don't know if Karuya is here. You are the assistant to the regional manager. We will refund Karuya. We will refund Karuya, and we also need to refund Regicide because Regicide wants to take the name of our head of youth development. But unfortunately, at this time, we're actually going to keep the name of our head of youth development because it's very cool that it is one of the girls from the women's side of the game, Magdalena Erickson, who's our head of youth development. So we're actually going to keep that name intact. So we will be refunding Karuya and Regicide, who we're going after the general manager and head of youth development. If we could mark those as refunded, that would be fantastic. Rimo. They'll have the channel points to be able to redeem something else, or if they're in the chat right now, they'll be able to select somebody else as well. Is there someone else that's elite? Torgiano is an elite possession coach. We have a couple of really brilliant fitness coaches. Miradan's elite at working with youngsters. We have... You could be the scout David Woodfine, or you could be Eric Elias or Shago. More likely to be good would be Woodfine's a recruitment analyst with elite analyzing data. Eric Elias and Shago Esteval have elite judging current ability. And then Vito Lacasey, our chief scout's open. Moritz Steiten is elite at judging potential ability. Emir Humphreys is elite at judging potential ability. Because we have Raimo in the... Raimo will be the chief scout. Okay. We'll refund Karuya, because I haven't seen Karuya in the chat. Welcome our new chief scout, Raimo. Oop. You have elite judging player potential ability, and you're very good at a lot of things, but chief scout, a lot of turnover. High pressure job, a lot of turnover. Definitely difficult. So did we already I'd like to be the GM, became chief scout. Yes. Okay, so we refunded Regicide, we refunded Karuya. Raimo is in as the chief scout. Luke would like to be a scout. All right, so we do have some scouts available. We'll hand you off to one of our better ones. How about Eric Elias, the Dutch scout that we just signed? So this is going to be Lukem, 10101010. Welcome to the UD Melilla staff. Brilliantly done, sir. Dirty Peeper wants to be a scout. Somehow that name checks out really wonderfully. Dirty Peeper. Right on the nose, honestly. You're going to be Shago Esteval. He's got the glasses. I could see a Dirty Peeper here. Dirty Peeper takes over for Shago Esteval. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Spot in the defensive team for me, coach. All right. One of the members of our defensive coaching staff is going to be claimed today. It's going to be this guy. I think. Now it'll be this guy. Sean Derry is officially taken over by Shenwar98. Welcome to the staff, Shenwar98. You are now one of the lead defensive coaches at UD Melilla to help set the tone for our incredibly talented defensive team. Doomsage would like to be a goalkeeping coach. Well, Doomsage, I have some bad news. The goalkeeping coach in the first team is already taken. But you do have the opportunity, obviously, Doomsage, to be a goalkeeping coach with the B team at the secondary level. We did just sign a new goalkeeping coach at this level who happens to actually be very good. And that is where Doomsage is going to be appointed as a part of this staff. Doomsage becomes the B team goalkeeping coach. Which is important because we have a bunch of, our goalkeepers always come through the B team. Also, you've got an incredibly smooth, bald head. So congratulations on that one as well. Wants the name to be, okay, I'm not as much of a fan of this anymore. I just noticed that they put in a specific name that they wanted. Our B team coach is Rui Patricio, MVP. This might doom our entire goalkeeping development pipeline to sucking. It might just. Whoever ends up being the B team coach, all right, we got somebody that's come in and decided to become the head coach of the B team. And that somebody is going to be Pablo Lago. Welcome to the staff, Pablo Lago. Take care of those B team boys. We finished second in the league last year. I will accept nothing less than a first place finish in the league. No pressure, but I will accept nothing less than a first place finish in the league. All right, Aris wants to be a defensive coach in the first team. All right, well, good news. We have a couple of really good defensive coaches, me included. There's Javier Pinola, who is the next very good defensive coach that we have available for you. Haram, this is the name that they've asked for. This is the name that Aris31 has asked for. Haramovsky. A perfect name for a defensive coach. Welcome, Mr. Haramovsky, to the staff of UD Melilla. Haramovsky is now a defensive coach on our team. And then our coach, our newly appointed coach, Lucy Bronze. Where's Lucy? There she is now going to be known by her full name, Lucia Roberta Tough Bronze, which is her real full name. Somebody has redeemed that. That somebody being Riley Shima has redeemed that we make Lucy Bronze's full name her name in the game. Lucia Roberta Tough Bronze is now one of the coaches in our first team. Welcome, Lucia Roberta Tough Bronze. And then we have had one more redemption. This is the last redemption. If you're seeing anybody else on the staff that you would like to claim and you have the points, somebody said they'd want the head performance analyst or Christian Gross, who I believe is part of our first team coaching staff here. Right there. But our head performance analyst is available, and that was the first thing you listed. So it will be claimed. The head of performance analysis will be Loki 4. Welcome to the staff. You're one of the heads of the different departments. You're the guy that's telling me that Rui Patricio is bad at everything. I greatly appreciate your service. You're a very good analyzing data, very good tactical knowledge individual. And that is it for the staff redemptions that we have right now. Remember, you can use your channel points to redeem being a, oh my goodness, Champions League. We're away at Ajax. Have I even registered my Champions League squad? Says it reopens in 0 days. Let's just give the game a second. Streamer doesn't know he sacked the real Pablo Lago. Wait, is that oh my God. They renamed the head. So the game glitched out and hired a B team coach before the guy I'd hired to be the B team coach could take the job. And then I had to use the editor because it was a glitch. I used the editor to fire him so that the guy I hired to be the B team coach could take the job. And the guy I fired's name was Pablo Lago. One way or another, the game wins. The game wanted Pablo Lago to be the coach of the B team. And now Pablo Lago is the coach of the B team. Ah. Yeah, I just had to wait a day. Okay. First team registration for the Champions League. I think I've got room to include Ruben Gerardo in this. Gianmarco Villalva, Kelvin Mbambo, Otero and Sosa are both under 21. Ivande, Sessa, Sarai, Urbanic, Joao Aguiar, Javier Andrew Ortega, Salvatore Roman, Theodore Pizarro, Mark Cucurella, Miguel Rubio. Like 15 guys. Yasser Mahdi, Parguenias, Majid, Duran, Bongani, Aguirre, Sambasar, Safiro, Havakote. My goodness, we fit perfectly. Jaime Gutierrez is under 21, and Panagiotis Sutsikas is currently negotiating his departure. Sosa's under 21, Otero's under 21, and Jaime Gutierrez is an under 21 player. We have 8 homegrown national players. We have 2 players that are homegrown at the club. Those homegrown club players would be Miguel Rubio, and who's the other one? Oh, I don't need to register him. It's behind the injury thing. Bongani Van Rooyen is still under 21, dog. He's still under 21. Register Sosa? Nah. I don't need to. I can confirm it right now. Sosa's under 21. There's never any reason to register an under 21 player. Ever. Like, because I'm supposed to have a minimum of 2 goalkeepers in the squad, but I'm only at 22 out of 25. So it doesn't matter. And because of our B team, Ruben Sosa is going to be club grown. And we don't have to worry about adding Gerardo later, because this is way more forgiving because of the U21 restrictions. We actually have 4 club-grown players in our team, but 3 of them are still U21. So that's pretty sweet. Javier's now, so they under 21, but they have to have been at the club for 2 years. Like, players under the age of 20 on January of this year. Players of the age of 20 or younger on January of this year. So if they've turned 21 this year, who have been at the club for 2 years, do not have to be registered. Javier's not been at the club for 2 years, so no. You need 2 goalkeepers. You have no choice. Rodrigo Lira. But then if I register Rodrigo Lira, I'm off the homegrown line. So we could take Diego as a 3rd string. Oh, because he's not homegrown at the club. We'd have to take Adrian Soto. Oh, no, unregister Soto. We're good. See, only need 1 goalkeeper if I have 3 open registration spots. I'm going to leave those spots open in case we sign players in January. Then I'm good. I got open spots. I don't have to worry about it at all. January signings can slot right in. What are our Champions League odds? 1,000 to 1? Come on. $1,000 to 1. 1,000 to 1 for us to win the Champions League? Come on, you gotta believe in something, man. What now? Sean Gigo was lighting it up for Nacional. I mean, I love to hear it. He's getting worse, though, which is kind of the antithesis of the point of what we're trying to do, but okay. You better leave before I find you. Panda Geotis, you better leave before I find you. If I find you on this facility again, I will be calling multiple international law enforcement agencies. Oh, now he finally comes to me about his upset that I offered him out for a loan at one point. I have no intention of letting you go. You've had a lot of injuries and you need to be playing regularly. That would have worked last year. You literally were on loan last year. How is this breaking news to you? I loaned you out last year. I'm testing the waters. We good? Okay, we're good. I want him to calm down so that he might be of some use this year, and then we can go to war with him next summer if we want to. But right now, I want him to chill. We're clearly not going to sell him because nobody wants him. I need him to relax, and then maybe he'll play well, and maybe he'll be worth something at some point in his life. A little concerned about this loan. Yusute's getting starts with the B team. I freaking love to see that. I think he's gonna explode getting regular time in the second division. I think he's actually gonna pop off. How did Yanez's loan to, dude, I didn't even get an email about that. How did Yanez's loan fall apart? Somebody's window's gotta still be open. How does Jose Yanez not have a loan? Oh my God. We accepted the loan to Cincinnati. What happened to it? It just vanished. Ronaldinho Higuaita is signed with Anderlecht. He's coming over to Europe. Mohamed Hamadi. Oh, that is not moderate. That's 2 months. Bro. Andrew Ortega with the 2-month calf strain. Just get a calf transplant at that point, man. Why is this a promise? I have no idea. Yeah, dude, medical cars are head physio right now. We might need to take a very long look at medical cars credentials. We almost had a transfer window where we got everything we wanted. Hashemi we had to keep, and Jose Yanez we could not find a loan for. That is a problem, obviously. That's not good. Januel Balosian. He's upset. He's upset, so maybe we're optimistic about that. Maybe we need to keep being optimistic about it. Wait, Regicide. Regicide just redeemed to redeem a staff member again. Dude, who do you want? They just said Keck W. Regicide, who do you want? What member of staff are you taking over for? They already refunded it? No, they re-redeemed it 10 minutes ago. Did you refund that one? Oh, he did it by mistake. Oh, okay. Okay. My bad. I missed that. My bad. They did it by mistake. Misinput. It's a misinput. All right, we have we have 5 players unavailable due to injury. Where's the other right back? Dude, my best 3 right backs are all out for about the same length of time. I mean, it's like an absolute 5-alarm fire at the right back position for this team. We're literally just going to start Cañete over there again with Sambassar and just hope it works out. All right, Gutierrez, you're going to get the start. Probably should be Cucurella, but I'm a fool. Ivande, Otero, Gutierrez, Cañete, Sar, Sarai. I'm missing my team. Has anybody seen my team? Havacote was tremendous in the last time we put him out there. Salvatore Roman was not. And Mbambo takes that spot and becomes a playmaking winger instead. We normally would have people that would compete with Sessa for playing time here. I think Sessa's going to go ahead and take this spot. No problem at all. I think the best striker we've had so far has been Yuri Urbanik. That's it. I have Pargueñas available. And then I need a midfielder and a fullback of some distinction from my B team. We can take Ian Barca, I guess. He's fine. He's like a competent player that if he came on the field in this match would not be like out of place. And then maybe Leonardo Silva. He can play a little right wing back, but if he is playing right wing back in the Champions League, I might need to gouge my eyes out with a rusty spoon. Rusty spoon it is. Leonardo Silva, the 17-year-old center back, makes the bench for the Champions League. All right, chat. Years ago, 2 years ago, in fact, in our first dalliance in the Champions League, we were eliminated by the champions of the Netherlands 3-2 on aggregate in the round of 16. We somehow managed to backdoor literally 8th position in the league stage with a couple of wins right at the end against Slavia Prague and Red Star and Atalanta. We literally won 3 straight matches and then snuck into the 8th position in order to get ourselves into the round of 16 where we lost to Ajax. This is a revenge match right here. This is a revenge match right here. Our team is a little watered down, but they are going to play the way they can play. Kelvin Mbambo, Raul Sarai, Angel Cañete with his Champions League debut for the club might not be at the position that we would prefer, but that's okay. We got this, and then we're watching PSG against Bayern Munich. That is the order of operations today. Lock in. And we're flipping? Oh my goodness. We're flipping? Yeah, baby! 29 hours of the stream! Let's go. Let's go. A little Philippe Coutinho on this fine Wednesday. We've streamed 29 hours this week, and it is only Wednesday. Please rise and remove your caps for the performance of the Champions League anthem. It's the champions. The champions. The champions. You may be seated. It's a Champions League night for UD Melilla. It's a return to the European stage for just a second time in club history. The club in Africa taking on Europe's best. They had a stunning run to the last 16 in their first Champions League campaign, but fell to defeat to this very team. And now their return to Europe's biggest stage sees them take on their old foes once again. Well, I told you starting Jaime Gutierrez, play the clip. I told you starting him was a bad idea. I told you. I said those words out loud. I said starting him was a bad idea. He can't quite get the block, and it deflects by Sosa into the back of the net. It's just an absolute nothing goal. This is where we need our captain, Kelvin Mbambo. Lead from the front. Inspire the boys. Show that leadership quality. Keep the boys determined. Keep them plugged in a tough road environment in Amsterdam. Keep them plugged in. Good save, good save, good save, Ruben. Otero getting beat a little easy there. Probably the end of the half, but we don't know for sure. Sar. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, Samba Sar. Come on, boys. Come on, boys. That fired up Havakote just for me yelling at Mbambo. Bring it! In the rain in Amsterdam. We gotta fight. We gotta fight. We gotta fight. Sar. Samba Sar. Pressed into a big role because our fullback room is absent. Our top three right backs are hurt. Good save by Ruben Sosa. Followed that ball really well. God, he's just a safe pair of hands back there, isn't he? All right, we have the ball. Cañete, let's go. Do something. I know you're out of position, but you can figure it out. Just use your quality. Nice. Sar, good chop. Mbambo, he has the ability to do something special. Sar, Samba Sar, Cañete. Oh! It's Havakote! It's the Dutchman in Amsterdam! Sivairo Havakote, a brilliant header back from Cañete, and Havakote beats the keeper to it. The 18-year-old Dutchman to break Dutch hearts. Sivairo Havakote. Sub. Cuckoo, go. Majid, go hit somebody. Javier, I like the way you played in the last game. Give me more of that. We're not getting a lot from Mbambo right now. Now have Cañete take over the armband. He's got a good rating, too. He'll be able to lead. Kukureya, Javier, and Majid Hashimi at Ajax. Hashimi was a key part to our Champions League campaign 2 years ago. Come on, boys. Come on, boys. Come on, boys. All we need is one highlight. We're two game control type teams. All we need is one highlight. All we need is one highlight. Look at the XG we have. All we need is one highlight. All we need is a highlight. All we need is just that. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. What year is this? 2033. Havakote. Cañete. Angel Cañete. Havakote. Oh, no. Yes. Cañete. The German, Angel Cañete. It's what are we doing? Why? A long highlight for that until I win this header. Well, that didn't give me much of a chance to win the header now, did it? Nice, Sar. Way to be there. Oh, we had that for a second. Anybody seen my right side, Avocote? There you are. It's my best player. It is my best player giving away a penalty while he's wearing the captain's armband in the 92nd minute. I mean, it's a penalty. He fouled him. It's a penalty. Duran. Come on, Ruben Sosa. Come on, Ruben Sosa. Come on, Ruben Sosa. Oh, man. Got to go for it. It's Champions League. Hopefully we can get one highlight here. Oh, man. That sucks. We really didn't play worse than them. We just made one mistake, dude. We made one mistake. That's a hell of a penalty. I mean, that's so hard to save. I didn't even switch the mentality after all those changes I had. Damn. Though he impresses, really. He impressed by giving up the 93rd minute penalty that consigned us to defeat. Yes, I'm sure he impressed massively. Oh. That is it for UD Melilla today, chat. Champions League is, I believe, about to kick off. And so that is something that we absolutely are going to be watching. It's probably going to be the Champions League game of the century. So we're getting situated for that right now. But yeah, that's a tough way to send UD Melilla off for today. We'll have it back up tomorrow. We'll have Melilla back up tomorrow. That'll be a lot of fun. Thank you guys for joining for a little bit of Melilla today. Already? But yeah, Champions League is here. Champions League is here, chat, and I need to get my graphics. Okay, guys, fire up the incredibly high-level graphics department. All right, chat. Who's at home? Bayern Munich. Graphics department is so ready. Top score 0. Yes, sir. Bottom score 0. Bottom name PSG. First leg was 4-5. We're ready to watch some matches. Oh, Theo. Theo, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs, dude. Hey, yeah. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you for making 5 people's days. Dude, I'm so sorry I missed that. But you've been a legend of the Hammer community the last couple of months. You've given so many people the chance to watch ad-free and supported the sub with kindness in so many occasions. Campia, Chris Chu, Shivers, Ryan in Space, Ice a lot. Enjoy the bacon, enjoy the emotes. Be sure to say thank you. If you didn't already, you might have. Because I was the person that didn't notice probably before you. But just in case you didn't. All right, I got my audio muted. I got the game coming up. Our game clock is loading momentarily. Chat, who's winning this game? Who is winning this game? It's time for some absolute cinema. Dude, this ad they play right before the half start drives me nuts. I don't know why. It has to be Bayern. I'm picking PSG to win. I'm going with the better team over the home. I'm going with... I'm not necessarily rooting for them. I'm rooting for an amazing game. I think PSG wins. I'm picking what I think is the better team. All right, music off. Match is coming. Clock will be up in a second for you to be able to sync up. It is time. All right. We are underway in the Champions League semifinal for the ages after the first leg. All right, clock is up. Said Kane's going to win it. I think it was like most people are picking Bayern. I mean, I guess home team down 1 goal. Bouncing ball to Neuer already. Yeah, I don't think that was a foul because I don't think Nuno Mendes moved for like 5 seconds. I think Elise just ran into him. That was a weird one. 1-0 PSG. Oh, what a 1-2. Kvaratskhelia already. Kvaratskhelia. Oh, good pass. Oh, what is that defense, dude? Bro, they got shredded. They got absolutely shredded. That is the Ballon d'Or winner completely alone. Nobody found him. Wow. Wow. Oh boy. I hate to say I was right. I said I thought PSG was the better team. I'm going to go better team over. I didn't pick a score, and I'm not going to pick it now because that would be unfair. But I said PSG was going to win the tie. Boldly, I know. But Kvaratskhelia, that 1-2, I mean, it's just wide open, and then you've got literally Ousmane Dembele. If there's one guy you got to find. Wow. Yeah, I don't think defending is on the. I agree. I don't think defending is on the menu tonight, boys. I agree completely with that statement. I packed a lunch that I'm going to be eating during this game as well. Hope that's okay with everybody. I'm trying to make sure I stay hydrated, eat 3 square meals, take care of myself while I'm streaming so much. No, it's not over. I wasn't saying it's over. I mean, we proved conclusively in the last match that it's definitely not over. It was 5-2 at one point. But oh my goodness, what a start. That really takes the sting out of the atmosphere for sure. This PSG team might be on the precipice of a dynasty, boys. I was thinking it when they won it last year and the team was so young, and I was saying it like this team's going to be around for the while. I thought it was going to be them in Barcelona, and I was wrong about the second one because Barca hasn't really been able to take the next step. But what's for lunch? I have a couple of salami sandwiches with whatever stone ground mustard is. I have no idea. My brother got it. And he got stone ground mustard, which I have now co-opted into my sandwich. You can taste the stone. Oh, here's Limer. Oh, wow. What a tackle off of Elise. Who was that? Well, that was Pacho. Second best, what was it? Second best Colombian player? Pacho's Colombian, right? In the FM database? Ecuador. I can't find a working stream. I'm sorry. It's literally on TV in the U.S. So I'm watching it on my YouTube TV right now. Here's a question, random question. How good do you think Russia's team would be? I think about that every time I see Safonov. Like, obviously, I'm totally understand why they're not playing, but I just feel like he's the only Russian player that I know now. It's kind of random that he's just popped up at PSG and has become this great goalkeeper. Bespoke. They would be bespoke. Alantino Pieva, thank you for the €5. Someone when hey Z, someone when Kvaratskhelia was at Napoli thought that Leao was a better player than him. It's stunning the improvements Kvisha has achieved. I mean, I'm a big believer, and I think Alphonso Davies is another guy that like was aided by this. When you have people that come from outside the major leagues and they start getting regular playing time in the major leagues, I think there's a lot more room for development because of the exposure and coaching that they're getting relative to what they were getting before than somebody like Leao, who's always been at that level of coaching and that level of exposure. I can see that being a yellow. It's a foul to keep the guy from going by him. Like when you get a guy like Kvaratskhelia who's coming from the Georgian league and he starts getting that regular exposure with much better coaching, much higher level competition, there's a lot more room to grow because he hasn't been exposed to that sort of stuff as much. So he has more that he could potentially internalize. It's just my theory. I have no idea if it's right. But now Kvaratskhelia is just a tremendous dribbler of the ball, man. He's one of those guys that just has such great control over the ball. Can Kvaratskhelia win the Ballon d'Or? Absolutely. I think right now he's playing in the best club in the world. I don't care what the Club World Cup says, and I'm not afraid to say it. I think if you're an attacker for the best club in the world, the Ballon d'Or is like in your price range 100%. I think Dembele deserved it when he won it. But if, Dembele has a bit of a down year, Kvaratskhelia becomes a lead guy for them for a year, 100%. I'm not saying he's the favorite. I'm just saying he totally. The question was, can he be the next Ballon d'Or? Yeah. I mean, tell me you wouldn't be stunned if Kvaratskhelia scored a hat trick in the Champions League final. If he does that, which is totally possible, it's in his price range, to borrow a phrase from myself. Yeah, he could. He won't be at the World Cup. Ah, true. That would be tough. Well, then I'd say Mbappe. I'd say Dembele if he has a memorable end to his Champions League campaign and they win it again, and then he does really well for France. Kane. Obviously, if England wins, I think Harry Kane is very likely going to win the Ballon d'Or, right? Man, Kvaratskhelia just barbecued him. Kvaratskhelia is a Neymar region? No, I don't see Neymar in his game almost at all. I don't think Visha Kvaratskhelia has an ounce of the creativity of Neymar. I think what made Neymar really special was the combination of technique and creativity when creativity in the game was dying. If you want a comp, I think Visha Kvaratskhelia compares a lot better to Arjen Robben for me. Not necessarily an overly creative player, but a very good attacking player that can take people on and be very exciting. He's just not like a flair player necessarily. Now, okay, Arjen Robben's obviously remembered for the fact that he scored so many goals that look the same. Kvaratskhelia doesn't do that. I'm just talking about the whole player, not specifically the signature Arjen Robben move that Kvaratskhelia does. You know, he did kind of score a goal like that in the first leg. All right, Elise. Oh, Elise, stop running. Oh, no way. Elise got to that. Okay. Oh, wow. Kimmich just bricked that. Okay. Maybe. Oh! Not over? Limer? Oh, man. Oh, Kvaratskhelia, you dirty dog. Oh, Kvisha, you dirty dog. That Meg was disgusting. What if PSG just scored? No way. Kvaratskhelia. Whew. Man, Luis Diaz did a hell. Dude, Luis Diaz, I don't know what it is. He looks so much better playing for Bayern than he does for Liverpool. Or he did for Liverpool. Like, if you just saw Luis Diaz at Bayern, you'd be like, oh, this dude's a pure world class wing. He was always on or off again for me at Liverpool, but whew. I thought Elise was going to put that ball away, though. Oh, no. No, it wasn't an awkward fall. He got elbowed in the chest, dude. He took a straight bow to the chest. Hey, if you're 30, 40 seconds ahead, that's fine. You'll be able to watch it, and then you'll be able to watch me react to whatever happened. That was a terrible set piece. I don't know what the hell that was. Man, Kane is way, way, way back there, dude. Harry Kane is way back there. How's Zaire Emery still in the U21 category? I mean, the dude was like 17 when he became a regular first team player. 4 years ago. Is there more space for Luis Diaz? Premier League's very difficult for wingers. And the Premier League's obviously the fastest game in terms of the pressure and the physicality. Nuno Mendes, since he got that yellow, has done a really good job. Any day now, Joshua. This is a little nervy here for PSG. There was an absolute bear of a man in the background of one of these shots. I don't know if you saw him. Some shirtless and just looked like he'd been inflated like a party balloon type dude right behind that throw in from the corner. Desiree Doué is so dangerous. I was just making sure I wasn't the only one that saw that guy. He was massive. Who's going to win this? I said PSG at the start. Certainly not going to change it now. Oh, Kvaratskhelia. Oh, good block. That was dangerous. Oh, he's wide open. Oh, a little better pass. He would have been able to get all the way to Elise. Kimmich passes have not been great so far. Ooh, oh my God. Okay, Luis Diaz was not doing that in the Prim. You see that? He just sent Zaire Emery staggering toward. I mean, goodness gracious, man. He just hit the ball poorly. Whew. That got me up in my chair right there. Allianz Arena looks sick. Yeah, I've been to one game at Allianz Arena. It's really cool. It's a little out of the city, but it's really beautiful. and very modern and open on the side. I really liked it. And even though it's a big stadium, you're really on top of the game no matter where you are. Bro, I will say, this game is so much more fun to watch than yesterday's. Yesterday's, you really need a more tactical eye. This game, you just get the feeling that anything could happen at any moment. The announcer just said something that I fully agree with. It's like there's an element of dare, there's an element of audacity to this game, the way they play. Nuno Mendes wants to get that call. He's going to have to fight a lot harder than that. Oh, whoa. What a pass by Upamecano. Ta totally didn't even expect him to try to make that. And Upamecano just hit a perfect curling pass. Musiala. Yikes. Yo, nice touch by Luis Enrique. I see you. I can't get over Company's outfit. I mean, Company's outfit doesn't seem that weird to me. It fits with his vibe, you know, which is kind of I'm a young athletic manager who's hip. Oh! I thought that was about to knock out Upamecano, and now Nuno Mendes is down. What was that? Like, when I saw that collision coming up, I thought Dio Upamecano was about to get knocked out. I mean, this was Nuno Mendes' fault. He's the guy that kind of made the mistake and then tried to throw himself after the ball to make up for it. He hurt his back? Upamecano did a really good job at getting his hands up and making sure he didn't take a knee to the face. Bro, that is a... Yo. Nuno Mendes is on a yellow card. There is an alternate universe where he gets a second yellow card for that. Like if the players made a bigger deal about it or if the referee made a bigger deal about it. Because Dio Upamecano is absolutely getting to that ball first, and Nuno Mendes just jumps into him. I'm not saying it should have been called. I was just saying that was a pretty dangerous. Oh, Elise! Wow. Wow. Oh, he just sent Nuno Mendes to the shops. Man, that would have been a shot in the arm for Bayern, that's for sure. Speaking of Robin, 15 minutes ago, true. I love the way Michael Olise dribbles. I love the way he dribbles. I like just aesthetically. It looks so low effort. Yo, what? Musiala, come on. Musiala and Kimmich, lock in. I want a game here. Oh, what a run by Limer. Oh, what is happening? It's a free kick for PSG. Oh, what is happening? I mean, that's the second time I'm going to tell you that Nuno Mendes has given the ref an opportunity to send him off. I mean, what's the call here? Limer handled the ball first, according to the referee. I mean, it was a denial of a through ball to like launch the attack. They said handball on Limer. I mean, where? That's the second time. That is the second time that Nuno Mendes has done something that could get him sent off. I was surprised that nobody made a bigger deal out of him just hitting Upamecano because I thought that was going to be a really ugly challenge. And he's already on a yellow. And then that handball, I mean, that just, nobody in the world would argue against that being a second yellow. I can't believe. I mean, I need to see it again. Right? I don't know. There was a handball on Limer. I just didn't see it before. Oh, you know what? It was when he like controlled the ball. I'm not going to lie, chat. I think I remember it. That's a handball. This is an example of what happens when a referee just is like, why did he stop the play? If it's not a handball, why did he stop the play? I have no idea what's going on here. What is happening? The announcer just said that's a cop-out answer. The ref blew it dead because of the reaction, then decided not to call it, basically. And he said that they had to blow it dead because of the reaction on the touchline, that it was popping off so much on the touchline. I'm sorry, that's a penalty. That's a penalty. Nuno Mendes should be off, and that's a penalty. Why, like, if you're not going to call anything, why is he stopping the play? He's saying that he stopped the play, apparently, because of the ruckus on the touchline. I mean, he's completely lost control of the game. Because what he's doing isn't making any sense. He just gave a card in an attempt to try and get back and get control over the game. I mean, Bayern's just getting robbed here. And I feel bad for everybody in this game. Because it's going to invalidate what PSG is doing too. And I think PSG has been really good. But now you're just going to look at it like, oh, this game just feels rigged, basically. I mean, what is he doing? Where's the VAR on that? Where's the VAR on that? Yeah, I mean, oh, good save by Neuer. Dude, this would have turned into a riot if PSG scored. If PSG scored again, this would have turned into a riot. That's a hell of a save by Neuer. But no, he gave that yellow card to try and get control of the game because in the referee handbook, you know, if the game feels like it's getting out of control and there's like a foul that maybe is an energy foul, then you're just going to try and give a yellow to get control of the game. But it's just, that yellow just ends up making it worse. You're not watching the downfall of referees. I thought the referee in yesterday's game was great. There were good refs and there were bad refs, and this dude's laying down a 5.0 flat performance here. Credit to Neuer. He knows there's nothing they can do about the referee's decisions now. Oh, God. Now the ref's coming over here. I mean, I can't believe it. Well, that's unfortunate because this is such an unbelievable tie, and the first 30 minutes of this match were so fantastic. But now the referee is the entire story. The referee is the entire story now. Here's the thing. Whether it was the right decision or not is almost irrelevant because he did the worst thing you could possibly do. He called both things. He blew the play dead and then said it wasn't a penalty. I don't even know what that is. Like the first one on Nuno Mendes with the tackle on Dio Upamecano, nobody made a big deal out of it. I think they should have made a big... Oh, what is Elise doing? Oh, he was trying to shoot because Safanov was off his line. Okay. But like, the first play on Nuno Mendes, nobody made a big deal about it. Watching it back on the replay, I'm like, dude, he's on a yellow. He definitely isn't getting to that ball. And if Dio Upamecano doesn't protect his face, Nuno Mendes is going to put a dent in his skull on that play. I'm like, wow, that could have been a second yellow. Then the handball situation where he's calling Limer. So what Limer did to control that ball was kind of like one of these. And the ref is just saying that the ball hit Limer's arm in that buildup. But if that's the case, he has to whistle that earlier because he lets it go for like 5 seconds and then blows the whistle and say it's a handball on Limer. Then at that point, it's like basically impossible to explain to the stadium that now believes a second yellow card should be issued. Right? It's like that's what happened. If that's a handball, it needs to be called immediately. He waits 5 seconds and then calls it. And it might have been a handball. I've only seen it live. But he definitely like controlled the ball running forward with his arms at his side. And then you have that handball in the box where it's like completes the mental meltdown of the ref, where he blows it dead and doesn't give it, just allowing, like an absolute furor to be whipped up about the fact that he isn't giving it. And then he polishes it off with a nice yellow card for some dude for a completely normal challenge to get control of the game again. It's a disaster class of a first half. And it's a shame because this match up in the first 30 minutes was just fantastic. And now it feels a little sour. The water's muddied. Bayern needs to survive the next couple of minutes. Like, desperately needs to survive the next couple of minutes. Yo, Osik, thank you for the 1,000 bits, my dude. I appreciate you. Now, honestly, first call, surprised it wasn't looked at more. I'm probably the only person in the world talking about the first call. Second call, the handball situation. Limer might have handled it first, but you got to blow the whistle earlier. And you got to make it more clear that you think it was Limer. He didn't do a very good job of that either. The third call, he handled about as poorly as humanly possible. I think he's done everything right pretty much so far. I mean, I don't think there's any way that you can logically come to the conclusion that he's done everything right, considering that last play alone, he blows it dead for no reason. And then like he blows it dead instantly. Right? So he doesn't have time to have seen what was happening on the bench and then say that what was happening on the bench needs to be handled. He blows it dead right after the ball hits the guy's hand. Right? And then doesn't call the penalty. And then comes up with a reason that it was a penalty, and everybody knows he's just coming up with something and just pulling it out of his ass, right? You just lose the respect of the game at that point. Oh! Hello! Yo, it's a double flip! We got a double flip, baby! Bayern's on the move. Hold on. We're hitting a big old double flip. It's flippity flip time, baby. We got 10 more hours of streaming today. Come on, Louise. I want a one-goal game at least. A little Jeopardy. All right, chat. The double flipperoo. Oh, baby. We're not even done. From 2 to 3. Yes! 30 hours, my man. 30 hours down, 70 to go on the 100-hour stream week. Flip that bad boy. Yeah, the Portuguese guys are saying he's not a good referee, apparently. I don't know. He has not reffed a good first half, that's for sure. And unfortunately, considering how great this match has been over 2 ties, that is all anybody's going to be talking about. A lot of room here for Luis Diaz, dude. What in the world are we doing? He's never reffed a good game in his whole career. Hey, man, fail up. Okay, Safonov just punted this ball 90 yards. That was such a good header by Neuer. He's so good at that. That would be such a panic situation for so many goalkeepers. He just popped a header over. Dude, I love Manuel Neuer. I love him so much. I'm going to miss that guy when he's gone. What an absurd little play that he just made look so easy. Yeah, neither of these teams have any American players. I think that's the big oversight. You said only one team has Portuguese players. Not enough American players for my taste. Where's Pulisic? It's not a real Champions League final without Pulisic. Ooh. That's such a good clearance by Marquinhos. Or that wasn't Marquinhos. That was Vitinha, of course. The guy can do everything. Whoa, Neuer. Hello. Choose between Buffon, Neuer, Casillas. Neuer. The only goalkeeper I will take over Neuer is Levi Ashen, because if you look at the stats that Levi Ashen put up, they seem alien. Pen. They never call those, but just took Limer out. They never call those. Nor should they, I guess. But boy, if he doesn't get the ball on that block attempt. Yeah, Lev Yashin's probably the best goalkeeper ever. If like his numbers are just ridiculous. Obviously, if you put Lev Yashin like in a time machine and brought him to today, he'd be the worst goalkeeper on the planet. But like relative to what other goalkeepers, like Lev Yashin basically invented the idea of diving. He also, listen to this, saved one of two penalties that he faced, like one out of every two penalties he faced for his entire career. Who does that? That's psychotic. He had a 50% penalty save percentage. That's like having a secret nuclear bomb. I mean, you can't compare Yashin like watching film and being like, oh, he's better than Neuer because I saw him make this play. But what you can do is look at how much better he was than his peers and look at like how much he changed the game. Oh, Musiala, have it! Shoot! Oh, man. Because no one could shoot. I was like, okay, what do you think all the other goalkeepers at that time were like? Yeah, buddy, you can have it. If nobody could shoot back then everybody would. Oh, Musiala again. Okay. Bayern's back. Oh, he just didn't get the bend on it. Yeah, I think Lev Yashin and Manuel Neuer are both in the boat where they changed how keepers play because Manuel Neuer pioneered the sweeper keeper, and showed that you could have a goalkeeper that was just ice cold and able to diffuse potentially dangerous plays consistently by coming off his line. But I think if you're trying to judge how good somebody is, look at how dominant they were relative to other people at the same time. Because even though the skill level that Lev Yashin was playing against is obviously much worse than the skill level Neuer or Casillas or Gianluigi Buffon had to play against, like, back then, everybody wanted to win. And every little kid wanted to be a freaking footballer or a soccer player, right? And Lev Yashin, out of all of those people, was the one guy that was just, okay, Musiala, each shot's getting worse, man. We need to lock in. All right. Safonov needs to figure out how to hit a goal kick in play. I don't know. In Russia, we don't keep the goal kicks in play. I'm not sure making you better than your peers makes you better than your successors. The margin to which you are better than your peers, because your peers are your only, fit comparison, right? Because they grew up in the same time period with the same medical sciences, with the same nutritional sciences, with the same tactical understanding of the game. The margin to which you are better than your peers is what really should be considered. And Lev Yashin was better than his peers to more of an extent than any other goalkeeper in history. You know what I mean? Love the sarcastic applause for the yellow. Kemish has not been playing good balls yet, or this whole game. That's a really good ball. You can hear the field mic picking up somebody saying bad decisions in English. Dog. Dog. All right. IFAB rules on handball. Let's get into the weeds, shall we? What is a handball? All right. Here's the section that everybody's going to be pointing at here. You guys figure out what it is. I gotta go get another LaCroix real quick. I'll be right back. All righty. Such a fool for you. It's more of a case that you should be angry at IFAB and not the ref. No. Listen to me. This ref has done a terrible job, and this is why. This ref has not done a good job of calling things in the appropriate time, and he has clearly let the occasion drive him instead of being able to drive the occasion. He's looked overwhelmed consistently. On the second instance, he delayed in calling the handball on Limer until there was another thing that brought about what was necessarily a stop of play, and then brought it back to the first handball on Limer. If he's going to call that a handball, he has to call it immediately. If he doesn't call it immediately, he cannot call it. It looked like it might have been a handball on Limer in the way he controlled the ball with his arms kind of like this up next to his body, but he has to call that immediately. Limer was able to take one or two touches and play a through ball, and then he brought it back to the Limer handball. That's dumb. The handball in the box, according to IFAB rules, appears to not be a handball. If it's played by your teammate and then hits the arm, hand, of another teammate unless the ball goes directly into the goal and the player scores immediately afterwards, in which case it is a foul. In any other case, it's not. In any other case, it is not a foul. Which, you know, according to footballrules.com, right, IFAB, yeah. In that instance, the referee should not blow the whistle. But the ball hits his hand, he blows the whistle, and then has to come up with some reason he blew the whistle other than it being a penalty. I don't know. And there are a couple of options here. Maybe the fourth official knew this rule, but the ref didn't. And so the ref blows the whistle, and the fourth official goes, "It's not a penalty. I know the rules. It's this obscure rule down here. It's not a penalty." And he gets a hold of him and tells him that. And then he has to come up with a reason that he blew the whistle. Or much more likely, he blew the whistle because after the ball hit the hand, he just panicked. He freaked out that it was happening. And, you know, he blew the whistle and he decided that it wasn't a penalty. Maybe because he knew this rule, I would hope. Because he knew this rule, he knows that it's not a penalty. But then he has to come up with a reason that he blew the whistle. And the fact that he blew the whistle and didn't give the penalty makes the game seem completely out of control. And in my opinion, is the greatest piece of evidence. He can just say it's a penalty and then VAR would correct it. Yeah, but then, I mean, if he knows the rule, he knows the rule. But the play happens, he blows the whistle instantly. And he's just blown the whistle to stop play when, you know, legally speaking, in his mind, and apparently correctly, nothing has happened. The conclusion is that on this day, the ref just doesn't have that dog in him. This ref is just not doing a very good job of keeping control of the game. Right? Obviously, it's a tough situation to be in when the entire stadium is deciding that you are doing a terrible job. But it does not help if you then do a terrible job. Can you stroll like 2 ticks higher? There you go. That's the entire handball section. He looks, I mean, there's only 2 options for a referee. You're either in control of the situation or you're not. He's not in control of the situation. Why doesn't VAR interfere? That was a red card. The funny thing is that VAR can't interfere on second yellows. So we had 2 back-to-back plays by Nuno Mendes, the challenge on Upamecano and the handball, where VAR cannot interfere on second yellows. It can next year. That is correct. But it cannot interfere on second yellows. So VAR technically cannot do anything there unless they think it is a straight red card. That makes no sense. That's why they changed it. But the change doesn't take effect until next year. World Cup technically counts as the next competitive year, so. They called a Limer handball first. Yes, but technically VAR would be able to review that whole play. And look, my point is, separate of whether it was the right call, there's 3 calls, in my opinion, that are interesting. The first call could have been a second yellow on Nuno Mendes. It wasn't, could have. The second call was the handball situation. Could have been the right call. The problem is the ref made it so slowly. The referee saw Nuno's handball. He blew it for a handball for a Limer. But the problem is if he's going to call that handball, he has to whistle it earlier. I have not seen a replay of that, the actual Limer handball. The replay they showed didn't include it. That's because the ref should have blown the whistle way before. They're showing the replay now. Oh, bro. I'm missing it. Give me back here. They're showing the replay now. Let me see if I can find it. Okay, I'm watching it right now. I'm watching the Limer play right now. Yeah, it's a handball on Limer. It's a handball on Limer. Dude, this is the exact same situation we ended up in the Arsenal game, bro. It's the exact same situation. It's a handball on Limer. You can see it actually pretty clearly in a slowed down replay. It hit his arm. But the problem is, even though the ref, according to the rules, has made 2 of those 3 calls correctly, the way that he's done it has completely lost control of the game. It took him 3 touches to call the Limer handball, and he only called it after Nuno Mendes committed what would have been a second yellow card handball, which is why you call that immediately. Like, you got to call that. How did it hit his arm? So when he takes the touch, when he's coming forward, and you can see it when you watch the replay, it hits him basically the same place that it hits Mendes, like kind of the bicep area. Just hitting an arm isn't a handball anymore. No, like it's a handball on Limer. He just has to call it faster. He has to call it faster. He slept on the call on Limer's handball. Okay, let me watch that play again. I'm going to pull it up again. Let me watch it again. Give me another rep. So it touches his arm. I'm watching the replay. Hold on. Yeah, I mean, bro, Limer takes like 4 steps after that handball. The crazy thing is, the reason I'm watching this replay over again is I'm watching when the ref starts to bring the whistle up. I'm watching that. And it is... Oh, that's damning. That is damning, bro. That is damning. Dude, the ref doesn't even start to make the call until way after Nuno Mendes' arm gets hit. He couldn't see anything and asked the line judge. I'm watching it back again. How would you be able to tell the linesman called this? I'm not even talking about the penalty gap. We know, we were already reading the IFAB rules. Come on, you know me. I'm not just some screaming head on the internet. I'm not an overly reactional guy. He points at the lineman after he reverses the decision. No, he doesn't. He points that way and then points at the ground and points that way. What's that in ref speak, dude? Watch a little longer. That's all they gave me in the replay. I'm watching the halftime show replay right now. To the ground is the spot of the foul. I do know that, I promise. What minute was it? I'll go watch it live again. I'm on YouTube TV. I can zoom back. $28. All right, I'm watching it live. Yeah, the ref doesn't even think about blowing his whistle until after it hits Nuno Mendes' arm. So it's got to be the lino. Right? Initially, he points that way. Everybody on Bayern's freaking out. All right. Okay. He does give a thumb up to the fourth official direction. He gives a thumb up in that direction. He gives a thumbs up like that, straight towards where I think the fourth official would be. Okay, so the referee blows his whistle really late. He blows his whistle late because initially I think he's calling the Nuno Mendes play. He gets told in his ear that there was a handball on Limer in the build-up to it. Trusts that, gives the handball. I think the only issue the ref makes in that instance, obviously, besides the fact that all of this seems to have conspired to make him look terrible on that one particular play, is that he doesn't make nearly enough of a big deal. I think the issue the ref is running into now is that the moment is too big for him. He doesn't make nearly enough of a big deal. Like, he kind of sheepishly, like, points. He needs to get out of that crowd for the whole stadium and the coaches and point at Limer and say, like, but if you rewatch the replay, which I just did, I just rewatched it live. Limer is standing this close to him, and he goes, nobody in the stadium sees that. You barely see it on TV. I missed it the first time. Because he's actually made, I think the refereeing team has made, on 2 out of the 3, the fully correct decision. And obviously the first one that I'm talking about, I'm the only person that's talking about it. I just think it was a totally reckless play by Nuno Mendes. People would still complain, not nearly as much. Not nearly as much. Because the problem for the vast, like, did you see the amount of work that we just had to do to figure out what actually happened there? The referee's job, and this is really important for keeping control of the game, is to make it very clear what happened. Do you see how much work just went into us making sure that we knew what was going on there? It took me all the way through halftime to figure out what just happened on that play. The complaining would still be that the call is way too late. Well, look, I would rather a correct call than I would rather a late and correct call than a wrong call. It is a handball on Limer. It is late. And because it's late, he needs to make it extra obvious, like, and then point at the spot on the ground. And then the third one, there's no explanation. He's literally just crumbling under the pressure of the moment. Second half's just kicking off. Second half is kicking off. This has been pretty insane, dude. This has been pretty insane. Yeah, I think the third one is still a huge indictment, not because he got the call wrong. According to the rules that we just read in IFAB, he got the call right. But the third one is a huge indictment of his understanding of the game. Or like his ability to handle the pressure, because he blew the whistle just in like a panic move, basically. All right. Why did Neves just kick the ball to Bayern's half? That's how PSG starts the ball on every kickoff. That's how PSG does their kickoffs. They just kick it straight out of bounds in the corner. No, we just came out of halftime. That's the live clock of the game right now. Bayern needs 2 goals. All right. Now we've got a whistle for Willian Pacho. Oh, remove the halftime text. Right. Sorry. Got you. Hey, that looked a little uncomfortable. Bro, they just put a bunch of that, like, pain relieving spray on top of his head, and now he's got this big white spot on his head. What the hell? Just Robin and Schweinsteiger watching the match. All right, buddy. Okay, Jonathan Tom. He might be a world class center back. That dude always looks goofy when he's playing the ball. That dude always looks goofy when he's playing the ball. He's a classic football manager center back. Size, strength, tackling. Like average on ball ability. Yeah, Bastian Schweinsteiger. I'm sure, I mean, Schweinsteiger's favorite club is obviously Chicago Fire, where a member of the non soccer media once asked him if he would help the Chicago Fire win the World Cup. Top 5 U.S. soccer moment. Dude, William Pacho's going to need some better medical insurance right now. Darter, we read the IFAB stuff earlier. You know me. I'm not a reactionary guy. We broke it down. The referee, I think, in both instances that are really heavily debated, there's one other instance where I think he missed one. But in the two instances that are really heavily debated, I think the right call was made, but his communication with the public and his ability to handle the pressure of the game was terrible. It was not good. And that leads to a lack of control of the game because there isn't an understanding of what's going on. Like when you blow a whistle for no reason after a play that could have been a penalty, but you're not calling it as a penalty. Like, why did you blow the whistle? That they do not respect Stanisic's ability to shoot at all. And neither does Stanisic, apparently. He didn't even look at it. How did Bastian even respond to that? I don't remember. I think he just laughed. Nobody made that run, but if they had, that was such a good pass. Dewey was living in the Matrix on that. God, how long has Marquinhos been a good player? How good is Elise? I was saying earlier, I just love watching him dribble. It's something so aesthetically pleasing about it. It is awesome. Bro, what is that shot from Pavlovich? Safanov out of play again. Nice. Can we get a live update on Safanov's goal kicks in play percentage? Because that's 3 that I've seen. Has to be on purpose. Kimmich's passing has been really bad in this game. Oh boy. Oh boy. Dewey. Woo. Again, Manuel Neuer, that is a really tough rebound for so many people. And yet Manuel Neuer is able to go to that and literally punt, like, he's a psycho, dude. Neuer's a psycho. Gets the ball completely clear of danger by punching it away. You liar and thief, you made us think you're Melilla. I played Melilla earlier. Oh, good save again. Perfect shot by Kvaratskhelia. All right, Elise, what you got? Nothing. Okay. Neuer, there's like no reason for Neuer to head that ball back. He can literally just catch it in half a second. He's a psycho, man. Matvey Safanov's punts could start a space program, man. He just punted it goalkeeper to goalkeeper. Oh. Feels pretty hopeless for Bayern. No, I don't think so. Because Bayern's, I mean, all you need, Bayern's down 2 goals, right? All you need is looks. You need to get looks. Elise, they're backing off of him again. I don't know what it is about them backing off Elise when he's in the middle. It worked that time. Diaz. Neuer's going to play until he's 50. I don't think so. He's had injury issues for a long time already. Now they've hit the ref with a pass. He didn't need to stop play there, though. Like, if the ball just went back to Bayern, it would have been fine. Oh, Musiala just didn't have the agility, didn't have the bend. Do you have to by the rules? He's so slow with his whistle. Okay. I didn't know if it was just kind of like a little inadvertent hit that didn't matter much. You just kind of let it go. Because that one, the ball just goes to Bayern again. Yeah, okay. It's got to be a plan. That's the 4th kick from Safanov that's gone out. He's hitting the same spot every time. That or he's just slightly missing where he's trying to play it. Like they're trying to play the ball off that wing. It's got to be on purpose. Has to be on purpose. Now stand as it shoots. Yeah, I think the Safanov kick thing is a strategy for sure now. No keeper at this level is going to kick the ball out of play 5 times. It's that or the play they're trying to go for is to hit Kvaratskhelia right on the touchline, and he just keeps missing it. Oh, Due. Oh, Zaire Emery. The kids are all right. No one wants to watch PSG win another. Doesn't matter what we want. PSG looks like the best team, and they got a young core, and they got the money to make sure none of them leave. I mean, Dembele and Kvaratskhelia aren't 30. They're midfield with Neves and Vitinha and Warren Zaire-Emery. Those guys are mid-early 20s. Pacho's young. Marquinhos somehow is only 32. Almost. Desiree Doué's like 12. Oh, here he goes. Crazy how Mbappe, Neymar, and Messi can win, but this or couldn't win, but this can. I think that is a lesson for everyone about the difference between a team and really, really good players. I don't think Mbappe, Messi, and Neymar work together in the same team. You know why? Because none of them work. All three of them are so used to being the one player that's just so damn good that they don't have to run. But if you have three of those guys at the same time, there's a lot of space on the field for the other team. My goodness, Doué. If Doué scores this goal, oh, good save. Short hop, one-handed. Whew. Wow. Shots fired? No, I mean, look, Mbappe's the best player in the world probably right now. Lionel Messi's the greatest player of all time, and Neymar is, a top 5 Brazilian player of all time. He's the all-time leading scorer for the national team. Defining player of his era, the third wheel to Ronaldo and Messi, who is just an all-time great. I'm not saying any of those guys are anything other than spectacularly good players. I'm just saying that they're accustomed to playing in a way that doesn't allow them to play well together. Dembele off. I mean, I think it's the same reason. He's doing the math here. We don't need 2 more. We were up 2 goals. I'm going to bring in somebody that's going to help us keep that. Well, also, he's bringing in Bradley Barcola. Like, Bradley Barcola's pretty sick. It's not like he's bringing in a center back or a piece of driftwood here. He's bringing in Bradley Barcola. Like, okay. A fresh Bradley Barcola being better in this case than Dembele, who just played over an hour of really end-to-end ball. Use your advantage. Like, you're not going to have Bayern be able to replace Dembele with Barcola. Why did MSN work? Well, Messi and Neymar were younger, and Luis Suarez is a very different player to both of them. Luis Suarez is look, Messi and Neymar are also dogs, but Luis Suarez is a pit bull. Like Luis Suarez is running after everything all the time, ever. His work rate's ridiculous. Also, he nibbles a little bit every once in a while. Bayern need Nicholas Jackson for a comeback. That would be hilarious. Dude, where is Diaz going? He's taking a trip. Get a little, shape, guys. I feel like yelling shape at the screen. Get somewhere. Brother, out ideas. There are no ideas in there for Bayern. Oh, big time changes here. Kim Min Jae coming in. 2 defenders with Alphonso Davies and Kim Min Jae. Oh, Taw's hurt. Taw's hurt. Taw's hurt. I was being sassy for no reason. Jonathan Taw looks like he's limping. Yeah, I think also Barcelona. There was a couple of reasons MSN worked so well. One, Luis Suarez is a very different player than Kylian Mbappe. Neymar and Messi were younger and ran more. It was a different era of the game, which was a little less intense in terms of the running and the pressing to begin with. And they played in the preeminent possession team in the history of the sport that played with the ball 70% of the time. Your ability to run and press and occupy space and deny space to the other team is much less important when you have the ball the entire game. Oh, great 1-2 for Davies. Oh, great pass by Davies. Wow. Talk about a sub. Took Davies about 5 seconds there. Safanov hit something. The funny thing is him actually connecting a pass kind of proves that it's not that it's not a plan for him to kick it out. You have 70% possession because somebody's doing the work. I mean, I ain't gonna lie. When your midfield is Busquets, Xavi, and Iniesta, I don't know how much work you got to do to make sure you still have the ball. Those dudes could do a rondo in a phone booth. Like, obviously, you got to work to win it back. I'm just saying. Oh, Elise, that's not a good shot. Did Xavi never play with MSN? I find that hard to believe. My timelines are off. So then it was Rakitic getting his hands dirty. I mean, every team is a combination of sexy players and hardworking players. And I mean, what was the... Oh, my God. Desiree Doué. You. I'll tell you, these guys on PSG also don't get love because, like, Kvaratskhelia has got a memorable story and a memorable name. And Ousmane Dembele has obviously got a memorable story and a memorable name. But guys like Barcola and Doué that come up through PSG and don't get the chance to build their, like, brand and name elsewhere, they become this faceless, nameless mob of French wonder kids that are coming up at PSG. But Desiree Doué obviously was great in that Champions League run last year. He has looked unplayable in the second half. Like, to try and start to separate out who these guys are individually. Desiree Doué. Oh, goodness. Kvaratskhelia. Oh, Kvaratskhelia. Oh, Doué. Dude, this counterattack. Doué's from Rennes and Bark. Serious? The first time I ever heard of Desiree Doué, he was on PSG. So he signed with PSG 2 years ago. Bro, he'd already made 57 appearances for Stade Rennais. And he just turned 19 when he signed with PSG. Then you're late? I guess I was late. I don't know. I feel like I should have run into him as a football manager wonder kid. Okay, Bradley Barcola has been on PSG since 2023. from Lyon. Okay, let me rephrase what I was saying slightly then. This nameless, faceless mob of high-level French players and French talent that comes up through PSG, like that is elevated by PSG to the Champions League knockout level. Those guys, as they keep going on this magical run of being the best team in Europe that they're currently on, like, they're going to start to get their individual brands more and more. You probably didn't, just forgot. I obviously had him filed in my brain as a guy that played for the guy that had come up at PSG. The PSG's just doing a good job. They're doing the Bayern. They're just hoovering up great French players the same way Bayern hoovers up the great German players with like ruthless efficiency. Oh boy. Oh, that's bad from Davies. Oh, Barcola. The PSG on the counter is terrifying. Terrifying. Bad touch by Kvaratskhelia. If he was able to stab that, he would have been able to do something there. Oh my goodness, Neuer was not moving. Neuer got caught leaning the wrong way and did not expect that shot. That would have just ended the tie right there. I think the conclusive takeaway right now from this game is basically that PSG is just better than Bayern. Because they've been the better team. I'm stunned he's taking Doué out. Unless it's a total formation switch. If this is like for like, I'm stunned. Doué and Ruiz out. I saw Lucas Hernandez coming in. And Lucas Baraldo. It is a defensive switch. Come on, Bayern. One goal. One goal, Bayern. It is interesting, though. Like, Bayern really is just getting outplayed. Like, PSG just feels like the better team. Last 5 years feels like PSG, after they got Messi, Mbappe, and Neymar, and they didn't succeed, clearly was like, okay, we need a bit of a different strategy. And they moved to the Bayern strategy of like, okay, the core of our team is going to be built by just vacuuming up. Like I was just saying, the Bayern strategy. Hoovering up the most talented young players in the league. And then supplementing them with... like, Kvaratskhelia was a very Bayern-esque signing in a lot of ways. Where, like, Bayern does a good job of identifying value in somebody like Fischer Kvaratskhelia and be like, oh, he's playing at this level, and not many people think of it now, but this guy's going to be able to play at a Champions League winning level if we put the right team around him. Luis Diaz is a very Bayern-esque signing in that way, where it's like, Hey, at least the ref didn't blow his whistle. Bro, I mean, he misses this call, but the crazy thing is then he blows it dead to give a yellow card to Luis Diaz. And as he's blowing it dead, Bayern Munich is winning the ball in a great position to attack. Oh, yeah, he has to blow it dead because Luis Diaz touched the ball. Flip! Yo, baby! It's flippity flip time! Oh, yeah. 31 hours of streaming, and it's only Wednesday. We're going until we double flip this to 40, chat. Oh, Kvaratskhelia. Oh, Kvaratskhelia. Oh, Kvaratskhelia. How did he not score? How did he not score? Bro, doing his best Simeone impression. How do you miss that? Kvaradona with an absolute whiff. Yeah, I know. The ref had to blow that dead because Luis Diaz grabbed the ball, but the ref also missed the call like Diaz was fouled. How do you build a U19 team from scratch? My Ibiza side doesn't have one. You can't really. At a certain point, you can get to high enough level in old football managers where you get invited to the U19 league. But I don't know. That feels like something that would not work at all in FM26. Was that João Neves pointing and laughing at Dayo Upamecano? Is that what I just saw? Now they're throwing stuff at Vitinha. All right, Elise. They have had Kane in clamps in this game. Well won by Davies. Bayern needs their goal, and they need it just about now. Also, if Bayern does come back in this game, remember that miss by Kvaratskhelia. Bro, this ref. He's doing everything possible to make himself part of the story. His management of like his perception in this game has just been diabolical. Waits until Kimmich is just like kicking the ball to try and be a peacekeeper. With the Saudi Arabia pulling out of the sport, is the 2034 World Cup safe? Probably. I just don't think, I mean, the amount of money they were investing in that league was insane. That's why I honestly didn't blame players for taking the paycheck. Like, that's an amount of money that can change your entire community's life. Well, that's a bad giveaway. Dude, Nuno Mendes, that was really impressive Spidey sense, like a forward Spidey sense to think that there was something on there, and there was. Saudi League's not being axed. The Saudi League is just kind of pulling out of investing a ridiculous amount of money. Like, they're not doing the live golf thing anymore. I think they sold 2 of the Saudi League teams and announced that the PIF would be considering, like, they're like changing their investment strategy or their investment direction or something. Dude, Vitinha. Oh my God, Harry Kane. Oh, what a. The announcer still hasn't noticed that the foul's been called on Kane. The announcer literally just kept talking about how great Harry Kane was for winning that foul because it seemed like such an obvious foul. Dude, Luis Diaz is going to get himself sent off at some point. Yeah, I don't know. This ref is just. In the second half, it's been this kind of meltdown into just missing calls. In the first half, he was making the right calls in the worst possible way so that he was losing control of the game. He has to call this. Okay. Neves is a dog. Dude, the midfield on this PSG team with him and Vitinha and Warren Zaire-Emery, who they've got it right back tonight. Dogs. They're all built kind of the same, too. Like, all 3 of them. Like, shorter guys, very stocky, hard to push off a ball. None of this Kai Havertz, tall mid guy nonsense. All right, Davies, you got it. What are we doing? Davies didn't look right on that run. I don't know what was going on there. There's Sini Mayulu, another spawn from the academy. True. Now I'm literally Googling him to make sure that he wasn't signed from, like, Lens. No, okay. Sini Mayulu is from the PSG academy. Unlike Barcola, unlike Doué. Another generic AI printed French forward. Well, that's a hell of a ball by Davies and a hell of a touch by Diaz. Hello. Problem is he's got Marquinhos in front of him, who's Leonard Carl. Oh! All right, I gotta see the replay. That was a punishing shot. I mean, I have no idea if that was a handball or not. I got to see the replay. We have the. Oh, Barcola could save. And VAR. Give me a replay. Give me a replay. That's not the replay I want. I saw the save. Give me the... All right, here's the Leonard Carl shot. And Conrad Leimer. Dude, they're never going to call that. They're never going to call that. He's literally... It hits his fist, but his fist is like right here. They're never going to call that. Yeah. Not a pen. Good pressure from Bayern, though. That was the best chance they've had in a while. All right, Elise. Need something? Need it now. Just a hopeful ball. He's not passing that to anybody. I was like, who's that? Nicholas Jackson. All right. How will Arsenal try to deal with PSG? They'll lose. I mean, like, Arsenal's going to be really competitive, but I think PSG showed levels. PSG cleaned up the back end of its game. Like, PSG has shown a different side of them tonight. A different side of themselves. Like, PSG's doing a solid Arsenal impression in the second half. Except they're also combining it with the fact that they have offensive players that make your grandma cry. You know, like, you do not want to come up against these guys. I love the PSG bench giggling because they threw the ball back into play. I don't think PSG struggled to score tonight. Here's the thing. PSG has not struggled to create good goal-scoring chances tonight. They haven't finished with the same aplomb, but I mean, Kvaratskhelia whiffed an easy goal. Neuer's made a couple of important saves. Anyone? How does Jackson have that ball? Like, look, Arsenal's going to be the underdog. They will have a chance. But no, PSG, I think I've almost learned more about PSG tonight. Like, it wasn't a free-flowing, brilliant attacking game. Neuer was making saves. They had to defend. And Bayern Munich, the announcers just said it, have scored in every game this year. It's the first game that they might not score in all year. This is an unbelievable offensive team in Bayern. They got a goal in the first 2 minutes and have controlled the large portions of the game since then. Bro, how does PSG have 0.94 XG when Kvaratskhelia chance was like literally Kvaratskhelia chance might not count as a shot because he didn't touch it well enough to shoot. Okay, Bradley Barcola needs to get in the touch machine, bro. Yeah, I think where this is different, like PSG's done a good job of defending, but they're just so much more menacing on the counter than Arsenal is. Now, Arsenal's a better defensive team, still. But PSG has proven that they can get down in the weeds. And, like, this is the type of game they're going to have to win against Arsenal if they want to win. And they've proven that they've got the, like, stick-to-itiveness to win it. On the road, in Munich. Oh, can I expand the timer? Yeah, sorry. Forgot about that. Okay, Savinov did that on purpose. Savinov definitely did that on purpose. They're just trying to waste time. He's just getting the ball down there, make them build it all the way up from the back. I don't know. I don't think this game's been zero fun. We've had lots of referee controversy. I think the first half, dude, the first 30 minutes were incredibly sexy. I think all in all, this game was definitely a better watch than the one yesterday. The second half has definitely fallen into a bit more of a dull. And I think the reason it feels more dull is because we haven't had a change of the situation since the second minute. Kane. Okay. Harry Kane. Hello. Hold on. It's theoretically possible. God, right as I'm saying, well, there hasn't really been a change in the state of the game since the third minute or whatever. I mean, this is just bad defense. I mean, obviously it's great play by Kane. His touch and finishing are crazy, but I mean, Kane just gets that little bit, like he gets a little window. Willian Pacho is just too far off him because Harry Kane, you know who that guy is. He's not going to physically separate from you, but you've got to be glued to his ass, and that like you cannot let him do that. And here we go. Dude, 14 goals and 13 Champions League matches for Harry Kane. Safonov, very usefully, industriously playing the ball out. And Bayern will literally have like one possession to go forward. And naturally, Kim Min-jae goes back to Neuer. Gotta go. Yeah, you gotta go. You gotta go. Watch the ref blow this dead at exactly 5 minutes. Nope, he's giving him the time. Oh, Lise turned it over. And it's out of play, and that's going to be the game. And Marquinhos is down with a cramp, and we're done. Oh, oops. What a nice goal that was by Harry Kane. What a nice goal. Honestly, with that header, if they just loft the ball forward, they might have some time. This ref's bad enough to let this keep going. Oh, you got to play that overlap, bro. You got to play that overlap, bro. Yeah, there you go. He had to play that overlap. Well, there's going to be a lot of controversy around the referee in this. There's going to be a lot of controversy around the referee in this. And obviously, we're going to talk about it in detail, but PSG felt like the better team in this game. The referee felt like he was probably playing for PSG for most of that second half. This should have probably, I think these are the two best teams in Europe. I'm not trying to disrespect Arsenal, but I do think these are the two best teams in Europe. Yeah, the ref was really bad. The ref was really bad. The Bayern fans all trying to throw stuff at the PSG guys. Was the ref bad or the VAR? VAR can't do anything on that play, dude. Honestly, I feel like I'm at war with misinformation and misunderstanding half the time. VAR can't do anything on that play. It's a second yellow card. And not calling a handball on João Neves was the correct call according to the rules. It's just, it feels kind of like a silly rule. But that is the correct call. VAR cannot do anything legally on that play. And it ends up being by 1 goal, dude. And it ends up being by 1 goal. After we played basically the entire game with PSG having a 2-goal lead, Bayern Munich gets a goal right at the end. Like always, is the first time he's like today, and we'll go to the, and still he'll go to the World Cup. He said with this referee. No, I think the reason this referee, like, his communication with the teams and the fans is terrible. 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 It wasn't the correct call. It's a clear pen. I mean, it's just not, if you know the rules of the sport. Now, I'm not saying that as a diss to you. I didn't know the rules of the sport either. And then I was sent this IFAB article. This is, you know, like from IFAB. If the ball hits the hand or arm, if a player is hit on the hand or arm by the ball which has been played by a teammate, it is not committed as a handball offense. A handball offense is not committed when a player is hit on the hand or arm by the ball which has been played by a teammate. It's a dumb rule, but it's literally the rule. It can't be a pen. If this is what the rule book says, you can't directly contradict the rule book like that. You can just handle it. I mean, if the handball directly leads to the ball going into the goal or leads to a player scoring immediately afterwards, then it is a handball. So you can't like pass it to a teammate who then slaps it back to you and then you score. But if you clear the ball in the way that he did and then it hits your teammate's hand, it's not a handball. The Limer handball that nagged the Mendez second yellow card never hit his arm. It did. It did. It did hit his arm. I went back and watched the replay. It's when he controls the ball, it hit his arm. Don't mistake that for me thinking that the ref did a good job. This ref was horrible. Sorry, I mean, this is clearly an excerpt pulled from the rule book that is part of obviously an article that IFAB has put out to help educate the world on what a handball is. Like, obviously, this is not the rule book, but the rule book is not like, you know, it's not the Bible or the Quran here, right? Like, it is a bunch of written stuff, and just because this looks sexier because it's in an article, like, it's put out by the same thing, like the same people that wrote the rule book, you know what I'm saying? So, like, this is an excerpt from the rule book that is included in this article. It's a dumb rule. I don't like the rule. But it is the rule. The ref got both of the calls right. The ref was terrible anyways because he didn't do a good job of communicating it. We spent the entire halftime diagnosing the fact that the ref actually got the call right on the Limer play, and he got the call right on the play in the box, but he did everything wrong. Do we blame IFAB? No, we still blame the ref. This rule is weird. I didn't know this was the rule, and it is weird. You know what I'm saying? But I don't necessarily blame IFAB. I blame the ref. Because when that ball hit the guy's hand in the box, the ref blows the play dead immediately. Why? For what? And then he comes up with the excuse that, oh, we needed time to control the bench. When have you ever seen a ref blow a play dead specifically because they needed time to control the bench? Yeah, in my opinion, the biggest missed call in the entire game was that Nuno Mendes if Dio Upamecano doesn't protect his head, could have taken Dio Upamecano's head off while he was on a yellow, and they just didn't call it. Now, in the second half, particularly in the last 20 minutes, the ref missed two obvious calls at the top of the box that should have been fouls for Bayern. Don't know what he was doing there. He just missed two calls. Like, just bad officiating. And then my favorite example of this ref being completely out of his depth, right? My favorite example was that free kick that Kimmich was taking. Kimmich stands over that for 45 seconds. And the moment Kimmich runs up and kicks the ball, the ref blows the play dead because he's like... I mean, so the reason he called fouls against Bayern for the two fouls at the edge of the box is because both Luis Diaz and Harry Kane handled the ball after the foul because they rightfully assumed that it was going to be a foul on the other team. But what the ref is calling in that instance is the handball on Diaz and the handball on Kane. Yeah. Upamecano should have taken the hit low key. That dude, if Upamecano doesn't protect his face, he's taking a knee to the head. I'm not prepared to sit here and tell you that Upamecano should take that hit just to be like. The Kane one was really funny because the announcer didn't realize the ref didn't call it, and he was like waxing poetic about how good Harry Kane is to be able to draw that foul. Yeah, the ref at that point that the ref wasn't able to communicate the fact that he was making complicated but correct calls. He lost control of the game completely because he was unable to communicate it. He should have just died for the game. Upamecano should have died for Bayern Munich in this game today, boys. The takeaway, yeah. The interesting thing is I do feel like the better team won. Like, I don't think you watch that match and go, PSG is the worst team. But the point of the sport of football is the better team's not always supposed to win. And if Nuno Mendes gets ejected 30 minutes into the game, like, what do you do at that point? You know what I mean? With the criticism of referees every game, it's no wonder we don't have enough referees at grassroots level. No, dude, I think the big issue is there's a lot of unwarranted criticism of referees from like giant jerk parents at a lower level of the game. I don't think criticism of the referees when it comes to a Champions League semifinal has a lot to do with the fact that there aren't enough refs reffing Sunday League and like U15 matches. W mods. Great work from the mods there, boys. A little mod agility test. I actually paid that guy to come into the chat to see how I paid somebody to come into the chat to test the agility of the mods. W hot mods, exactly. Yeah, criticizing the players doesn't kill the player pool. Exactly. I think the reason don't want to become refs is because parents are jerks. That's why people don't want to become refs. Because parents are jerks. Like, parents are absolutely, they're just weapons. I bet the refs' parents. Yeah, dude, we should have the refs' parents be able to come to the game and talk to the parents of the kids the way the parents of the kids talk to the ref. I'm proposing a solution. The solution is more violence. The Parting Glass is great. I'm listening to my like songs on like a smart shuffle with extra songs sprinkled in, but this one's definitely in my like songs. The Parting Glass is a tremendous, like, I'm standing at the top of a misty mountain type song. I've thrown out so many coaches and parents for abuse. Yeah. It totally. A weapon is an insult in England? Yeah, I think I'm using it in the same way. Yeah, I think people's reactions to refs get more and more unreasonable the further down the pyramid you go. I umpire youth baseball. I do it because I love it, but the parents are atrocious. Why would you subject yourself to Why would you subject yourself to that, man? If you search Limer on Twitter, you can find a great angle. All right, let me get that set up then. I'm trying to find the Limer angle. Here, join me. Join me. Join me. This angle looks a little less convincing, but it's. Nah, it clearly changes direction before the arm. And hey, look, going by IFAB's own rules, all right? I've been doing some reading. Going by IFAB's own rules here, if a handball offense is not committed when a player heads, kicks, or plays the ball with another part of their body and then it hits their own arm. So I've been doing some reading, Mr. IFAB, Mr. IFAB, and this ball hits his body first, and it might hit his arm after, but it hits his body first. It might hit his arm after. We can't really tell. I don't think it does. The spin of the ball doesn't change. And according to that, according to the same IFAB regulations that we're reading, there is no way that's a handball. The right fist. It doesn't even get anywhere near his right fist. What are you talking about? I have a clear visual on his right fist the entire time. It does not hit his right fist. Did they call this? Yes. Chat, what we are watching right now is the call that invalidated Nuno Mendez's handball. This is the call that was made. There's a lot of moving parts to this conversation. All right, so I think I'm going to pee real quick. But you guys, this was the call that invalidated Nuno Mendez's handball that would have been a second yellow. What's the reason for VAR not being able to interact with a second yellow? It comes into play next season. Next year. Next year. Because if VAR was able to review second yellow offenses, they would have been able to, I'm assuming, look at this entire play, go, this is not a handball, and then be able to look at this and go, gee willikers, Batman, handball. When I say next year, I mean next season, so a couple months from now. World Cup will be the first place. All right, chat. We're going to record my reaction video to this. Are you ready? What do we need? We need Limer's handball. We need the handball that wasn't. Who was that? Neves? Such a goofy looking play, dog. That is such a goofy looking play. Make a shock face for the thumbnail. Bro, I'm recording for Zealandism this week. He's out of town. So, I mean, those aren't really shocked faces. Those aren't really shocked face thumbnails. Dude, the comments on this video. I mean, does that count as a shocked face? This is just like the automatically generated thumbnail in the video. The Kane offside. Kane was onside. What are you talking about? The comments on this video are going to be psychotic. I'm genuinely scared. That's actually funny. I'm scared. Okay, the first couple comments are not insane. $40 in. What's 40 seconds in? Said 40 seconds in, I'm totally unemployed. I don't remember what I said because I recorded the isms yesterday too. No, oh, no sound. Right. Sorry, I had that muted because of the watch along. You're right. Okay, hold on. Since that there was a lot of drama in this game. Oh, no, I don't think it was nearly as interesting as I thought. I expected, because of the level of the vitriol around the penalty debate, yeah, wow. I expected there to be like a ton of vitriol. He doesn't trust me. He wants Zealandism back. Freelandism. Oh, he means he saw it 40 seconds after the upload. Hashtag Freelandism. Free Zealandism. Yeah, YouTube had picked up on that too. My bad, guys. They adapted to one of the most common sayings in American sports. Defense wins championships. It is a very common saying in American sports. Got it. All right. Anyways, yeah, we're not really doing a whole lot of YouTube thumbnails when we're uploading stuff on Zealandism. This, however, was a work of art. This thumbnail down here at Letty and Arsenal. An absolutely gorgeous thumbnail. Great work. All right, is there anything else that we need? I don't think so. Those are the two like biggest moments that I'll need to be able to show and talk about. The handball rule. Johnny Infantino saying he's trying to justify. He says the ticket prices are justified in the U.S. because they're able to do it. All righty. Yeah, let's record these Zealandisms since Zealandism's slacking off and taking the week off. Let Zealandism free. Calm down. Take one. Now, these are always done in one take, Chad. These are always done in one take. Oops. Whoopsie daisy. Whoopsie daisy. All righty, guys. Oh, that felt. Wow. I'm alive. I just doubled the blood flow to my brain in 3 seconds. That was an amazing stretch. Okay. I am once again back in place of Zealandism, who is, I'm assuming, away on vacation and has left me with these to record during my 100-hour stream week. And fortunately, we've been able to sit down and watch now 2 Champions League semifinals. And I think we got to be honest with ourselves and say that these 2 Champions League semifinals were way more similar the second time around than they were on the first time around. Hashtag Freelandism. Look, Zealandism is on vacation. That's the official party line. Chat, I'm going to need to leave you. I'm going to need you to leave me alone. Okay. He's on vacation. Anyways, if you couldn't tell, we're recording these live, reacting after we just watched them live on stream. And this match between Bayern and PSG, it was tainted by the exact same thing the other semifinal was tainted by, which was refereeing decisions. We had a couple of refereeing decisions in this game that caused massive controversy. Now, there is, I think, a difference between the game yesterday and the game today in the sense that the refereeing decisions in the game yesterday were in some way a matter of opinion. The refereeing decisions today seem to be almost a matter of misinformation. Because I'm going to say something that's going to strike you like a bolt of lightning, but I don't want you to misconstrue it as the referee did a good job. He did not. He did a horrible job. That needs to be abundantly clear. I think 2 things are true here. The referee did a very bad job in this game, and PSG looked like the better team. But the 2 crucial plays that are being debated, I think the focus is in the wrong direction. Because the 2 crucial plays that are being debated, the referee actually gets the call right. At least it would seem initially. Or at least in a way where I don't believe it is the referee's fault. Okay, I realize that seems ridiculous. I'm just asking you, give me a second to explain why that's the case. And then I'm going to point you in the direction of where the referee did things wrong, and then we might just even be able to talk about the game by the end of it. Because 2 minutes into this game, it looked like we were going to have the exact same match that we had the first time. PSG scores a goal. It's amazing. And for the first 30 minutes of this game, we are free-flowing madness. It was awesome. End-to-end saves from Manuel Neuer. You know, I thought I was looking at Chris MD's cat, the way he was making saves in this game. But it quickly quickly got bogged down by 2 referee decisions that, don't worry, I've got them pulled up. The first one is this play. Okay, this play, and I am going to do my absolute darndest to not get DMCA'd here. Probably going to happen anyways. So if there's an edited portion out of the video right after this, you're going to have to look it up on your own. But we're going to have to zoom in a little bit because you really need to be zoomed in to be able to see this, okay? Is Konrad Laimer receiving the ball? So this is Konrad Laimer, in case you haven't met him before, Austrian guy, happens to be the highest rated Austrian in Football Manager. No reason I should know that. He receives the ball initially from the side angle because of where his arm is like this. It looks like the ball hits him in the bicep. And so over the course of this play, the referee does not blow his whistle on this because I believe, looking back on the play, and I reviewed it extensively, like I rewound the actual broadcast multiple times, the ref does not have a clear line of sight to see that. He's kind of back over here in this area, right? And so this ball hits Konrad Laimer in the left, his right abdomen. It might have hit his arm after, but for reasons that we will be able to point out later, it's definitely not a handball. Okay, and as a result of what is viewed as a handball in this instance by the refereeing community, just a few moments later, the ball is played by Laimer and just bounces off the bicep of, Nuno Mendes in a play where he's kind of waving his arm. It obstructs what looks like it's going to be a really dangerous through ball on Elise's side of the field. So very, very dangerous play here. Nuno Mendes is also on a yellow card. This would have been the second yellow card. And when the referee blows his whistle, I believe that's what he's going to call. But you can see over the course of the play that the referee just starts to go blow his whistle after this, blows his whistle, and then must hear from the linesman that the call is handball on Laimer. And having seen the angle from the side, it kind of looked like a handball. So I could see where the lino-'s coming from. It is clear on video review that that lino was wrong, or that fourth official was wrong. But the referee is not necessarily in the wrong for listening to that call. Where the referee really, really messes up is that it took me 15 minutes of forensic video review to be able to figure that out. Because he doesn't make it abundantly clear at all that that's what's happening. He blows the whistle, sticks his arm that way, sticks his arm the other way, and points at the ground in between. You have no idea what's happening. The only time he references Konrad Laimer is when Konrad Laimer gets in his face like this. And then he points at him and goes, he does that twice and points at Laimer and his arm. Laimer's blocking 90% of the field and the sideline from being able to see what's happening. The referee in this case has to make it abundantly clear what the call is. He doesn't. The announcers are guessing. In fact, if you listen to the broadcast in the United States, the color guy goes, I think he's calling the handball on Laimer. The play-by-play guy has no idea what the call is. No clue. But they just continue playing. At this point, the referee's lost the match. Because we've got a guy in a yellow card who's obviously handled the ball, and I think anybody with eyes would agree with the fact that this is a yellow card handball denying a really dangerous through ball. Right? And the referee has to be very stern and clear about why that is not being called. And I think we saw this in the last game. Right? The Gabriel play. The referee did a good job of informing the entire stadium that he was calling that foul, whether you think it was a foul or not, right? He was calling that foul before Antoine Griezmann got obviously fouled. He makes it clear everybody in the stadium and on the bench knows what the call is, right? And then eventually people pulled it up later on the internet and got into the weeds on debating whether it was a foul on Gabriel in the first place, but I'm not going to relitigate something I've talked about in another video. That referee at least did a good job of making it clear. And as such, you probably noticed, kept much better control over the match for the vast majority of it than this referee did. Because at this point, he doesn't make it clear at all. We have no idea. It took me, like I said, 15 minutes. It took me the whole halftime to deduce that, he needs to make it clear that the linesman's telling him it's a handball, point at the linesman, point at Konrad Laimer, point at his arm, but he doesn't. The moment was too big for this referee. It might not be in the future. I don't know if he's a good guy or a bad guy, but this moment was too big for him. And then right after it, one of the weirdest plays that you can get in football happens. And of course, the Bayern crowd is already incensed. The Bayern bench is already incensed because it has not been clearly communicated at all that a handball was called on Konrad Laimer. Not to mention the fact that starting at the World Cup and going into next season, VAR will be able to review second yellow card plays and very likely would have been able to reverse this call on the field because it was a clear and obvious error using video review. So they would have been able to give the second yellow card to Nuno Mendes. We're going to get to the point later where I'm showing you why Nuno Mendes probably should have already been sent off anyways. Right, but then this play happens, I mean, literally right after. Right, the ball falls in the box to Vitinha. Vitinha whips it away, and just watch João Neves here. João Neves literally just knocks the clearance out of the air. At which point, the referee, for some reason, blows the whistle immediately. But you can tell in the way that his arms are moving, the referee has essentially panicked here. And this is where the referee does a horrible job. Because, again, gonna blow your lid off here. This was the correct call to not give a penalty. And it's not a debate. It's literally written out in the rules exactly what you're supposed to do when this happens. I have a hair in my mouth. No idea how. Right, this is the IFAB site. Right, IFAB. Boom. They've written an article to help inform people about what is and isn't a handball. A handball offense is not committed when a player is hit on the hand or arm by a ball which has been played by a teammate, unless it goes directly into a goal or the player scores immediately afterwards, neither of which is obviously happening on this play. So as silly as that rule is from IFAB, by the rule, it's not a handball. It's just not. It looks like it should be, but for whatever reason in the rule, if your own player kicks it and you just knock it out of the air, it's like not a handball. Right? I don't know. You're not allowed to friendly fire handballs. You're just not. But what makes this so weird is watch the ref. Like, the play happens and the ref just freaks out, blows the whistle, and then it's like his own whistle surprises him and he just goes like this, which is, just kind of like saying we're stopping for halftime. We're stopping for time. Like, he blows the whistle and like trips a little bit and just kind of does that. And so I don't know what he's doing. Eventually, the announcer said that he claimed that this call was being made. Like, he blows the whistle. This ball is still very much in play. Like, he blows the whistle well before this guy scoops it out of play. He scoops it out of play because of the whistle. The whistle's been blown. He's waving his arms in the air. If this is, okay, this is binary. It's either a handball or it's not. If it's not a handball, we're still playing. He's the one that blows the whistle. You don't stop the game in order to explain why something's not a foul. You don't. You wait till the next dead ball. You say, we all know the sign. You go like that because people will look to you. They're like, oh, handball. And you go. And then at the next dead ball, they'll all come running towards you and you pull out your little IFAB handbook and be like, look, they wrote this dumb rule. But it's the right call. What's not the right call is randomly blowing your whistle. He later claimed, and I think I almost said this earlier, but the reason that he blew the whistle was to get control over the benches. But he at no point does he look anywhere near the bench and he blows his whistle right after the handball occurs. If you're going to blow if the benches are so out of control that you have to blow your whistle to get control over it, you got to wait like 5 seconds for all that to bubble over. You don't blow your whistle this quickly. So he blew his whistle accidentally, and in doing so, lost whatever control he had left over this game. It was a complete meltdown by the ref in terms of game control, and that's really impressive considering he actually got both of these calls right in terms of what the head referee is supposed to be doing. He listens to his lino and corrects the call on the first one, and then gets this call right according to the rules. He just did literally everything else wrong, and as a result, the game just it like muddied the water of the whole game. The game was never quite the same after that. It had a weird feeling in the air where every whistle, it was either a sarcastic applause from Bayern fans or, more protest, right? Because this sort of thing continues to spiral out of control. And to me, the piece de resistance is that right after all this, he then goes down and gives a yellow card to a Bayern player for a completely normal challenge to get control over the game again. It was a disaster. right? He just wasn't ready for this moment in this stage. You know, in the same way that certain players aren't ready for a moment or a stage. It completely overwhelmed him, even though he got the calls right from his perspective. And of course, it doesn't help that you go back and you look at it and the linesman or the fourth official got the call wrong and Limer didn't handle the ball in the first place. To put a bow on the referee's performance, in the second half, he also missed a couple of calls that left Bayern feeling completely jaded. One that I think was a foul on Diaz and one that was definitely a foul on Harry Kane, both at the edge of the area, both uncalled, right? And that just contributes to this feeling that Bayern's being ripped off the entire game, which they were, but not for the reason you think. Because the reason they were actually ripped off is because Nuno Mendes should have been off the field, like I said, before any of this happened. And I need to go find that clip, so give me a second. But the moment it happened, even before all the other two things, you guys were here in the chat. You know I was pointing this out. Does anybody, am I the only person talking about this Nuno Mendes tackle, dude? I feel like I'm the only person on the face of the earth that noticed that Nuno Mendes just destroyed a guy while he was on a yellow. Yeah, okay. I found it. So 2 minutes before all of these controversies, Nuno Mendes, who is on a yellow card that he deserved based off a tackle earlier in the game, then does this. He kind of takes a heavy touch. What? Okay, so yeah, I don't know what this take is, considering Upamecano is the guy that literally gets to the ball first, and Nuno Mendes never touches the ball in this situation. But if you watch this in real time, which a fat chance I'm going to be able to find an angle of it at all because everybody's talking about the other play, right? Upamecano, like Nuno Mendes is way farther away from this ball than Upamecano. Upamecano gets to this ball first, and Nuno Mendes like jumps up and kind of takes him out. If you're already on a yellow, I remember watching this back on the replay and going, like, maybe we could even find a clip of that from the stream. I don't know. But watching it back and just going, ooh, that could have been a yellow. Like that could have been a second yellow. Like that's some pretty dangerous. It's a dangerous play. He's trying to avoid him. He jumps right into him. The point being, this feels like a call that was missed, that could have changed the game, at least to me. And then, on the flip side of that, you had two other calls that were actually the correct calls, but his ability to control the crowd as the referee was so bad that the whole thing just fell apart anyways. Now that we finally ended all of those conversations, we can actually talk about the game, right? The game at hand, which was PSG being the better team. PSG defended for large parts of the game, basically up until the 94th minute where Harry Kane scored. defended incredibly well, kept Bayern away from like obvious goal scoring chances. The shots that Bayern were getting were going directly to Safonov. It felt like the type of performance that PSG is going to need to win against a team like Arsenal. In fact, the way PSG was playing felt fairly reminiscent to Arsenal for me, except for the fact that PSG's counterattacking punch, PSG's ability to move once they've won the ball, is remarkable. They have Barcola, Doué, Kvaratskhelia, Dembele. I mean, it's four guys that just are like instant death on the counter. They have Lee Kong-in, who's coming off the bench. They've got the other kid, Sini Mayulu, who scored in the Champions League final last year. He came in at the end of this game. That's six guys. Six guys that are really dangerous. Particularly worth a shout out in this game are Kvisha Kvaratskhelia, who was outstanding. He just like floats by people. It's really fun to watch. And Desiree Doué, who I realize there's like a pile of generic French names there of various guys that feel like they just spawn in at PSG. Desiree Doué separated, like Bradley Barcola had some lead feet in this game. Desiree Doué was unplayable. He got subbed out late just because they were going with a more defensive setup. But Desiree Doué was unreal. Like genuinely, the dribble moves he was pulling, he went 1-on-5 at one point and got off a pretty good shot at goal. Like he was just... Like, if you ended up in a one-on-one situation defensively against Desiree Doué, you should have just been praying to whatever saint you could get a hold of. Open up the phone book. You're going to need all the help you can get. Against him or Kvaratskhelia or Dembele, who's the guy that ended up scoring the goal because he just got left alone. Right? That PSG counter, and I'm pretty sure they're trying to set up the counter on purpose. Not only is their kickoff routine to kick the ball straight out of play, Matvei Safonov, the goalkeeper for PSG, like deliberately kicks the ball out of play 75% of the time. It started off and I was thinking like, oh, he just sucks. But eventually it starts to look like a plan. It starts to look like the point. Where Savanov's just kicking the ball out of play. PSG likes starting on defense. They like starting on defense, particularly against a team like Bayern, because Bayern's going to put those numbers forward, and then if PSG wins the ball, they're going to have their one-on-ones, their 2v2s. And they just flip it up the side. Speaking of flip, by the way, we're doing a 100-hour stream week. And chat is reminding me we need to take a trip to Flipistan. We have now completed 32 hours of that live stream. Streaming 15 hours a day for the rest of the week. Ain't nothing. But seriously, this was something from PSG. This was a very impressive result. The fact that Bayern Munich got a goal late was there. If Manuel Neuer wasn't in goal, right? If you had, let's say, an average goalkeeper in goal for Bayern Munich, this match was easy 2-3-0. Kvisha Kvaratskhelia had a Simeone-level tap-in. He didn't get grabbed from behind and just completely whiffed the ball anyways. PSG had some chances that they could have really separated this. And I don't even think the Kvaratskhelia chance is showing up on XG because he like completely missed the ball. Bayern Munich is, I think, the second best team in Europe overall. They just came up against the best team. And PSG, I don't know when it ends. I don't know. Maybe Real Madrid can ruin it by tempting Kvaratskhelia, by tempting, I don't know, somebody to ruin this core. But I don't know when it ends. I don't. The oldest guy is Marquinhos, and somehow he's not even 32 yet. I thought he was 40. Not actually, but you get the idea. Like PSG, last year I said it was going to be PSG and Barcelona. I thought those were going to be the two teams dueling at the top. Well, Barcelona showed that it still has a lot of room to grow. PSG just took multiple straight shots to the jaw from Barcelona and just they walked through them. They walked through them. They seem like the best team in the world. They're a game away from being the best team in the world again. And the whole core is under 30. Like, I don't know where this ends. They have the money to be able to keep these guys, right? You keep Doué, Kvaratskhelia, Dembele, Bradley Barcola, Bulu, Lee Kong-in. I mean, they're spoiled in terms of the attacking talent. I don't know when it ends. As for the game between PSG and Arsenal, I'm probably going to do an entirely separate video, or I guess Zealandism will do an entirely separate video about like what that matchup's going to look like. I think Arsenal still has a chance to win, right? Because this is a different type of game than PSG's had to play, right? It's going to be a bit more of a more disciplined game. Arsenal's the best defensive team in the world right now. But I just think that PSG, I don't see where Arsenal is able to get more than one goal in that game. And I don't see how Arsenal is able to keep PSG from being able to run a riot. Because the funny thing about it is PSG is going to be happy if Arsenal has the ball. And Arsenal's whole plan is to keep the ball and just wait for something to break, it feels like half the time. But I'll get more in depth on that at some point. I think it will be an interesting, tense game. But PSG, based off this performance, has to be the favorite. Because now, despite the refereeing performance, they're just so good. All right. There we go. What do you guys think? Thoughts? Did I make any points that you really liked? Did I make any points that you were like, wow, that's the dumbest thing he's ever said? Zealand thinking that PSG is going to beat Arsenal is making me extremely confident that Arsenal are going to win. All right. You had a lot of dissent on the Mendez yellow. I did flip. I'm at 32. I'm surprised by that, dude. I feel like if I could find an angle of that play, of this play, that was more like the flow of the game. Like this, Upamecano is basically the guy that ends up with like Nuno Mendes is way farther away from this ball than Upamecano at the start of this play. And then he just runs towards the ball, doesn't touch it, and just drills Upamecano. Oh, I do want to. I want to record something. I said it during the watch along, but I want to record it here because I feel like it'll save me some pain. I want to be clear. I said this during the game as well. I'm glad Mendes wasn't sent off for this. I just remember making the observation. That's a dangerous. Like he took a risk making that play. And if the reaction had been different, let's say Upamecano doesn't cover his face and gets hit in the face by a knee. The game is stopped and the reaction from the bench is massive. I think like he could absolutely have ended up sent off for this with a second yellow. All right. I don't think that was not part of the point that I made. I wanted to make sure I got that in there. All right, who's the World Cup team? You mean if he flops? Bro, is somebody that I have broken an I've broken a cheekbone from a very similar play. Like, if he, for whatever reason, doesn't see this coming, that knee is literally just headed for a cheek. That's not a flop, dude. But yeah, I guess if he'd flopped, if he pretended he got hit in the face, he probably could have started a controversy there. Let the video play out for the second angle. There's a second angle. All right. Nice. I didn't even know.
I think it was just a landing.
Yeah, that would not be a flop. If he doesn't get his arm in there to protect his face, that would not be a flop. He's just taking a knee to the face. All right. I'll show this. This is the second angle that you can show as part of the video, because apparently this changes people's perception of that. Show that as part of the video. I'm just. Can we just agree that that's a dangerous play to make if you're already on a yellow? Because that's the original point I'm making. We're getting lost in the weeds maybe a little too much. That is a dangerous thing to do if you're already on a yellow. If you're already on a yellow to go into a challenge like that when you're not surely going to be able to touch the ball at all, it's a dangerous thing to do. Nope. Okay. It's a self-preserving. Okay, but why does he like? Why does he have to make the self-preserving move? Because he's decided to go for a ball that he has no chance to get. Like, okay, he has to. Like, he has to make the self-preserving move because he's like a dog chasing a car. He's not going to get the ball. He's never going to get the ball. Like, it's a self-preserving move, but that self-preserving move ends up, like, it almost makes it more dangerous. Like, he saves himself at the expense of nearly taking Upamecano's head off. He can't disappear. He can also not try to win the ball. The reason he's there is he's trying to win the ball that he doesn't get to. I don't know. Whatever. Who's the World Cup team that we're previewing? It's Australia, right? Ooh, that'll be fun. We're doing the Australia World Cup preview today. Like, I'm not saying he was trying to intentionally injure Upamecano or that he obviously was trying to avoid the tackle, but he'd already clearly put himself into a position where he couldn't fully avoid what ended up being a pretty dangerous tackle because he chased the ball and didn't get there. I don't know. I feel like some people are just arguing just to argue. I obviously, since the moment it happened, have been pretty clear on like what it looked like to me, which was a dangerous move. Start with the fact that Socceroos is one of the worst nicknames. I think I'm going to start with the opposite fact. I think I'm going to start with the fact that I think Socceroos is a tremendous nickname. I think it's a great nickname. So he can't go for balls just because he might have to jump and hit the other player. This ain't it. I mean, yeah, like you can't go for a ball if the best case scenario is that you don't get the ball and then just jump up and almost knee the other player in the head. Like the whole point of a tackle is that you don't go for balls that you can't win. Because if you're going for a ball that you can't win, then you're probably just going to foul him because you didn't win the ball because the ball's already gone. That's the best I can do on that. I'm not saying it's a straight red. I'm saying it's a second yellow. I'm saying it definitely is a dangerous situation for him to put himself in at the least. He probably shouldn't have done that, but yeah, whatever. Are these host nations locked? Yes. Did you not know these were the hosts for the next couple World Cups? So I can get any more info on this team. Australia World Cup preview. Goal.com's been doing some good ones. Fox Sports are meh. Oh, I know how they qualified. I know their World Cup history. I didn't know Jackson Irvine had foot surgery. Okay. Their depth chart, they have like a... Oh, I love this type of preview. Okay, well, I know Matt Ryan's their goalkeeper. Aziz Behic is always starting for them. It's Harry Suter and Alessandro Cercati. That's who's going to be starting for them. I freaking love Harry Suter at the last World Cup. Don't know a lot about Lewis Miller. No Jackson Irvine. Aiden O'Neill's Australian? Bro, I had no idea. No clue Aiden O'Neill was Australian. None. I do have to pull up the qualifying, though. Asia's unbelievably long World Cup qualifying. They played their first group with Palestine, Lebanon, and Bangladesh and made it out with Palestine. Did not concede a goal. And at which point you end up in this group. And Australia played with their food for sure in this group. But then they got hot right at the end. Separated next to Japan. I want to pull up the results here. Yeah, look at that. 4 straight wins. Indonesia, China, Japan, Saudi Arabia. Coming in hot, baby. Then they played friendlies. They beat New Zealand twice. That's bullying. And then they beat Canada, lost to the U.S. Yes, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Lost to Venezuela, lost to Colombia, beat Cameroon, dumpstered Curacao in the FIFA series. How did they qualify? Oh, yeah. No, Australia, before those 4 straight wins, was only on 7 points. I wonder. No, dude, wait. There was a Zealandism video that literally used that group as the cover of a thumbnail. $1.8 million people are watching Speed stream in the Dominican Republic. No, dude, I grew up in Florida, so the Caribbean's interesting to me, and I have a ton of respect for Speed. I think he's a fantastic streamer. So I've been kind of, I don't watch streams aggressively, but I've been kind of following his streams around the Caribbean, and they've been averaging like 100,000, and now all of a sudden he has 1.8 million in the Dominican Republic. The Dominicans are insane, man. Insane. This World Cup group is crazy, and it's just the Australia. Let me see if I can find the Zealandism. Why is this the most replayed section? I don't know. There we go. This was what this group looked like at one point. 5 teams within 1 point after 6 of 10 matches have been played. And then from this point on, Australia beat all the 4 teams that played, including Saudi Arabia and Japan, to qualify comfortably. But it was not a comfortable qualification cycle for them overall. It was absolutely not. This was like the greatest World Cup qualifying group of all time. Speed's the modern day Bourdain. I mean, in some ways, I would say, yeah. Speed's definitely the first guy that's like hacked the idea that live streaming, you know, you can do like tours on live stream. Which one's face maxing to look like the other? I mean, I've existed a lot longer than Zealandism, so I feel like that, you know, really sets us apart. Yeah, I mean, all these teams were right next to a World Cup qualifying World Cup qualifying spot with 4 games to go. I keep reading this. Riley McGree. Riley freaking McGree. Let me look at their Curacao match. Circotti, Rowells, and who the hell is that? Harrington? Then our Mobile. Nestori Irankunda dropping the 8.9 on Curacao. What about the lineup they used on Cameroon? Very different. Metcalf and Boyle, Harrington, Circotti, Boss, Garia, Italiano. Our Mobile was subbed out for Boyle. All these guys were subbed in. Circotti was even subbed in. Our Mobile's a stud. He gave Argentina problems at the last World Cup. Irankunda's the GOAT, and I won't hear otherwise. I mean, they don't have him listed as the starting winger. Said Mohamed Toure. The Norwich City striker seems a good bet if he can get regular minutes in England. And then Mitchell Duke. Who's Nick DiAgostino? He put Juric up front for both of these games. So it might be Juric. Those are the first 2 caps for Denny Juric. That's interesting. I'm amazed how few Australians are in this team. I feel like the Australian League is not that bad. I'm actually amazed how few Australians are in this team. Like Australian League players. There are genuinely more guys that play in MLS than there are that play in the Aussie League in this team. We still doing isms? Yeah, we got we're doing the World Cup preview ism now. It's not that great anymore. I mean, clearly. Check the Uzbekistan. Well, I'm assuming the Uzbekistan national team has a solid number in the Uzbek league. The Uzbek league is a solid league. It's a solid league. It's got dudes. Could you change your browser from white to dark? Don't know how to do that. It said there's an option at the bottom of the text, and I scrolled all the way to the bottom. Nice. All right. Found it. We're good. We're good. I did scroll all the way down, but we're good. Just got promoted to League Duo with a semi-pro team. Any tips on how not to go down immediately? Here's the good news. Even if you do, you've already helped turn your club professional and made your club a lot of money. The key, though, is basically until you get into the top league in France, sign free players, basically. You're looking for free players that are coming on into contract out of all the teams above you. You're picking up scraps like one of those bottom feeders at the bottom of the ocean. All right, you guys ready to record this video? Make sure Zealandism's happy. I'm sure Zealandism wouldn't want to fall behind on all this. Yeah, all right. Well, then let's tap dance. Yeah, Zealandism records 2 a day. It's kind of a psychotic schedule, to be honest with you. Don't know who made that decision. Don't know who made that decision, but it seems a little ill-advised. Don't know. Here we go, Chad! Oh, wrong button. Well, I'm back. We continue to preview every single World Cup team once a day until the World Cup actually gets here. We are on day 14. Give it up for day 14. Yeah. Day 14. Okay. Yeah, it's day 14, and that means we're talking about Australia, because we're in Group D, and believe it or not, out of Paraguay, Australia, and Turkey, Australia is the Pot 2 team out of here. The Asian qualifying nation, Australia, that are honestly on the only good run their national team has ever been on. It's always an important thing to talk about when you look at Australia, that this is a national team that is on a consistent upward trajectory, essentially only over the last 20 years. They made, weirdly, the same as Haiti. They made the 1974 World Cup and then didn't make another World Cup for a very long time. But since then, Australia has managed to, by hook or by crook, make it into every World Cup since 2006. And I say by hook or by crook because in 2018, Australia went to the Intercontinental Playoff and managed to beat not only, this is a memory test, they beat Syria, and then they beat Honduras. In the 2018 World Cup playoffs, Syria was in the Asian playoff. It took extra time. They beat them, and then they went to the Intercontinental playoff and beat Honduras. In 2022, they went to the Intercontinental playoff again. This time they beat Peru in a penalty shootout. But one way or another, Australia was going to find a way to make it incredibly tightly clinched, but make it to the World Cup. And now it feels like it would be weird to have a World Cup without Australia, despite the fact that they're a team that doesn't really feature any top-level players. In fact, when you assess the best players on this team, you just aren't going to get anywhere near the vast majority of the other teams at the World Cup. The team is better than the sum of their parts. If you add up all the talent and you compare each position to the talent at each position on the other team, it shouldn't be close. And yet at the World Cup 4 years ago, Australia made it to the round of 16 for just the second time in its history. And they did so by eliminating Denmark, who were one of the dark horse favorites to win the entire thing. They also eliminated a very tough Tunisia side that gave France a sensational game in their final match at that World Cup as well. Not only did they make it to the knockouts, but they scared the hell out of future world champion Argentina. And if you don't remember that game, I encourage you to go back and watch the extended highlights, because this Australia team, with largely the same cast of characters that's walking through the door now with 1 or 2 improvements, gave Argentina a real scare. And their starlet winger, Alwer Mabil, really should have scored a goal late in that game that could have changed everything for Argentina. Like, could have changed everything. That's all been resigned to the dustbin of history, and Argentina have been sleeping on their World Cup title for 4 years. But Australians remember. They were watching in droves in a nation that has since embraced the world's game kind of in a similar trajectory as the United States, where for so long the Australians didn't pay attention to it at all, but now they are fully plugged in for all the World Cups with giant public watch parties and the works. And you can see that in their ability to recruit players and develop players that didn't exist for this national team 20 years ago. It was Garang Kwol, not our Mobile. This is, I am doing this as part of a 100-hour stream. We are currently on hour 32 of the 100-hour stream. The 100-hour stream is over the course of a week, so we're streaming 15 hours every day for the rest of the week. So that's cool. Anyways, it was Garang Kwol, not our Mobile, that had the chance. One bright winger instead of another. And I don't think Garang Kwol's a factor in this national. Anyways, not a factor this time around. Australia is a dangerous team. Even though when we look at their roster, they're not going to look like a dangerous team, they are. And they remind me, honestly, of the United States 15 years ago, where the United States at that time was greater than the sum of its parts, where it was able to consistently punch above its weight and make it to the round of 16 at World Cups, knocking out Cristiano Ronaldo's Portugal, even though the starting center backs were Matt Beasler and company. Like, no offense to Beasler, dude played at a World Cup and got to the round of 16. I'm just saying. It's not like he was coming into that with huge credentials. And this Australia team is not coming into this with huge credentials either. They also, predictably, made their World Cup qualifying an absolute nightmare. It might look comfortable if you look at the table now and you see them with a shiny 19 points coming up just behind Japan to get the second automatic World Cup qualifying spot in their group. And they coasted through the previous qualifying round, winning all 6 of their matches in that group stage before they got here. But after 6 matches, I defer to a Zealandism video from a long time ago now. After 6 matches, this group looked like this. Australia was but 1 point ahead of Indonesia, Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, and China with 4 matches to go. And Australia had, in those 4 matches, Saudi Arabia and Japan. But Australia managed to show up and somehow rip off 4 consecutive wins against Australia, We're back. Australia managed to win all 4 of these games, including the game against Japan, including the game at Australia. And Australia managed to win all of these games, including the game against Japan, including the game at Saudi Arabia, right? They won all the games. And so they delivered, I guess, they always deliver in qualifying. They delivered a little earlier than they normally do in order to get themselves back to this World Cup again. And this is a group that certainly looks very accessible if you're Australian. The United States out of pot 1 wouldn't have been a pot 1 team, would have been a pot 2 team with Australia in a draw that the United States was not hosting a World Cup for. Paraguay out of pot 3, South American team, but not particularly menacing. Certainly not an explosive attacking team, a team that wins with grit and toughness. And then Turkey comes out of the European playoff in pot 4. Obviously a talented team, but this is their second World Cup since, we went from BC to AD. Right? So this is really a group that Australia could have hoped for. And I think every one of these teams would be very wary to not take Australia too lightly. And I have to say all of these things before we look at their roster, because once we start to look at their roster, you'll look at the clubs, you'll look at the names, and you'll go, this team sucks. And that's why I have to remind you of the fact that they don't when they're together. right? They are a tough out for basically anyone in the world. And that is why they are where they are as a pot 2 team, right? They might slip a little bit in qualifying, but they always get there. They've been to back-to-back quarterfinals in the Asian Cup, and the Asian Cup before that in 2015, they won the championship. In fact, they're a more recent Asian champion than South Korea or Japan, because the last 2 Asian championships have inexplicably been won by Qatar. But that's just an interesting fact for you to chew on. The key players to look at on this team, particularly a guy that was not here in the last team, is Alessandro Cercati. This is a 21-year-old kid, plays in Italy, 22 now, plays in Italy, committed to play for the Australian national team relatively recently, after the last World Cup, and is very highly rated, right? Not relative to like the absolute best center backs in the world, but in terms of a kid that's getting regular minutes in Serie A, plays at center back, somebody that is able to maybe help button up a position that has been a struggle for the Australians in the past, somebody that you can maybe pair with World Cup hero from 4 years ago, Harry Suter, who was so instrumental in sending Australia through to the round of 16 previously. He's a guy that could be a difference maker if he's able to help clamp up some of the best players in the world. If he's able to match up against a guy like, let's say, Christian Pulisic in his group, who he plays against in his league. The evening crew has arrived. Everybody say hi to the evening crew mods. Shift change on the moderator team. The evening crew mods have arrived. Hey. All right. Another standout in the defensive part of the team is in the complete other direction. It's a guy that's kind of a hero, Aziz Behich. This guy has been an absolute staple in this team for as long as I can remember. He is now 35 years old. This will be his last World Cup, but he's one of those players where, almost like Memo Ochoa, you can just kind of ignore where he's playing. If he puts on the Australia shirt, you're always going to get Aziz Behich. Right, and he's somebody whose game elevates with that shirt on, who's able to play against the best players in Asia and has experience. Obviously, he's been playing with Australia since 2012, where we're talking about multiple World Cups in his window that he has had experience playing at. And I think that World Cup experience is something that helps a team like Australia, where it hurts teams like Paraguay and Turkey that they're going to be playing against, right? The teams are playing against, Paraguay, Turkey, they don't have that World Cup experience that somebody like Aziz Behich is going to be able to bring to bear. There are some injury issues in the middle. The first one that we're going to talk about is for a guy that was not called up in the most recent call-up, but is often thought of as the guy that is the talisman of Australia, Jackson Irvine. And I mean, he's got the mustache, he's got the samurai bun, he's been struggling with an ankle. But this is a guy that's played in the top league of Germany pretty consistently. He's floated back and forth, right, at St. Pauli. And he has become what Tim Cahill was. He's become what Mile Jedinak was. He's become the guy around which the whole team moves. If Jackson Irvine is not available, then there is going to be a serious vacuum of leadership and intensity on this team, because he's the guy that brings it. He's the 1A. He's the first guy on the team sheet. Right? Him and Behich, basically. And so if Irvine's not able to go, and it's still not 100% sure that he's able to go, this is going to be a very, very different team than it will be if Jackson Irvine's able to play. There's also injury issues around one of the more kind of explosive outside guys, Riley McGree. He's certainly somebody that's capable of doing the unexpected, which is kind of uncommon in this team, a team that's pretty normally like very determined, physical, bring your hard hat and lunch, bring your lunch in a box sort of idea. Riley McGree's an explosive, creative character, also struggling with injuries. So if McGree or Jackson Irvine are unavailable, that's going to be a problem. The striker position is very similar to the striker position for Scotland, where they have kind of some vibes guys up there that just exist to, dust some stuff up. Where I think Australia has its keys, its absolute key players, and I'm trying to point out like a key player on every team. You could say Matt Ryan, the goalkeeper. He's part of this generation that's just been there forever. Schwarzer before him, and now Matt Ryan. Australia, very similar again to the United States back in the day, always just has one good goalkeeper. It's our Mobile and Nestori Irankunda. There are two different wingers. Strangely enough, they're both like African immigrant wingers to Australia. So they're easy to kind of keep track of, I guess. Our Mobile is older. He's somebody that's been around the national team before, but he's an X factor guy for the national team who is consistently able to make a difference when he's on the field. Like, he's a guy that can pick the ball up and do some crazy things. Nestori Irankunda is new. This guy's going to be going to his first World Cup. Not to mention he is also a personal friend. We're mutuals. I helped introduce his transfer to Watford. He's a great dude. He's a brick house. Okay, this man is built like a runaway freight train. I grew up in the United States, and there are at least 16 NFL teams that could use this guy at running back. I'm dead serious. He might be 5'9", but he's probably 350 pounds of solid muscle. He can do standing backflips all day in repetition. And his propensity for scoring goals that make your jaw drop. Like, just look up the Nestori Irankunda. He is somebody who physically and mentally is able to do things that most other people are just not able to do. Right? Like, the audacity that he has mentally and the physical ability, it's kind of like he's different. He's built different, mentally and physically. And so if there is going to be somebody that wins best goal at the World Cup that you didn't see coming, it's Nestori Irankunda. And if there's going to be somebody that scores a goal that literally no opposing team is able to do anything about on the face of the earth, it's Nestori Irankunda. And having a guy like that is an absolute weapon. He was initially signed by Bayern Munich. They sold him with a buyback clause to Watford because they want to make sure if he does develop enough, they can just buy him back to Bayern. He's a guy that can blow the lid off a game for Australia. Now, how they use him, how they manage him is going to be up in the air. But, he is my number one X factor on this team. Our Mobile, more reliable, more experienced in the national team, still in his prime. But Nestori Irankunda is the pure chaos engine of a guy. I mean, like, he can score a bicycle kick from outside the box. He can score from 40 yards away. He can dribble 5 people and chip the keeper. Like, he just has that. He's still obviously working on being able to do that stuff more, but he already has done a lot of that sort of stuff in his career. Please go watch his goal compilations. It's totally worth it. If Australia makes a deep run that nobody expects, that's the guy. That's the guy that did it. But as for their outlook in this group, I'm obviously a homer for the United States. I am not overlooking Australia. It's going to be a tough game, but I hope the U.S. is able to win. And I'll be doing a whole prediction at the end of this entire series of videos, or I won't be doing it. Zealandus will be doing it, but I appreciate him letting me fill in.
It's going to be Nestori Irankunda. What a goal!
You're like, oh, I'm talking like this about a guy that has 10 career goals. Bro, I'm just begging you to watch this guy when he was 18 in Australia. I'm begging you to watch him. That was it, though. Thank you guys for being a great studio audience for the Zealandism recordings. You say you appreciate, but you do it so badly. What do you mean? I say I appreciate, but I do it so badly. So here's Nestori Irankunda's goals. Like, he's just a patented great goal scorer. Oh, yeah, he did a backflip, right? After the goal. Did he? Oh, yeah, there you go. Like, look at that. He just freaking levitates, dude. He's a guy that you can't help but be like fit. Like, look at the power of this shot, bro. Look at the power of this shot. It's in the he's always flipping. Like the power that he gets, he's just like physically and mentally different. Like, look at that shot, man. Backflip merchant. Now he had a nice little knee slide there. But the like it's the like he scores goals that look different than other people. You know what I mean? Like, there's a reason Bayern Munich signed him straight out of the Aussie League and put a buyback clause in their transfer. Nice tackle, nice dribble. Like, holy, bro. Holy. You know, like, that's just asserting yourself. This is genuinely the first time I've ever Yeah, he was an FM Wonder Kid. Bayern signed him at 18 and then sold him to Watford. Watford bought him for like 20 million? Maybe 12? I don't remember. Oh, the deal includes a 50% sell on. That's disgusting work from Bayern, bro. That's disgusting work from Bayern. Oh, recording a Zealandism. Oh, that was funny, Jay. That was funny. Yeah, Jay, no, don't worry. That was funny. I misunderstood it. Larry, you're all good. That was my bad. Yeah, they have a 50% sell on and a buyback fee. The buyback fee I remember was like 25 million. And so this is almost a glorified loan to Watford. I remember thinking that at the time when I read about it. They sold him for like $6 million US dollars, put a 50% sell on and like a $25 million buyback on him. They were basically like, he needs to go somewhere else to develop because he's not good enough to play for Bayern right now. But he's just such a tank, dude. Yeah, I mean, Bayern bought him straight from Australia. That's a pretty cheap purchase, you know. Keep in mind, he's 17 in these videos. He is 17 years old when he's scoring these goals. Look at his goal versus Stoke this year. All right, I'll pull up his... Oh, boy, I can't... Bro! Oh, my God. The poor keeper has no chance at this. Oh, dog, that is so nasty. Oh, give me a flip, Nestori. Give me a flip, bro. Yes. Oh. Can't leave him open. Woo. There's a better goal in here. I don't know where the goal is. There's one goal that literally had my jaw on the floor. It was the first time I ever heard of him. There's one goal in here. I don't know where it is, but yeah, this dude's playing grown men at 17 and he's doing this. I mean, the flips are also impressive, but so's that dude's ass that just cut in front of the camera. There he goes. He also always wears number 66. He got special for permission for the nice finish, bro. That's just a tidy finish. Like, he shoots the ball so hard, the keepers can't even get near it. All right, here he is, dribbling through the crowd. Oh, that is so good. The guy never scores a normal goal. Most teams would try to just foul him or double man him at the end of a game. He was like an insane impact sub. I mean, yeah. Can you imagine trying to deal with this guy after you're tired? Like just the energy and the intensity that he's playing with. He's a super nice guy too. I obviously spent a day hanging out with him. Man, this is the best decision we've made in a long time on stream to go watch Aaron Kunda's goals in Australia. Here he goes. Oh, what a play, dude. What a weird stadium. What a play. This looks like a cricket stadium. It's Australia, it might be. He's the Watford guy. Now I understand the glaze. I mean, look, the reason we're watching these videos is because I was obviously talking about him being Australia's X Factor because he's capable of, like, mentally and physically, he can just do things that other guys just can't do. He's just a different type of player. And we're watching these highlights in an effort to attempt to prove my point. Okay, that's a tap-in. Finally, we got a normal-looking goal. There's one. Where's the one goal? There's one goal that I'm like, this guy's unreal. I gotta find it. Looks like Adama Traore with better shooting and less muscle. He's built, but he's not like overly built. Like I dapped him up a few times and I thought he was gonna pull me over. And I'm a big dude. He is kind of short. He's like 5'9"-ish. Like just in a okay, that's just all on the keeper, dude. What is the goalkeeper doing on this one? I mean, he beats the hell out of this ball, but come on. It's a good shot, but like, what are we doing there? What are we doing there? Pure power and passion. Yeah, I think he has like a certain element of creativity, but I think that just comes from like he plays the game with a lot of authority. Like there's a certain gravity to him when you watch games that he's playing in. Man, he just hits the ball so hard. Letting the hair go on that one. Oh, you do not want to be this center back right now, dude. That looked Gareth Bale-ish with that touch. Is this all in the same game? I feel like he scored a hat trick in this game. Oh, no, he's getting this back. Oh, a headed goal. All right. Such a good goal. That's such a good goal. No, dude, before I ever met Nestori, I've been really high on him. He was a Football Manager wonder kid, but Football Manager didn't know what to do with him. They gave him like great athleticism, dribbling, and flair, but like bad first touch and stuff to like balance him out. No, Bayern signed this guy, and then I think he played like once or twice for Bayern, but most of the time with the reserve team, and they sold him to Watford for $4 million plus 50% sell on and a $25 million buyback. He feels like you said I've watched him play a couple times this season. He feels like Indrik with some of like less of that divine aura. Well, yeah, he's Aussie. He's very Aussie. He has like a little Aussie mustache. Or at least when I met him, he had this like little Aussie mustache. But yeah, he left Australia when he turned 18 and went to Bayern. Watford don't want him anymore? I haven't heard that. Really? I know he got sent off once because I got tagged in it a bunch because I announced his transfer. Oh, we already saw that one. Dude, I don't know what goal it was then. He scored for Watford as well. Do we have a skills and goals compilation here? Maybe I'm just looking for a video that'll have multiple goals in it. He got special permission from the championship to get the number 66. I do remember that. He really wanted 66. Okay. Oh, hello. He is a hell of a free kick taker, dude. He's already got like 4 professional free kick goals. Started off on fire, but faded. That sucks. I hope he's okay. Because there is something special in this kid, man. I've been a believer since I started seeing highlights coming out of Australia. It's a weird video. It's just like him drawing fouls. Did he score multiple free kicks? He is such a good free kick taker. Yeah, no, we were watching his goals in Australia. No, he's not good enough to play for Bayern. Bayern shouldn't buy him back and play him. He's not good enough to play for Bayern. He's not nearly consistent enough, clearly. He's like Messi if Messi was bad. Dude, I would love to be bad Messi. Nothing compares to his goal against Stoke. All right, I'll Google his goal against Stoke. Why am I on Facebook right now? Why on earth am I on Facebook right now? Oh my, that was scary. Assuming it will be very obvious which one is the goal. Flip time? Hold that thought. Hold that thought. Yo! We are now a third of the way done with the 100-hour stream week, chat. We are now a third of the way done with the 100-hour stream week. Nice. All right. Let's watch this goal. Let's watch this goal. Got to go now. All right. I'll see you later, Bruce. Bro. Like, you can't tell me that you watch all these highlights of him lighting up Australia, and after he spent a year just riding the pine at Bayern Munich, he goes to Watford, and he's like, there is some, like, he's got some it factor, dude. What I was saying was true in my Australia preview is this is a guy that can score goals that nobody else can score. Like, there is not a team on planet Earth that's going to be able to keep Nestori Irankunda from scoring this goal. Goodness gracious. That's so nasty. Went to Europe and flopped. I mean, he plays for Watford right now. It's not. He's 20 years old. Yeah, he flopped at Bayern Munich in the sense that he didn't make it into the team. Yeah, he how much did he play for Bayern? I think he maybe like 1 or 2 games, but no, he was just in Munich too for the first half of the year, and then they loaned him to Grasshopper. They loaned him to Switzerland, and then after the loan, they sold him to Watford. It was 50% sell-on fee and $25 million buyback. So it's like a glorified loan. Cool dude. Really unique player. Certainly a fun player. He meant Freddie Adu, not Irankunda. Oh, when he was saying he went to Europe and flopped. Oh, sorry, I had to unpack multiple layers of thought processes that I had there. I had to unpack multiple layers of thought process that I had there. All right, I think that's a good sign to stand up and stretch it out, man. I think it's time to stand up and stretch it out. We actually already did the flip, Alberto. We flippity-flipped it. We flip-a-stand it. All right. If you've been with me this entire time, it's time for you to stretch too, all right? It's time for you to stretch too. I want you to bend down and touch them toes real quick. Oh, that felt good. All right, now we're going to do a little grab the foot operation, lean forward. Did I enjoy the PSG Bayern game? Yeah, it was good. It was good viewing, I thought. I mean, not nearly as exciting as their first game, obviously. But I enjoyed it because we got, like, really into the weeds of all the rules. So we were parsing, like, a bunch of different things. Whose toes do I touch? The person next to you. You touch the person next to you's toes. All right, now, this is my favorite stretch. You, like, kind of squat down, but you put your, like, leg across your other knee and then push on the knee that's up in the air. Oh, yeah. It's like a hip stretch. I always do it before I run. Oh. All right. A little back. Oh, yeah. A little side. Oh, yeah. A little this side. Oh. Literally made a Twitter account so I could follow you. Dude, I appreciate that. Sorry, stream was not live. Oh, dude, Alberto, that gets me all the time. I appreciate you keeping me honest with the flips, even in the past. That means a lot. All right, time to put away all of our Australia stuff. We've done our Australia preview. We've talked about Nestori Irankunda, the legend of Australian wonder kid Nestori Irankunda. Hopefully hopefully he's able to become more consistent and, he ends up back at Bayern, and I think he could be the best ever Australian player. He just, he's got to find that next gear that he has not been able to find. He's just been inconsistent, disappears too often. Right. Okay, chat. We are now stepping into the next portion of our evening. Right. We got 7 hours of stream left, so don't worry, I'm not going anywhere. But the next portion of our evening, as was announced earlier today, is we are going to play a game called Shadows of Doubt. If you don't know what Shadows of Doubt is, that's perfectly fine. You're already here hanging out, and it's a fun game, I promise, or else I wouldn't have picked it to play. So have no fear. All right, I didn't favorite it. And apparently is a very fun game that allows you guys to be a part of the... I'm basically a detective, right? And you guys... This isn't like sponsored or anything. This is a game that the editor of the live channels wanted me to play with you guys because he thinks it would be really funny. I'm a detective and I'm investigating crimes, and you guys are like the civilians in the city. We'll see how that works. We'll see how that works. What's the order for the vids when it comes to the World Cup? Just buy group and buy pot. Yeah. Are you watching the hockey? Now, I'll pull up the scores on the other monitor, though. I'll try and keep track of it. I got to. All right, let's give this game a try, chat. Let's give this game a good old college try. It looks like it's a lot of fun, so I'm hoping that it comes through and is fun. I don't gamble on football. I don't gamble on football at all. Gambling always seemed dumb to me. I'm not gonna lie to you. Gambling always seemed stupid to me. You might be wondering, Zealand, why? Well, gambling seems stupid to me because if gambling was a good idea, then how come those companies make so much money? Nah, I'm not a Heat or a Magic fan. Tell you what, though, we'll pull up NHL, or, hold on. CBS Sports normally got a good, like, diverse scoreboard. Just get the scores up so I can keep track of them. Fun to have a wager. I did it a little bit. I used analytics to bet on college football, and I made a couple $100 over the course of a year. But I didn't enjoy it because every time I was watching one of the games, I was sweating like whether Minnesota would score a touchdown on their last drive, even though they were already losing by 10. Like the game was over, and I'm like, kick the field goal. I just didn't like that. So I think I'm not a bad gambler. I certainly don't have that itch like in the back of my mind that turns it into an addiction. But I will keep that up then. I just didn't like the way it made watching sports feel either. Any CK3 this week? Yes. We will be playing CK3 this week. We are going to be playing Crusader Kings, Project Zomboid, Long Dark, Trees, Hate Me or whatever the game is. We've got a lot of fun games locked in. But like more usually the evening session. Fave game in the Steam library that's not FM. Right now it's probably The Long Dark. I got a nice long save running in that. Overall, it's probably Crusader Kings. Yeah, Kenshi, I got 300 hours in. Oh, wow, that shower. Whoa, hold on. Oh, those lemon heads caught up to me. Oh. Alberto, that's interesting. Bilyeshko might be a goalkeeper. All right, hold on. Let me go back to settings. Because there's like streaming settings. All right, let me connect my Twitch. I just don't want to accidentally leak something I'm not supposed to. It told me good luck gumshoes. All right. Enable Twitch audience citizens on. All right, chat. If you're in Twitch chat right now, you've now been updated as citizens in my world. Congratulations. I don't know how to see which one of you got it, but some of you got it. Some of you may die. And that is a chance I'm willing to take. Congratulations to all of you. All right, let's give this a try. Sandbox, or a specially crafted case to introduce you to the game. Is there an exclamation point join? I don't think there is, chat. Is there? I don't think there is. I think it just automatically pulled people. You guys have, it literally said 129 out of 129. You know what? You can press exclamation, you can type exclamation point join if you want. Also, sorry, YouTube, it's just on Twitch right now. It doesn't have a YouTube connectivity option. Exclamation point field cheated. Yeah, that is rough, I guess. Sandbox, what do you think? What do you guys think we do? Help, I'm a lost poor little boy. I don't know what to do. Probably the intro? All right. Dead of Night. Play in a pre-made or previously generated city. Generate a new city to play in. Generate a new city. City's name is Fort Honolulu. Monterey. Appleton. Sounds very American. Large. Enable city editor? Sure. Random seed. Okay, Appleton. Generate my player's name. No, it went away. Okay, hold on. Appleton is Okinawa, bro. West Riga. Chinatown. Applesville. No, the S is stupid. Appleville. Very American. We're good. But somebody said bald eagle. Game recognized game. That's funny. Hammertown. Yeah, definitely Hammertown. Alex Jones? Okay, I have to have a last name. You might want to try medium instead of large if it's your first playthrough. Alright, good to know. It is I've never played this game before. Game difficulty, normal. Skin tone. I appear to be pink right now. Let's go with troublingly pale. Enable procedural murders. Enable flickering lights. Yes. Gameplay modifiers. Starter apartment. Permadeath. Iron Man. Film noir. You desaturate the game. I get glasses. Gambling debt. House arrest. Fame and fortune. I just forgot. The modifiers are a wild time. Snail nemesis. Start with a small fortune, but in debt to a loan shark. Oh, wait. You are invincible from combat damage aside from contact with a snail. The snail moves towards your current location at all times, even when your case board is open. Inspired by the immortal snail concept. You start with an apartment, or as soon as you acquire one, you will not legally be allowed to leave it. The building security will treat you as a threat. You made it. You're a famous detective, but careful what you wish for. Citizens may stop or even chase you down for an autograph. Rat detective. Up for a challenge? Ditch the trench coat, experience the rat race less figuratively. Claw, crawl, and climb your way through the grime. Good luck on the road to retirement, and remember, not many trust a rat. You can literally just be a rat. You don't want me to be a rat? I mean, considering I have no idea what's happening. Yes. I think the game will be plenty surprising and challenging enough without me adding any gameplay modifiers, but that seems fun. Alright, welcome to Hammertown. Do I have to generate the map? I think so. It's been generated. Okay, finalize. We're connecting the citizens. Generating air ducts. Creating interiors. I don't know who Gavin Free is, so that's why I didn't read his name, but... Oh, goodness. I can peek under doors. If I look at the corner of the door and click peek, there's a peek option. The dude from Slow Mo Guys and Achievement Hunter. I don't know who those... I don't know what that is. I actually don't know what either of those things are. Enable tutorial on. Let's do this thing. Hyper-industrialization has swept the planet. It is the late 20th century. The old Bourbon Empire has crumbled, giving way to the United Atlantic States and the first selected mega-corporation president in history, Starch Cola. Okay. As sea levels rise, cities have become polluted islands. And I'm here to save them. Workers' dreams of escaping to the fields and exclusive retirement district few will ever see. Okay. Is that where I'm trying to get? Rival corporations vie for power, policed by the privatized Starch Cola enforcers. Alright. I'm not an enforcer, though. I'm a detective. I'm just getting caught up on the lore first. Do I have to hit escape? Is that it for that? Nope. Some just say justice only exists in the shadows. That's where I am. Shadows of doubt. Awake again. So cold. Turn on the bedside light. Nasty storm outside here, boys. This is pretty crazy, like, world building all of a sudden. Actions will pop up at the bottom of the screen. Oh. Mom? Who is this? I guess she said yes in the chat. I'm okay, Mom. Search the apartment for clues. I don't know what I'm looking for. Oh, that's probably something. Case board. When you inspect an item, it brings up its evidence window. This can be pinned to your case board for future reference using the pin at the top. Pinned items are displayed as icons that you can move around on the board by dragging their pin. You can position these items as you wish and select them to bring up their evidence window. Facts or connections are displayed as string. You can hover over these with the cursor to see more info. Okay. You can use F to pause at any time and examine your caseboard. Find Jesse Dodd. Pin Jesse Dodd to your caseboard. Pin the note to your caseboard using the red pen. Close the caseboard using F. Huh. Who's Jesse Dodd? So I've got my note telling me to look for Jesse Dodd, but who left the note? Connections. We don't know. We have 4% of a profile. More specifically, a name. I feel like Andy in Parks and Recreation trying to figure out who threw the pie at Ben. Oh, I can use the city directory. Oh, that's genius. Dodd, 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 D, Dodd, Dodd, Jesse Dodd. We have Reese the editor in here. R editor, stream elements. Bert Macklin, FBI. All right, I found Jesse Dodd. I'm in. Am I in? Here, let me look. We have Azure Monkey, Automatrix, Bam No. Alexa is in. You are in. Congratulations. A big sweaty bear is here. All right, but we're looking for Dodd. We're looking for Jesse Dodd. I'm gonna pin this to my board. Whatever it is, I'd better go prepared. Oh, give me a gun. Find my old detective equipment. Key to my old police stuff was lost in the last move. I could pick the lock. For hairpins or paper clips. All right, we're gonna pick this lock here. This is an English game? No guns. All right, fair enough. Oh, what? Wait, no, it's a one use. I just used the code breaker on my own safe. Okay. All right, we're good. Genetic sequencing have come a long way. By Professor Sam Uecki. Ackerman and Dave back in the 70s, with the rise in popularity, popularized unregulated gene therapy, DNA alterations such as Elliott genetics, sequence rejuvenation treatments have come new challenges. Bald head's tough. Alright, this is Dodd's place of work right here. Medical systems. Okay. Now I need to find hair clips and stuff. I got another letter. Final notice, open immediately. That doesn't seem like anything. Does not seem important, that's for sure. Documents. Western District Special Police Service commendation awarded to Zealand Shannon for outstanding investigative duties, fine clearance rates, and dedication to duty. Okay. I'm getting the controls down. Nothing in there. Crunchers are digital personal computation devices. Common in most apartments and white-collar workplaces. If you know a citizen's passcode, you can log into their account. From there, you might be able to find a wealth of information. Select user. We're in. Profile. Okay. No, it's giving me a whole lot there. Nothing down there. Alright. There's nothing in this room. I had to go open something on the other monitor. Nice. Grab these hairpins. Lock picking. Keep a lookout for paper clips and hairpins that can be used for picking locks. Each lock has its own strength. When you start the process by interacting with the door handle or lock, the indicated bars will tell you how many picks you need to complete the lock pick. Start the process. Okay. You can also use lockpicks to sabotage security systems. Ooh, that's good to know. Soap. Interesting. Wrench. That seems useful to have. I ain't gonna lie. Pick a pepper sauce. Obviously bringing that with me. 100%. You never know when you're gonna need some good sauce, Chad. You never know when you're gonna need some good sauce. Probably not gonna need a toaster. If I had to guess. Synth milk. Nah, I'm good. Just taking a little look-see through my my kitchen here. Seems to be a little threadbare. Oh, that's I can hide. Oh, that's creepy. Well, if somebody's coming towards me, I can hide. Good to know. I'm learning so much here. Wait. Salt. Depending on your activity, different kinds of status may affect your character. Okay. Well, I'm learning. A newborn baby deer. Got another lockpick. I set the password to 1234. Well, that would have been nice to know before. Inventory full. Alright, buddy. I have wrench, battery, sauce. Alright, you know what? Let's drink it. Made me nauseous. Great. Who could have seen this coming? Let's go crack this thing. It's locked. I figured that out. There we go. Alright, needs 2 picks. I have 2 lock picks remaining. That only took 1. Nice to know. Detective stuff. Alright, sweet. To access your inventory, use X. This opens... Well, I mean, I'm learning so much. The top group of items you do not take up inventory space. Okay. These are for your vital tools of the trade. The lower section features slots that can store other items. You can drop or scan picked up items for fingerprints once an item is selected. Got it. You can assign hotkeys to inventory spaces by selecting them and pressing the desired button. That's cool. You can also view info about current status effects and how to get rid of them in the inventory screen. Got it. I got 30 lockpicks. Oh my. Open the case board and select the pin medallion systems. Okay. Plan a route to there using that button. Okay. Plot route, show on map, plot route enable. Got it. Plot route. So that's where we're going. We're going to 101 medallion systems to find Jesse Dodd, which is what we're supposed to do. Something about this is, weird. Something about this is really strange indeed. Alright, I got fists, I got coins, I got a watch, and I got a print scanner. I also have a wrench. I'm assigned number 1. And I got handcuffs, and I got batteries. Sorry, man. My bad. My bad. Hey. Unknown citizen. Hey, watch where you're going. It's a little dangerous out here. Little dangerous out here. Who are you? Evening. What's your name? Sorry, that's personal. Alright. That went well. Still got it. Okay. Going this way. So that's my print scanner. Each citizen has their unique fingerprints. I can scan for them with that. Damn rats everywhere. Yeah, well. All right, here. Oh, yeah. Well, I'm coming in. Hey, buddy. Watch it. You know, who are you? You look like a Jesse Dodd to me. Joseph Schmid. Interesting. Heard anything unusual, Joe? If I may call you Joe. Do you know Jesse Dodd? Can't do anything with that info? Okay. I'm arresting you on suspicion of murder. Well, I don't think that'd go very well. Okay.
Got you soured up and soft. So you decided to take things further.
You think I'm gonna squeal?
I know you're going to squeal, Mr. Franklin. You're going to give me names. How much do they pay you for a hatchet job like that? Enough for you to convince yourself it would be thumb.
When breaking into a room, it's a good idea to check for cameras. If you're worried about them, you can turn them off by using the security breaker box connected to the camera. You trace the red wires in the security system to find these boxes. They will themselves require lockpicking. In residential properties, it's worth checking under the doormat for a key. Most rooms will feature some kind of ventilation system. When struggling to find a safe entrance, this could be a great way in. Okay. If in a rush or out of other options, you can also break down the door. This might take several attempts and is very noisy. How you doing? Hey, what's up? What's up? What's up? What's up?
Oh, I know all about you, Mr. Franklin. I know you've made it
You saw nothing, Joseph? Keep walking. That's right. You know what? You know what, this wrench. Okay. Oh, the security cameras saw that. Probably not good. Oh, sorry. That was a weird little power, that was weird how that happened. That was really bizarre.
Yeah, that's him.
Who was the hatchet man, Franklin?
I thought that was a policeman come to get me. Coming through. Oh my god! She's dead! If you find yourself somewhere you shouldn't be, you'll gain a trespassing status. If it appears in orange, citizens with authority will ask you to leave immediately. If it's red, they will attack. So just as you may want to be careful about entering, it's often a good idea to identify means to help you make a safe escape. Keep an eye out for air ducts you can escape to in a hurry, as well as hiding places like under beds. Door's locked. I should be okay. Damn, okay, she's dead. Who is this? Unknown citizen. Wait. A bullet wound from low caliber ammunition. Okay, we had a dead person. Somewhere over here. At medical system. Dead person. Connect. Dead person. Okay, low caliber ammunition. From examining the body, it appears the victim has been violently shot to death with a pistol. It can determine the time of death is between 11:30 and 12:45 in the morning, Tuesday, January 23rd. That obviously goes right here. String. Okay. Who the hell is Dappy Lee? Did I take the wrong person out of the freaking book? Oh my. I think I took the wrong person out of the book. Okay, it's a good start.
Miss Gill, you've been bothering my pals. I don't think I like that.
Harris. Or should I call you Angel?
Oh, I didn't know you would sweet on me.
Let's cut the small talk.
You got pep. I like that. They told me that was so.
Who told you?
The rats? Hey, take it easy, Duchess. Who brings a piece to a party, huh?
Alright, we gotta find some ID.
It's a party, ain't it?
Go climb your thumb.
Yeah, you might be a big gal on your own streets, but down here, you ain't nothing but a piece of meat for the parasites.
Alright, where would an ID be? We don't need to just like... Oh, purse.
So
Dappy Lee's purse. Okay. Take key. Wait, fingerprints. Each citizen of the city has unique fingerprints. You can scan for them using fingerprint scanning devices in your inventory. Right, sorry. Unknown fingerprints will be found in sets, with set A being the first you find and matching fingerprints being labeled. I should have been scanning for these from the beginning. They renamed Jesse Dodd after somebody in chat. Are you serious? Is Dappy Lee in chat? For example, if you find set something in your bar, you can prove a citizen was at both locations at some point. Okay. No, they're dead. I mean, valid. They are dead.
Hungry, we don't waste a thing. Not even a little bitty.
All right, we have Dappy Lee is at the center of this. Dappy Lee died at this time in this location. And we found her wallet at that location. How this connects to the note, we have no idea.
That's what you did to Rossini? Him? Yeah, he got his good. I stuck him in the guts. Gives a man time to think when he buys it that way, you know? Flopping around like a catfish there on the floor. Made a whole lot of noise. He couldn't help himself. See, when folks know they ain't got many words left, they gotta get them all out at once. Secrets ain't no good when the rats are chewing on your tongue.
I just accidentally dragged a dead body.
Oh, he spilled gold. Crows dropping right at his mouth. Now, if you were to sing me a tune or two in that nice voice of yours, how'd you like that one? You don't get it, do you, Duchess? You think your pal Lenny's gonna come get you? He's up there even now with the commissioner on the 34th floor, sipping French champagne.
We found these fingerprints at the scene of the crime. Type C fingerprints have been identified at the scene.
Join him, pop his cork, so to speak. But not you. Hey, boys, take him to the Pier 12. Only the best for a Duchess. Bon voyage!
淀粉可乐。
Who turned the TV on?
沮丧，需要一点嘶嘶声来提一下精神。来杯淀粉可乐。
Wouldn't somebody have turned the TV on?
非常适合居家、工作和娱乐享用，为您提供所需的能量。淀粉可乐给生活增添活力。
That's the. I'm thinking like a detective now. There we go.
Good evening, one and all. I'm Scott Sam, your loyal host. Glad to be with you once again in the legendary Gemstone Velodrome. Direct and refresh from electrifying downtown New Toulouse. Glad to be with you this evening as the L-Gen proteins take on the Kansas City Bloodhounds. Quite the crowd here tonight in the Gemstone Velodrome as the teams warm up with some cool refreshments.
Sync disco or upgrade vial or something. Did they look for anything, or maybe they tried to look for something? Did they go into the safe? Sometimes it's useful to search the trash. Are they all full of wallet? Oh. All right, he went through Dappy Lee's wallet. All right, who knows? Let's go into the trash. What you got for me? A dirty napkin. A square paper napkin that has been used and crumpled into a ball. These are all things that have been found at the address. Could be anything. Okay. Proceed. Keep for tax records. Admiral was hot dog, fried chicken, churros. Paid for by Dappy. No. Another napkin. I'm gonna run into a dude with the snivels, and me tracking these napkins is gonna be how I break this open. Another, I mean, who has 3 napkins in the trash, chat? Who has 3 napkins in the trash? Nobody. Nobody has three napkins in the trash. Pen it.
Whether it's starch or stutter, there's nothing better. And it's out and rolling.
Address book. Address book's been found at 101 Medallion Chemical Systems.
Coming to a stop, and the lineman calls it in as a perfect.
3 recently called numbers. Can I not pin it? No, the receipt had her name on it. Yeah, easy list of possible suspects. I agree completely. But now I'm looking at this. I don't know anything. I gotta just enter the phone number.
The distinguished left-hander.
Telephone numbers from the phone. We've identified a fingerprint on the scene.
And it's out.
Nothing.
The terrorist. Taking time with it. Bending from the knee.
The last caller, right? Not being siege, your best chance of survival. The central cursor displays the information needed to stay hidden. The dot in the very middle of the screen displays how hidden you are. Hollow circle means you're completely obscured. Now there's only notice you if you get extremely close. A filled circle means you're completely visible. The color of the outer eye shape displays if someone or something can see you. If it turns red, a citizen security system has spotted you, so it's time to run. When things go wrong, you may choose to resort to combat. To do this, select your fists using the inventory. You can choose to punch or block. If you block at the right time, you automatically perform a counter move that knocks out the other citizen. Nice. Violence can escalate quickly. Got it. All right, we got last call as well as another telephone number. Okay. Another telephone number. This is last call. All right, the last call was at 11:31 to 435-4242.
And look at that backspin. Just what we've come to expect from the veteran. The distinguished left-hander sends it flying.
I mean, it was a good escape. Don't lie. You expected me to die immediately. Bit of a problem. I don't think there's any way out in here. Up. How do I go up? How do I go up? Okay. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Up, up, away, away from them, away from them. We're going up as high as we can. I'm cold. Oh, you don't get. We don't know where the hell this is, but it's definitely not anywhere near where those guys are. Okay. What was that noise? Nobody knows I was here. How high am I? Too high. Bedroom. How about no? Okay. I think we take this vent. Alright, I know I'm too high. We need to go down. How am I back? I'm in the same place. I'm in the same place I just left. Okay. This was over the guys previously. They're not here anymore. I'm a little cold. Security camera. I know there's a security camera there. I'm freezing. I'm very cold. Oh god, I'm going up. I gotta get out of here. I'm gonna freeze to death in here. Holy God. Why am I still so cold? Why am I so cold, bro? I'm freezing. Time to freeze, baby. What are the odds somebody left their house key lying around? I just need to get down. All roads lead down to where I used to be. That's the same place I was. It's also the same place I was. Is we could try to steal the house key? I mean, I'm just... Great. I'm stuck freezing to death right above one of these guys. No, I stole a key from the lady, obviously. But... Alright, that vent's watched by a security camera. That's a no-fly zone. That goes up. I'm not going up anymore. Then I guess I'm just gonna have to figure out a way to make this work. That looks a little bright for my taste. Get away from that last guy that's looking for me, I guess. $50 says I end up in the same apartment that I was in. Actually, maybe not. That looked and felt different on the way down that time. I think I'm somewhere else. I'm freezing, though. If underlined, it means you've been seen and need to escape the building. A slow decline of health. I don't know where my health is. Well, that doesn't seem great. Tab gives you a pop-up map. Well, that helps. Is that just out of the building? No, it's up. Dang it. Alright, we're gonna drop. I just feel like I'm never gonna figure out anything as long as I stay up here. I've been seen. Thank you. Thank you for the tip. I've been seen, apparently. It's news to me, man. Okay. I did not do a good job of getting out of that building. Tutorial mission, by the way. All right. Go ahead and lock my door there. Hey, what's up, unknown citizen? Keep your nose out of my business. All right, dog. You know, just you get for trying to be friendly in today's America is crazy. Crazy stuff. Okay. Yeah, now, I mean, because it's the tutorial, I now get to go to City Hall unencumbered, which is nice. City Hall ground floor lobby. Okay. View your case objectives in the top right of the caseboard screen. What is the full name of the killer? Arrest the identified killer. Do you have evidence that places the killer at the scene of the crime? Identified fingerprints or photographic evidence. Where does the killer live? Have you located the specific murder weapon? Okay, that's my resolution form. I could pay a visit to Consult Solutions. That's where Dappy works or used to. I could also check out Admiral Express. Dappy must have been there recently. Okay, complete the questions in the case's hand-in form. In Shadows of Doubt, there are almost always multiple ways to carry out an investigation. Here are the current available leads. Choose one as a start to be guided through. Remember, in the main game, you'll have to think for yourself. In addition to the simulated nature of the game, some leads can be dead ends, just part of the job. If you think you have enough information to solve the case, fill in the form using the button. Let's investigate the office. That's F1 brings up like what I've done. You can always find a city directory next to a public telephone. You can search for publicly visited locations using that. Okay. Got it. Alright, where am I going? I'm going to Consult Solutions. How do I know where Consult Solutions is? Phone book, you should have the address. Still learning how to navigate stuff. Okay. Dappy. It wants me to go to the public phone book. That's why it was telling me about that. So I have to go to Consult Solutions, but it's not just going to tell me where that is. So, C, Consult Solutions. Place of work. Alright. Consult Solutions. Put the note over here. Consult Solutions. We got Dappy off of that place right there. This, okay, I'm, you know, starting to get the hang of it. Workplace. Plot a route. Boom! There we go. Okay. We're off and running. The investigation deepens. He knows how to navigate the map. I need my perfect investigative tool, a lemon head. Nah, that's not it. Is that way? Okay. Man, you know, we could have just used the elevator. All right. Trying to get me in condition to climb Mount Everest. Interesting. Looks like Consult Solutions to me. I'm gonna find a way to do something about this here camera. She Laboratories. Oh, we just turned the lights off. Where's the light? Where's the light? Where's the... We're good? We're good. We're good. How's the freaking light switch, bro? Where's the light switch? Wait for that thing to move. Look at these people leaving all these freaking lights on, man. You just know her desk is this way, don't you? Okay. Found Dappy Lee's desk, first try. Well, I need a password. Hello? Incredibly obvious piece of paper, please. That'll do. 4150 is the new door code to my office. Okay. The hell's William Jensen? Oh, God. It happens so fast. It happens so fast. Pay the medical fees. Alright. Where the hell are we going? We're going back to Consult Solutions, please. Wow, that was painful and quick. I paid the fee. To be honest, I don't even know, like, where my money is. So I'm not super worried about how much money I have. K-Sport has money. All right, I have $0, so we kind of need this one to hit. We kind of need to figure out what we're gonna do this time around immediately. I'm on the road. Did we miss a flip, by the way? I feel like we might have missed a flip, Chad. We should be at 34. What do you have? Chat, we missed a flip. We missed a flip with the music in the background. We missed a flip. Our inevitable march. Our inevitable march to greatness continues. Who are you people? It's 9 a.m. People are going to work. Sorry. Sorry. People started showing up. The lights got turned on. Nobody's here. If I go quickly, nobody's here. Get out of here. I'm gone, bro. I'm gone. But I know the code to your computer, and I know how to find the employee database. I'm gone. Alright. We're gonna go on down now. Very cool aesthetic. Much love from Swansea. Much love, my dude. Hope you got a few end of season awards. How do I switch my focus to the other lead? There are multiple leads, right? How do I switch my focus? Mainly for Rituro, who seems to really know what's going on in this game. We go to the diner. Seems a little easier to go to. Huh. To get my butt back to City Hall so I can find one of those call things. Or I just find the diner. Commercial properties often contain a wealth of information in privately accessed rooms. Usually to access this, you'll need to find a key code for the door. Your other options are to bribe the staff or use a device called a code breaker that you can purchase from the vending machines at City Hall. You will not be allowed into this room, so make your approach stealthy and avoid or disable security systems using the breaker box. Not trespassing, just walking down here. That's all right. I'd bribe somebody if he had literally any money whatsoever. Yeah, that trash just isn't going to give me anything. So I'd find a way to get in here. Coffee. Oh, now I'm stinky. Oh, great. Now I smell bad. You know what? You do not need starch to function. Ivan Vivian Meep, Akito San, Laron Reed the Mead, Livio Basque, Shu Shin, and Heidi Aditya. Alright, I learned a lot of wait staff. Various members of the chat, it would seem. I think if you use the fingerprint scanner on the pictures, you can find their types. Belongs to unknown citizen, but I guess you can assume that's their type, but you don't know for sure, right? You don't know for sure. Flashlight's middle mouse. No, I think it told me. It just 1948. I need to go home. How do I go home? It's the middle of the freaking day. I'm tired. I stink. Where's my house? I need to go take a shower, go to sleep. I'm going to come back here tomorrow night. I'm going to break in. It's a diner. How hard can it be to break into a diner? He says, fully aware that he's going to die. I didn't give up. Okay, you want me to do this right now? I think I know how to do this right now. I got to find the power box. Would that ever be outside? Would there ever be like the power box is outside, or there's an alarm switch? Diner might be open 24 hours, fair. Powerbox does not seem to be accessible to me. For whatever reason, it does not. Crunchers are digital personal computation devices. Well, I've run into these before, okay? Once logged in, you're able to access V emails, which are personal or work-related messages sent between citizens. You may also be able to access a variety of other apps, including security and surveillance, as well as employee databases. If you find useful evidence on a micro cruncher, don't forget to print it using the on-screen print button, so you can pin it to your caseboard. Nice, okay. Codebreaker devices can be used as crunchers. Okay. Wait, stop. I'm about to get shot. Everybody take a freaking break. My dramatic escape. Jumping over the... Oh. And he vanishes into the night. Vanishes just as quickly as he arrived. Mysteriously into the darkness, where nobody will ever find him. Honestly, pretty easy escape considering I think I got caught by some completely random dude who was just milling around, minding his own business. And so Z slipped into the shadows of doubt. Wasn't a problem. Alright, Chad, what's the best way for me to go about this? What is the best way for me to go about this? Can't find the power switch. The moment I open the lock 1948 to go into the back of the diner, it's all hell breaking loose again. And now I got all these guys hanging around. Really fitting bathroom. Yo, that was slick, dog! That was slick! Nobody saw me. I snuck that so hard. Alright. Let's shut off the power. Plenty of lockpicks. Pop this bad boy open. What the... Dog, you're packing heat? What the hell? And he disappears into the night. The f... I thought I was so slick with that, and then she just walked in right as I was getting down to business, you know. No biggie. No biggie. Took a couple pops. My detective lemon heads are very sour. I took a couple pops to the dome. I'm fine. I need to take a shower. I need to go home. I don't know how to go home. going home. I carried a dead body and searched through some trash. I am going home. Get me the hell out of here. We are going to recalibrate. Nothing like a little shower to get the juices flowing. Welcome home. Shower. Yeah, dry myself off there. Alrighty. I can apparently slip and fall if I'm too wet. Alright, let's try this again. Right, I locked myself in. I am not letting anybody get the jump on me, that's for damn sure. We're locking that door every time we go in there. Wait. 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 What's the diner? Oh. Admiral, right? Alright, Admiral Express. We don't really know how Admiral Express fits in any of this, but it is where she was seen. Alright. Got it. Like I said, nobody was gonna get the jump on me. I didn't even lock the door behind me. I'm completely washed. Okay, come on. Making my way downtown. All right. Achoo! Oh, that lady. Is she gonna recognize me? I think I just got really unlucky, chat. I'll be okay as long as I don't trespass or assault. Well, I'm about to trespass, so... Leave, lady. Thank you. Achoo! damn, what's her name? What's her name? Oh, it's surveillance. Oh, she's not an employee, bro. I'm not at her job. Oh, my brain is short-circuiting. I'm not at her job. She's not an employee here. Cameras have two functions: to alert instance of security threat, but also to capture surveillance stills throughout the day. You can often use the latter as valuable information. Crunchers only store surveillance information for about 24 hours. You can print stills from CCTV surveillance to use as evidence. Okay, got it. Got it. That's cool. Look for Dappy on surveillance Monday. Have I lost Monday? Oh, no, Monday. Okay. Interesting. As far back as we go, it's LaRon Mead. It's Reed the Mead. It's LaRon Reed the Mead, an unknown citizen. Okay, and then it's just the two of them. There's one more. Alright, there's that one, and then he's gone. He meets... That's a different lady. Okay. Got it. Take. Pen. Got him. Cowabunga. So it goes Admiral Express into those three photos. Curious. Alright, log off. I can't take this paper stack. I don't know why. See you later. Get out of here, you bum. You're right. Sorry. Must have gotten lost. I must have gotten lost. I must have gotten lost. My bad. Took a wrong turn in Whoville. It's a rough neighborhood. All right, let's take a look at these photos. Bro, I can't see anything on these damn photos. I thought it was gonna give me, like, the people. How far behind's the live channel on Melilla? Not that far. Check the connections. LaRon Reed the Mead. I know LaRon Reed the Mead. Why do I know? I know LaRon Reed the Mead because LaRon Reed the Mead works there. So if I can find LaRon Reed the Mead, I can ask them about what happened. I'm getting somewhere. I mean, he works there. I can just walk in. Hi, they just not want to talk or something? Okay, we could just go home and call him. Alright, let's just do that. We're gonna go home, we're gonna call Reed the Mead. Gotta move quickly, because the longer we take, the harder it's gonna be for us to solve this crime. That's something I do know. It's the kind of ball knowledge you can expect here. Alright, so LaRon Reed the Mead was seen. There were 2 other people. LaRon works there. Doesn't mean LaRon's not a suspect. You know, Reed the Mead could still be the guy, but... Alright. LaRon Reed the Mead. Located at Valentine Heights Lodge. Do I not have a phone number for him? Do I have to just go find him? The diner had a phone book and a phone? Alright. Respect to me for not trying to steal anything with some value. The joke's on you. I didn't even know that, like, I wouldn't even know where to sell it, to be honest. Okay. I guess we just go talk to him. I don't know if there's a way for me to call him. We'll just go talk to him. We're gonna take a look, see what he's up to. There. A nice place, dude. And then he was dancing suspiciously. Mind your business, okay. Minding my business. Excuse me! Somebody's coming to answer. Beautiful. And it's the woman we thought was murdered. My God, it's LaRon Reed the Mead. Hey, afternoon, what's your name? Keep your nose out of my business. All right. Just trying to be friendly, brother. Do you know this person? Dappy Lee. Saw him today at Medallion Chemical Systems around 6:45 a.m. Wait. Today? They were dead by then. That person was already dead. Thanks. You've been a big help. Medallion Chemical Systems. Medallion Chemical Systems. He saw them at their apartment. Scroll for more chat options. Oh, sorry. Hey,
Seems like this was popular with the French bourbon court. Know what it's worth? Now, Lieutenant, I'm no common pawnbroker. Yeah, and I'm no art critic. But here we are, drinking from the same bottle. There's really no taste for these sorts of works in today's market, I'm afraid.
I mean, I'm not suspicious of this guy. Yeah. Well, that was just confusing. We've got the two other people that she was seen. So LaRon worked there. I don't think LaRon being seen with that one person is suspicious. Of course, it's always possible that LaRon is lying to us and that he didn't see her. I didn't ask for fingerprints. Probably should. Because I can nail this dude dead to rights if he has fingerprints. If his fingerprints match the perpetrator, then, like, we would have him completely down. Hey, buddy. Sorry, I know the answer is going to be no, but... Okay. You could bribe him. Come take a look around. I don't think I can ask if he knows the unidentified person. I only have one person on my list that I can ask about. Unfortunately. I only have one person on my list I can ask about. Just arrest him. You need to pin the person to ask. Okay. So I have to come in here and then pin the person to be able to ask about it. So connections, unknown person. Okay, so this is the photo I'm most concerned about. Dappy Lee, LaRon, unknown person. All there at the same time. This person's here. Hey, I have a question. Do you know that person? Somewhere on Brown Terrace. So I have to add like a sticky note. Alright, so saw them somewhere near Brown Terrace. There's the other unknown citizen that was there right after. I suppose we should also pin this person. Hey, do you know, this lady? Dang it. Hey, Laurent, look, I know, I've been bothering you for hours. That person. Peyton Chester Cheese. Always talking about music. I saw them somewhere around Medallion Chemical Systems. I think I need to go talk to Peyton Chester Cheese. Actually, we can just do this. That might have blown it wide open. Peyton Chester Cheese. Let's go back to Medallion Chemical Systems. Specifically, 101 Medallion Chemical Systems. See if we can find somebody. See if we can find the killer. Undoubtedly, Peyton Chester Cheese. Oh, we got a flip! We've got a flip, chat! A silent flip. For 35 hours of streaming. Let's go. Let's go. A substantive, quiet flip. We have now streamed 35 hours in 3 days. Pretty remarkable. Welcome to the late night shift. Most people don't have the guts. Now, for the late night shift, we are definitely going to turn down the brightness on these cameras a little bit. Or on these lights. Let's make it a little less intense, just so we're chilling. Alright. I'm going to find Peyton Cheshire Cheese. This is a stakeout. Mind your own business. Have you seen anything unusual? Think I'd tell you if I had. Well, this guy sucks. You're no help at all.
I didn't know you were sweet on me.
Let's cut the small talk.
You got pep. I like that. They told me that was so.
Who told you?
The rats?
Yeah, I don't know why coming here was my oh, that's the murder. Taking me a second to figure out right click is going to be what gets me out of that. Alright, going home. I need a phone. And I need to talk to Peyton Cheshire Cheese. I need to find Peyton Cheshire Cheese, and I should at least be able to get an address out of this book. The book will give me the address. We go from there. All right, Cheshire Cheese, where are you? You are 1101 Clark Project, so not going to be hanging around there. Yeah, not going to be hanging around there. Onward, gentlemen. We ride into the abyss. Is there a way to bring that book with me? I should really get to bed. Be good, chat. All right, see you, George. Have a good one, my man. All right, Peyton Cheshire Cheese. Where are you? Apparently on the freaking top floor. Really? How is that, man? Epsilon zone? What's an epsilon zone? Welcome to the rich parts of town. Ah, I gotcha. Oh. The hell are you? Yeah, it could be their partner, obviously. Do you know this person? Okay. Well, that didn't help at all. Hey, excuse me? Wow, all these people are so nice. Do you know Peyton Cheshire Cheese? Hera Boulevard around 115. They were nearby Suey's Linen. Headed north. Suey's Linen. Yeah, this guy. Hara Boulevard, 1245. Suey's Linen. They're definitely together. Who was that narc? Oh my god, it's her. She saw them at Medallion Chemicals too. Today? Can you repeat that for me? Finally caught on. No, I mean, I had, well, I found Peyton Cheshire cheese. That does not help. Yeah, I know. I want to check their fingerprints, dude. It's two different types of fingerprints. It's two different types of fingerprints. I'm imagining both of those fingerprints are theirs, but obviously not. You know, obviously not what we're looking for. Hello from Greece, you're crazy? Yeah, I am. I am a little bit crazy. A healthy amount. Speaking of which, I need to put a pot of water on for dinner. You listen to the ambient music and think of a way that we can catch somebody, and I'll be back in like 45 seconds. I just gotta go fill a pot and put it on for my pasta for dinner. Oh. I just realized that if I just left that on, the clock was running. I literally just left the time running. All right, let's see if we can break in now. Gone. Gone. You're not, hey, on the bright side, you're not guilty of murder. On the bright side, you are not guilty of murder. On the bright side, you didn't kill her. You did not kill her. There's a huge bright side to this, sir. Sir. There's a massive bright side, sir. Thank you. Sir. You think he'd be happier not to be a murderer? You would think, wouldn't you? Rather suspect, huh? Rather suspect. Where am I going? Okay, so that didn't produce anything, but it is clear that everybody seems to think that this woman is still alive. The diner. We go back to Admiral Express. We're still working the diner. There's some other stuff there that we might be able to use. For example, going to the table that she was sitting at. That's supposed to be something that we can investigate. We have that on photos. Commercial properties contain a wealth of information, probably, right, I've actually already done this. Dappy was here earlier this evening. She was. See if we can find a fingerprint here. That'd be a huge clue. I find it hard to believe there isn't a single fingerprint in an entire diner booth, but... Type E. Do you think we should catalog that? Fingerprint type E belongs to unknown citizen. Which unknown citizen? Could it be this unknown citizen? There are options here. Good luck with the case. I appreciate it, dude. Strongly recommend giving Sandbox a try. See if that flows a little cleaner for you. How many cases are there in the game? I mean, there's a sandbox mode where you, like, get cases and just kind of work your own way. We decided to do, like, the tutorial case. It's quite the elaborate song and dance. So on this one, she's not there. That's Peyton Chester Cheese. This one, she is here. Just her and Laurent the Mead. She's sitting right here. First booth, that seat. And then here... she's there with this person. That looks like Laurent standing in that spot. The fact that you have to shower in the victim's home is part of the fun of the game. If you start as a homeless person. I'm gonna find this other person. Laurent didn't know who they were, right? Or no, Laurent found them near Brown Terrace. So we can just go to Brown Terrace. Ah, phone book, okay. Brown Terrace. We'd ask people at Brown Terrace if they've seen this person. We can ask people at Brown Terrace if they've seen this person before. We're gonna... Okay, well, that didn't feel right. Something happened there. Brown Terrace is an Asian restaurant. Okay. Brown Terrace. Yeah, okay. I clearly had the wrong thing navved. Seems hard. It's definitely not a game that gives it to you. A, unknown citizen. Mia Evil Guyver. Okay. Do you know this person? Lashane Atronach. Lashane Atronach is dead. We have multiple murders. We gotta find Lashane Atronach. Okay, I took a wrong turn somewhere. Lashane Atronach, young adult. At least that lady thinks that Lashane Atronach is dead. Back to the Admiral Express again. I need a book. It's Reed, isn't it? Hey, do you know... Okay. Good talk. Good talk. Lashane Atronach is dead. Again. Antronach. 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 Antarx Antronach. Okay. Well, that's creepy. You see where Lashane Antronach lives? Right next door to me. Oh boy. Dog, you... Okay. That guy's going through it. He's having a tough time. Lashane Antronach lives right next to me. Right next door. That might be who slipped me the note. It's entirely possible that is who slipped me the note. Alright, I have some good news. We definitely share a vent or something. Alright, I gotta be able to... Oh. Okay. Let's open that. Direction I want to go. That might do it. I'm in Lashane Atronach's place. What fingerprint are we looking for, chat? I don't think I pinned... Oh, fingerprint type C. That's what we found over here, was fingerprint type C. Oh. Bye. You're not dead. So there's that. I'm in the wrong apartment. I'm in the floor below. That was 104? How'd you know? Yeah, everybody's getting all confused because they keep hearing somebody crawling right by their ear hole here. The bottom left said it was 104. Alright. Well, if we had our best guess, what the hell floor am I on now? She has a gun, so I'm guessing that's not the place I don't even know where I'm going here. I am hopelessly lost in the vents. $204, I need to go higher. How did I go down 2 floors? Second floor landing, okay. Alright, we can go up over here. We can go up over here. $302. I live on the second floor. Now I'm in 302 Gant House. I need to go down. I was on the right floor. I didn't even realize I was on the right floor. I have no idea what's going on. I'm now in 201. I need to go back that way. So enforcers invaded my home? Was that why I got thrown off thinking it wasn't my home? Because enforcers invaded it? This should be my place. Where's the exit? Why are they in my home? They're gonna warm me up more if I just get in between the covers. Can't lock my door now. Alright, it's enter. Gotta go up. Find a way to go over. And go up, okay. Well, I nearly jump scared a lady half to death crawling out into her shower while she was hanging out there. So, my bad. Also, they barged in, so they kind of broke your lock. Do I have to, like, buy a new one and repair it now or something? I'm trying to just defrost in this lady's shower real quick. Oh. Nope, wrong button. Gone. Oh, was interesting. Was that somebody? Could have been anybody. Really. Could have been anybody. The only place to go when going up here? Yes. I want to go that other way. But I can't. Is there a way for me to be able to go up from the other lift point? I don't think so. I think I went as high as I could. We'll just go the other way. The other way brings us all the way over here. We're just gonna do that. We're gonna see if we can go around or something. I have no idea. Or we need to go up and then go down. This is an elaborate ploy to try and get in and be able to investigate this crime. And here, and then we go right, and we don't know what's right here. We haven't mapped this out yet. We go down, and then we go right. There's a duct, and then we go down, 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 and then we go down. Now we're talking. Now we're working with something. Okay, alrighty. Now we're doing it. And that way, we don't know what's over here, but we know it's gonna be good. Going up. Oh yeah, I'm in the right area now. I went down and I went up. I'm in the right area. Left. Left. Wait. Or we could go up. Trying to exit deep into the house now. Down. Straight. Exit. This is the house. This is where I was before. Is this 104? Or 103? Now I'm looking at 203. Now I'm at 104. Okay, I gotta go up. Yes. Oh, that's right next to the door. We gotta find a sneakier way in than that. Alright, I got it. I'm in. It's really that easy, chat. It's really that easy. I don't know what the problem was. Violently shot to death with a pistol. The time of death between 8:30 and 9:45 a.m. Tuesday. How do I get rid of something? Okay, we should have finger type K. Okay. Choose not the person. All right, what do we got? What do we got? What do we got? Can I scan a foot? Shoe size 9. This 8 is somebody else. All right. Okay. The web becomes more intricate. Check other people's shoe sizes. I mean, I don't know if we've got them. We don't have Laurent's fingerprints. His shoe size is estimate of 10 to 12, so it's not likely him. Came over here and did something. What we're looking for is the breakthrough to be able to link the murders. Thank you for choosing Envoy Express for your intercontinental travel needs. We wish you a safe and pleasant journey. Please remember to bring your approval documents with you. She's planning on traveling somewhere. Interesting. Maybe she knew something. Works at HR administration. Okay. We're looking for fingerprint type C. If we find fingerprint type C, then we know the same person killed both of them. We know we're looking for one person. I'm glad you love this game, dude. I'm learning. I think I've just found out what her job is, basically. Job title, HR administrator, found her working hours. Okay. Tired of nothing in the V-mail but bills? V-Love. Sign up to V-Love and find what special someone. Okay. Could be something. All of these are Lachey's. We just need the one fingerprint. Found a normal shoe size 8, and we found a heel print. There's multiple people in here, and I can't find a damn print that isn't Lachey's. Mystery deepens. Oh, God. They came in here. Did something. That's her shoe. She's oh wait. Vault's open. Got him. Same person's been here for both of them. I knew it. I had a feeling based off everything that had been happening. Just needed to prove my theory. But what's really confusing, chat, what's really confusing is what the heel print was doing. The heel print's thrown me for a bit of a loop. So they wanted something in the safe. Had to do with the sync disk and DNA stuff. Let's see, are they over here? I don't know. Yoink it? Take the upgrades? What's it do? Power-ups for you, by the way. I just have to go to a sync clinic. See if we can find where these heals went. Dog, there's literally only 2 of them. There's literally only 2 heel prints in the entire play. Like, cross-dresser? I'll get the upgrade vial too. Alright, why not? Tampons, alright. I am running up quite the tab here. Ah, telephone for recent calls. Good call, good call, good call, good call. I was forgetting some of my detective training there for a moment. Good call. Nice. Do, 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 do. You seeing a phone, dude? I, for one, am not seeing a phone. Front hall, boom. Last numbers called were 552 and 435. Look at the time. She's already dead. It's 11:21 on Tuesday. She's already dead when the call was made. Somebody used the phone after she died. Let's identify number. Her number's 556. No, I gotta go check the pasta. I gotta go put the pasta in. I'm boiling nothing right now. What's up, dudes? Pasta's in. Oh, the pasta is in. Now, let's get back to business here. Okay, tunes off. Wasn't the last caller you? I mean, technically, but that's a thing that you input into the other thing. Like I was never there. Fully investigated the crime scene. Allow me. Flip! Oh, yeah, baby. Oh, yeah. It's a flippity flip o'clock to flip a stand. Oh, my goodness. Really has been quite the journey already. Forlorn Muskeg. Are you trying to get me to play the Long Dark by just dropping Long Dark regions? I've never actually been to Forlorn Muskeg, but I know it's a place. That's a lot of hours. Yeah, 36 hours, dude. Been streaming 36 hours since Monday at 10 a.m. I don't know. I'd never, like, when we put up the 100-hour stream week, I knew it was physically possible, but we never really, like, thought about how long it was going to be or whatever. We were just really excited to, well, that's not where I want to go. Yep. This is not, I don't remember having such an issue with this. The hell did I do there? Yeah, I definitely don't remember having such an issue. I came up over here. Last time, anyways. Great, I'm lost in the vents again. Right when I thought I had my, right when I thought I had my vents down. That's that way. That's bent. That's that way. Just keep going up. Or we go that way. We go down. Nah, that's not it. I, for one, am appreciating it. I'm glad, man. Tough but good. I mean, I think the challenge is literally just, like, keeping your body in some sort of a normal state when you're just... Like, your brain starts to get a little... I mean, it happens in the 24-hour stream, too. Like, your brain just starts to get a little jumbly. Be able to theoretically be able to work at this level and get back to my apartment anyways, so just do it that way. I'm going to end up doing it a different way than I did last time, but it looks like this is going to be easy enough for me to figure out. Yeah, we've taken 2 stretch breaks. Mombot, when do you get in? You get in like tomorrow, right? How's this game going? It's cool. I feel like I'm getting somewhere with my investigation. It says I should just be able to keep going this way and then pop out in my area. Heather and I are going for Greek food after I arrive. Nice. This is your regular schedule right now? No, this is my place. This is my place. We're good. Okay. We've been able to link the murders. Let's look at where we are. We've been able to link the murders together. Let's get some tunes going. Right, we know fingerprint C was present at both murders. Kind of wish I could get back into the first murder scene and see if we had the same shoe print to double confirm, but obviously, like, I just kind of want to go see if I can find high heels. I didn't know about the footprints to this point. But I think what we probably need to do is go deal with Consult Systems where she works. I need to go deal with Consult Systems where she works. We found that fingerprint twice. Unfortunately, it's not the same fingerprint that was at the diner. That was not Dappy Lee's fingerprint. That was not fingerprint C. It was a different fingerprint that was at the diner. Maybe it's our high-heeled mistress. Yeah, the note was at the door before. That's like what started everything. That's on my thing over here, right there, as note. Oh my God, left click allows you to move around. Thank God, I was starting to lose my mind there. All right, I think we need to, what time is it? 8 p.m. I think it's time to break into Consult Systems. Strength 0. How do I repair my lock? Hey, bud. Just was home taking a nap. Are you still playing with... Yes, every citizen in this game is a person from Chad. Has the name of a person from Chad. So that's cool. That's been a fun part of the game. Alright, I've learned a lot. I should be able to break into this much more effectively than I did before. I have learned a ton. So we're gonna switch leads here. And investigate the office. I can search for visited locations with F1. Thank you. That is actually a very helpful hint. Right now I am not trespassing. What did that pop-up just say? Outside of office hours, you may be able to sneak around, but right now it's something or other. Go install your upgrades. How do I install my upgrades? Four, 1, 5, 0. How did that not find me? Once it goes over there, then I'm good. I can go turn the lights off. How did that not hit me? I have no idea. Yeah, I'm good. Totally fine. Once it comes back the other way, we go to open the door. Clutched that. Absolutely clutched the... Okay. Bro, where is the box to short? What do you mean? And my pasta's ready. It can't possibly be timed. Let's go, dude. Pasta's ready. Oh. Late night gang. The midnight gang is here. You gonna play FM anytime? Yeah, I played it earlier today, Dennis. I played it earlier today. We're in the late night session, as Twitch is pointing out now. Full late night session now. Let me take one bite, and then we'll get back to figuring out what the hell we're doing in this hidden locker area now. Oh, it's good. Oh, it's really good. Okay. Seems like the computer to use if I'm going to use one. Nothing on the surveillance. QA technician. Okay. We need a reset it for close to 12 hours? True. When do I plan to begin tomorrow? So we have the schedule in Discord. Basically 10 a.m. every day. Gives me a chance to basically, in the stream, shower, go to sleep, sleep for 7 hours, wake up, answer emails, eat breakfast, do like meal prep for the rest of the day, and then start the stream again. That has been the process. Let me just get this. And the employee record for Dappy Lee. Anything else we can do? What are the whiz? Oh my god, it's a game. It's a game you can play on the computer. I gotta find her computer. I gotta find her computer. That's not her computer. He has multiple diamonds? Diamonds? Dog. I can't take more than one diamond, apparently. I did turn on the chat integration for this game, yes. So you are out there somewhere, Beal. You're out there. Thank you. I've been on the red side most of today's stream. Yeah, I still appreciate it, though, Sil Diablo. Not a lot of ad breaks, I guess. Oop. I think I need the handcuffs. I can only take one diamond. All right. I think I need to go find a place to sell this stuff and upgrade my character and stuff. I need to go find a place to be able to do that. But first, chat, I need to eat. I have been told that eating is an important process. And in order to eat, we're going to throw on a YouTube video. What do you say the Faroe Islands Hidden Grounds episode that we did? What say you? Throw on a little Hidden Grounds episode, our documentary series. I haven't watched it in a while. A Hidden Grounds playlist that I used to have? I think so. Alright, hold on. Making sure that it wasn't actually playing. I just gotta eat for a sec. Here's a glorious bowl of pasta. Coming right into your freaking living room, dude. Another one soon? Yeah, it's in the works right now. This is the first one that we, like, did for real.
And how could it not be here? Rocks.
We filmed all this, by the way.
Sticking out of the North Atlantic.
I say we. Adler, my brother, filmed all this with his drone.
Zean
Sheer
stare.
cliffs battered by waves. The land itself, it feels like it's.
Damn, thank you for the 16 months.
The Faroe Islands. A place of spectacular beauty.
Faroe Islands is before Gibraltar.
Officially owned by Denmark, it's located halfway between Iceland and the UK. But it has a language.
Like all of those
feel,
shots were filmed
culture
by
unto
Adler.
itself. It also has its own football or soccer league, one that sends clubs to European competition like every other European league. That has never really mattered, though. After all, there are just 54,000 people here. Until this year, when everything changed.
Anything is possible, right? That's why, that's why I love football, because this is...
God, watching this, there's so much that we would change to make it better.
It's never supposed to happen.
What happens here shouldn't be possible.
It's a good story.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, what are the odds?
You see, there are 3 European competitions for European clubs to enter if they do well in their country. And if you win a few qualifying matches, you end up in the group stage of one of them against some of Europe's best teams. The Faroe Islands had obviously never had any team reach any group stage. Until now. That's why we're here. Tomorrow, there's a big game in the capital. Torshov. Though the club that pulled off this near impossible feat is not from Torshov. Their stadium is just not big enough to host European matches. They're from the town of Klaksvik, farther north. Population? 5,001. Klaksvik's opponents in their group stage? Lille, 2 years ago, champions of France. Slovan Bratislava, the champions of Slovakia. And tomorrow's opponent, Olimpia Ljubljana, the champions of Slovenia. Each city is at least 55 times the size of Klaksvik. We were invited to training the night before and filmed what looked to be a professional team like any other we've seen. But we already knew something. They're not. This is a team of semi-professional players preparing to play a team with multiple players valued over $1 million.
Your favorite one?
The next day, we joined local fans Halder and Maggie to drive
this car
down
ride
to
was so
Torshavn for the
funny.
game. We put mics on in the car, and I'm glad we did, so we could ask the hard-hitting questions.
The largest ethnic minority in the Faroe Islands is apparently
Filipinos.
Yes, apparently Filipinos.
That's very true.
Okay, this is true.
And like half of my work, place I work, is Filipinos.
If you fast forward 50 years, there's going to be thousands and thousands of native Faroese people that are also Filipino.
Yeah, but it's either that or it's just everybody's inbred. Realistically.
It's like my favorite line in the whole, maybe every Hidden Grounds we've ever done. That's my favorite line. It's like, yeah, it's just a lot of Filipino people here. He's like, dude, it's either that or we're inbred. So Like, all right. Fair enough, dude. Hey, Stel, thank you for the 27 months. Said 3 babies deep.
3 babies deep.
Nice.
We're locked in now. Get ready for child support, big dog.
I mean,
best line ever. Yeah.
This nonchalant approach to immigration highlights a broader mindset of many we met in the Faroe Islands, a matter of factness that can often be quite funny.
the wealthy people from Tórshavn are academics, and the wealthy people here in Klaksvik are sailors.
So we read something, 80% of people in Faroe Islands make their money from the fishing industry. Like, what do you guys do?
Work at a fish factory.
Yeah. I used to work there as well, and my mother works at the same fish factory, and my dad is a sailor.
Right.
Nice.
Fishing is important. It's an island.
Right. I'm going to forget the YouTube stream, chat. I got to go ahead and do that real quick. The YouTube stream is only able to go for 12 hours at a time. So if you were watching on YouTube, unfortunately, we're going to have to end the stream and then it'll restart. There will be a new stream that appears virtually immediately. I just have to go in that stream first, and then we will bring it back. Got it? Good. All right. Let me find the old end stream button, and we'll be back soon. Where's the Faroe Islands located? It's above Scotland. Yeah, it's above Scotland. Like, if you drew a line from Iceland like that, then you'd have it really easily. Okay. Ending the YouTube stream. It'll be back momentarily. Goodbye, guys. See you in a minute.